welcome to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. I am, of course, Impetuous Panda, this time acting as a host for the first time in my career as a solo host, and I have two beautiful, big brain, talented casters here today, Sparkling Ice T and Alan ZQ. Both of you were very much involved with the open rounds yesterday. Ice T, you were obviously broadcasting that, and Alan, you were playing in them, but overall, general sensations about the lineup, about the tournament today. Ice T, how hyped are you to see the action unfold?
I'm super hyped, especially because it's the first seasonal of the year, potentially last. We have some absolutely stacked players in the top 32. Again, in EMEA, we always get a ton of good players repeating seasonal after seasonal after seasonal. So I'm super excited to see who can get out on top today.
On top of that, we have a very balanced meta where there is no clear like super broken deck or you can just outplay people with. And yeah, excited to see what people changed from their Swiss runs going into Top Cut. If we're gonna see some special counter lineups, or perhaps people just gonna stick to their lineups they brought to the Swiss.
You mentioned ICT, possibly the last seasonal we'll be having in this current format, but can you quickly break down what the seasonal is, how you get here, what's the relevance of this tournament in the competitive career of some of these players? Just a quick general breakdown of what this is for viewers that might be tuning in for the first time.
Yeah, the seasonal tournament is Runeterra's big competitive event at the end of every ranked season. It takes place in two stages. Stage 1, the Swiss stage, is basically the open rounds consisting out of 9 rounds of Swiss, where the 700 best players from ladder and 324 players that got their spot through the last chance gauntlet duke it out to determine the top 32 players moving on to stage 2. And stage 2 is today, the finals, where the top 32 players are playing in a single elimination bracket to determine who is this season's champion.
And among those top players, Alan, you were one of the players that actually qualified yesterday. You were streaming it. You did a really good job at making it, but obviously you give some preference here to caster and leave your spot open. But what were your general feelings about the meta, about the decks you brought, for example? Just quick overview, nothing too in-depth.
A quick note to the change, because this seasonal, so the winner not only gonna get the money, the title, but also the guaranteed spot for the World Championships coming this year.
And in some cases, that might be even more important than the money itself, because how hard it is usually to make it to Worlds directly, with the qualifiers being one of the most cutthroat tournaments in Runeterra, where you have the absolute creme de la creme at the very top of the scene trying to fight for those spots. So this might be, I think, one of the most important seasonals, because the prize pool is the same. The pride, the glory is all still there, but you have that extra spot that's going to be oh so relevant as well. But we can check out the prize pool. We can see exactly how much it is the players will be earning today. Nothing has changed here. It's still 10,000 big ones for the winner. And then runner-up, 3,500. Third and fourth place will have an $800 cut. 5th to 8th place, 400. And then just for making it this far, $115, because again, it is so cutthroat to even make it past the open rounds. Although some players are able to do it very, very consistently. We have names like Broken Ball in this term. We have Pinas. We have Sir Donald from Spain that I'm going to be repping, of course. And just a lot of veteran names, especially names that have been gone for a while, but have come back with an absolute, just a menace on the scene. And that's, of course, Marcus, someone that we've seen Ice-T win Fight Night tournaments so many different times. Took a break, but now is back and shows that he has a skill to make it to this top cut as well.
Yeah, super excited to see Marcus specifically, because there were a lot of jokes in the community that Marcus has never played seasonals before and now he's making top cut. Well, Marcus did play in the early seasonals, never had that much success, so most people forgot about it. But he is back now, concentrating back on LoR, and finally gets his seasonal top 32, so I'm super excited to see what he can do.
We're going to check out the bracket now. Alan, I want you to just quickly look at the names that we have here. Obviously, some of them will be very, very, veteran names everyone's familiar with. But overall, let me know what players you think are going to be maybe underdogs, maybe the dark horse of the tournament, possibly. If you can tell the bracket on the screen, you'll see it very, very shortly as production sets it up for us. And we can finally look at maybe what the first match will be in round 1 as well. I think we have already a bit of spoiler for that, Ice-T. It will be Broken Ball versus Luna. Talk to me about Broken Ball and his experience with Top Cuts.
Yeah. Broken Ball is the player that is a regular at the seasonals. Like, he's been making consistently there for already many seasonals, but haven't made yet past top 16. Let's see if he can finally break his seasonals curse. But speaking about regulars, we have many other names such as Steady, Ghoster Driver, Gouda, people who are consistently there and having decent results, Steady being the recent winner.
Yeah, a lot of big names. And again, with this being, like we mentioned it, there's so much more at stake with the seasonal. I think players are going to have, their absolute best to try and make it through. But it's not just EMEA, it's also the Americas region. We saw, of course, the Asia region already happened earlier today. 24 hours of Runeterra, basically. So once this tournament is over, 1 hour or so after this ends, we'll have at 12:30 p.m. PST, the start of the America seasonal tournament, which I hear is going to be an absolute banger when it comes to the broadcast and who's actually running it, let's say, for this season. I'm very, very excited to watch that later as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially Boulevard, as always, being on top of the Americas. Can't wait to see what he pulls out of his head. So far, the promo for that has been fantastic.
And here we have it now, Alan. Tell us, first impressions, what are the names that are jumping out to you?
I mean, from the left side of the bracket, where Ghoster Driver, the man, I think he has the most 9 zeros in the Swiss out of any players. He's absolutely cracked. He just goes in 9-0, 9-0, 9-0. He's absolutely a beast in terms of coming through the Swiss runs. Then we have players like Broken Ball, who just makes there consistently. We have players like Żółw, who also is doing very consistently, a player from Poland. Then we have Paynas, we have Teddy, all of those players being absolutely goats in terms of how consistent they are in a card game that we have a lot of RNG at the end in.
We have names like Owie, of course, past seasonal champion. We have, a lot of German players. I'm sure Ice-T is very happy to biasly support. But Ice-T, be careful. The caster curse is very much a thing. I'm not going to say a single word anymore about Sir Donald or Binance because whenever I do, they end up getting knocked out in the first round. Usually, it's the Spanish Civil War that happens. In this case, we're lucky. They're on different sides of the broadcast. I think for the first time in seasonal history, there's not like a Spanish player fighting another Spanish player in round one. But really excited for the whole tournament to unfold. Talking a bit about the meta and kind of the lineups we want to expect before we get into game one. Alan, this goes to you as someone who actually qualified, actually did the tournament prep to understand what players would be bringing and how to counter it and maybe how to just bring the best decks, for example. What is your general read on the meta for this seasonal?
This is one of the metas where bringing triple aggro is actually viable because the decks are so consistent with like the Katarina Gwen, with the Might, with the Mark of the Isle, which makes it constantly Katarina just connect. We have the Jinx Lulu, which can just do disgusting things by turn 3-4. And then we have different decks based on the approach. Some people bring TF Swain, some people bring TF MF. The third deck is not as established as those two decks as a part of the aggro. A lot of players variate into also Katarina Leona as another aggro deck. And then we have the decks that try to just go solid, go grindy, like for example go FTR, go Kane Aatrox being very consistent, having all those tools, like you have freezes, you have combat tricks, you have strikes, you have a resurrection of your champions, everything within those two origins packed together. And then we have even decks like the decks like Sandisk that are actually performing second season in a row quite well, where before they were considered a sort of a meme deck.
Yeah. Yeah, you perfectly nailed it. I think there's a lot of variety. You mentioned it before at the very start of the broadcast. I think that was the most important thing to say, is that there is not that very clear, tier 0 deck, S tier deck that everyone has to bring. I think it's more a mix of 5 or 6 decks that can be considered tier 1 that are all kind of fighting in a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation where one deck beats another. They have different matchup tables, and it comes down to maybe to the comfort of the players and what playstyles they enjoy, because all playstyles, like you're mentioning, Alan, are viable. I love that aggro is viable. I love that it's a shell with target. That's not something you usually see in pretty much any meta in the past, maybe not as a tier 1 aggro option. So excited to have at least that little bit of spice coming into this tournament, and that is a little bit different to the past. But I think we're ready with Broken Ball and Luna and their deck list. So I'm going to throw it to you two, Ice-T and Alan, to get us into the action and find out what happens after round 1. As you both know, 16 players will be gone after just one round. So it's exciting stuff, but also kind of heartbreaking stuff for some of these players as well.
All right, Alan, there we go. We are finally here for the first match of the day. We have Luna's lineup here right now. Again, it's Luna versus Broken Ball. Super exciting matchup. What do you think of the lineup that Luna's brought here?
This is very interesting. He clearly targets with his lineup Aatrox Kane, because like if you look at the first deck, Varus Pantheon, it has cards like Triple Freeze, it has Resurrection, it has X-Pass Protection, and if there is coming down on turn for Pantheon, it's very hard for the Kane Aatrox to punch through that Pantheon because he's just taller than any of the Kayn Aatrox decks. Then we have the FTR, which it's such a good deck into Kayn Aatrox with a card especially like Birdie Nice, which we see even 2 of in the deck. If you play Birdie Nice into Eat Stairs, Kayn Aatrox just concedes go next. And then we have Kayn Aatrox itself. We have cards like Utter Devastation, which is just it reads I win this matchup if you cast it whenever you have a board. We have Resurrection, we have Freezes. Like that deck is packed to battle Mirror exceptionally well.
Yeah, again, I saw it yesterday a bunch of times, Utter Devastation just completely ending the Mirror, but you also gotta be careful, right? Especially in the Mirror, you can't cast it without actually knowing what your opponent, or guessing what your opponent has in hand, because we see it also there, the Expanse Protection, which is a tool that sometimes can actually turn games around, where one player casts for 11 mana, 1 card, 1 Utter Devastation all of a sudden, and if the Aatrox on the other side stays alive, the other player can then swing back, develop a few Darkins on the board. Gotta be really careful with that, but I totally agree with you. This is a lineup that is certainly tagged to be against the Aatrox matchup.
What's very interesting, I'm sorry that I'm going to break it in. What's very interesting, this lineup doesn't have to ban FTR, because like you have the double Expanse Protection, usually want to go down to 1, but you have a protection against that Birdie Nice combo with the Eat Stairs. And then you have Utter Devastation for even FTR turn. So you have cards to actually battle FTR properly. And Varus Kayn, with the addition of another Spell Shield, an extra card draw from Unending Wave. So those decks can actually battle FTR. So you do not have to ban that matchup anymore.
Which is really good, because you do expect to sometimes go into similar matchups like these, but we again have Broken Ball's lineup now, and that is a bit different, though we have 2 of the same decks. The third deck, not FTR, but Jinx Echo, which again, Jinx is one of Broken Ball's favorite champions, so it would only make sense that Broken Ball would bring this lineup. Also, I think this is Broken Ball's lineup from the open rounds. Broken Ball was undecided yesterday whether he would swap the lineup or not, but it appears he decided against it.
I think Broken Ball in a slight trouble because his versions of the deck are less grindy. So this is exactly what Luna wanted to see. Very weak Kayn Aatrox because it lacks that grindy cards for the Mirror. Then we have the Pantheon Varus. This looks a bit better. There are 2 freezes, 2 Expanse Protection, but there are 2 Unending Waves, which might be a bit too slow for that matchup. And then we have Echo Jinx. I think that we could see either ban of Varus Pantheon because this is his grindiest deck, or he might ban out Jinx Echo because the Luna's decks are built to battle the grindy decks, not necessarily the aggro decks. So probably Broken Ball will ban out the grindiest deck, or ban the worst matchup for the Echo Jinx, hoping that Luna will ban out Varus Pantheon.
Yeah, Echo Jinx is also a deck that, again, Broken Ball is very proficient on, and we already talked about the lineup from Luna being more tagged into the Aatrox matchups, maybe more into the bigger matchups, and Echo Jinx can go around that very easily. Again, very powerful deck now after the Jinx buffs. For those who don't know, she now generates a rocket on level up, which again provides you with a lot of burn, which took this Echo Zillion deck into a completely different direction, where all of a sudden you not only have the Echo and the rallies and the value from Zillion, no, you have a lot of burn on top of it. And I love these versions where you put in 3 Get Excited as well, because this gives you another out with burn damage coming off the top. I don't really like the versions where you take out the Get Excited for other cards.
I think we're gonna see the ban of Varus Pantheon on the Broken Ball side, and Broken Ball will ban out Kayn Aatrox because this is the best matchup. This is the worst matchup for both Echo Jinx and his Mirror. So like Broken Ball probably will anticipate the ban on the Varus Pantheon, and he'll try to beat with Echo and Jinx either FTR or the Varus Pantheon. But we'll see what players... Go ahead.
Yeah, which again leaves Broken Ball with 2 matchups that are generally unfavored, right, for his Kayn Aatrox deck, because we expect Luna to ban every deck but the Kayn Aatrox. So leaves Broken Ball up with the one deck that Luna was actually targeting, which is rough, but I feel like in a seasonal tournament, while the matchup can be slightly unfavored, it's getting closer to 50-50, especially with a player as good as Broken Ball.
Yeah, the Varus Pantheon has the only real shot to battle all the 3 decks from Luna, and into the grindy versions, and then Echo Jinx can just slip the win away, because like how well if it draws properly, if it gets that Echo level up into Chrono Break after a board wipe, for example against FTR, it can just steal the win out of nowhere, because we can see like the big turn for the, let's say, Avalanche, big turn with the Eat That Stairs dealing 3 damage, and then we see a Chrono Break and just kill on the turn with Rally.
Yeah, especially if you have played Echo Jinx before, you've probably seen it before. Sometimes you just draw all your champions, and you just win the game, and your opponent can't do anything because you just draw 6 champions a game. And we get into the first game, and it is going to be Luna on the Aatrox deck. Meanwhile, Broken Ball gets to play Echo Jinx.
So Broken Ball did not ban Aatrox Kane. In fact, but he'll get to play the Echo Jinx, and we see 2 champion drones already, which is quite good in this matchup. The early units, the early drops usually do not battle well against Kane Aatrox, because what we usually see is just development a weapon, and those units just crash into like a wall, into those units giving stacks for Aatrox. So usually want to just predict into Echo, and try to find Chrono Break followed up with the Jinx turn. So this is looking like a very good hand from the Broken Ball side.
Yeah, Broken Ball either skipped here or actually predicted into the cat. Again, the early turns of this deck, they might look a bit formulaic, where you don't think there is a lot of things really happening inside of the brain of the player, but that is just how this Echo deck really works in the early game. But later on, there are some really crucial turns where, again, while early on it looks like a very simple deck, it comes with an incredibly difficult deck to play.
Oh wow, Broken Ball clearly skill diffing opponent by just getting that crystal right away to the hand against double units that it can just get blown out right away.
That is so incredibly good, especially because your early game is looking relatively weak, because you are just building up to your champions, right? And now you actually got something to fight back on the board, potentially also have more burn. That is amazing.
Yeah, but we see the problem from the Luna side is that like he wants to bait it out as soon as he can, and Broken Ball wants to hold on it as long as he can, and also he doesn't want to trade his unit because it gives out the priority and allows a Broken Ball to just kill the Dark Intral before Luna can give it a weapon and buff it up farther. And we see there is a Dark Infan, which you kind of want to put it on the Dark Intral, because this is not the unit opponent wants to block, and because it cannot block, and then it can just cash in on that lifesteal with the weapon.
Look at this. The bans are finally in. FTR ban on one side, and as you predicted correctly, Action Varus ban on the other side. Oh my god! This was what Broken Ball predicted, literally. Predicted with a spell, predicted with his mind. He knew Luna was going to go for the Echo kill, has an Echo level up plus a Scrying Sands, and all of a sudden this is disaster.
This is massive turn. So basically Luna gambled that Broken Ball will either has the spell with the -2 damage or the 0 mana predict. And yeah, he got unlucky. That was the -1 before the... And yeah, that's a big blowout, because we get to attack with the Echo, and we're gonna get a free predict.
Really rough for Luna here. They have to find a way to get back into this game, but it's gonna be incredibly difficult. We have the Kane to try to get a few favorable trades next turn, but you gotta look at Broken Ball's hand and already know that Broken Ball is just leading up to massive rally turns, especially with the Voice of the Risen already being in hand as well. This is such a powerful card, all of a sudden turning your little weenie board into a big mid-range board.
Yeah, especially this is a huge time trick, because if he finds now Chrono Break, this game is over in 2 turns. This is gonna be probably a skip to try to fish for that Chrono Break, or for second Bakai to perhaps predict the Chrono Break again next turn. We see the Forsaken Bakai, so he'll be trying to predict next turn into Voice of the Horizon, and then he'll have a good follow-up with perhaps Crystal with Chrono Break on turn 6, if he predicts it.
Look at that, after the devastation, again, it's maybe a one-sided ruination from time to time, but in this matchup it's really hard to get off at 11 mana, can't get it with turn 6.
Oh, that card is not coming down at this matchup, probably. Like this turn, we're probably gonna just see the fun on the Darkin and Kane and just do some trades. The problem is, like you are not having much of a board on the next attack token. You don't have any combat tricks to battle this board. So once the Voice of the Horizon comes down, the only combat trick you have is just a Kane's slow spell to take out the Voice of the Horizon on the start of the next turn.
Yeah, and while you did to the Aatrox right here, the problem is you can't really throw him down as a blocker because you know that there's a Hexite Crystal in the opponent's hand, right? And with Voice of the Risen hitting the board, everything will get buffed up enough to actually trade down that Aatrox in combination with that Crystal, which is just really rough for Luna. Now Luna has to decide whether to get a value trade right here.
It's a very good development of the Voice of the Horizon because it leaves out Kane at lower HP, so he cannot trade very efficiently. Plus, he can trade one of his lower units into the Dark Intral if he wants to take out that unit with a weapon with the lifesteal.
And here we also see that Broken Ball doesn't really care if Kane gets a value trade here. We have enough units in hand to immediately refill our board, basically have a wide attack next turn. The only thing that's really missing is the Chrono Break, but again, as long as there is no strike spell being drawn on Luna's side or no freeze, this Echo will just easily generate another one.
I mean, Broken Ball must be itching to play that Predict, because based on that for second Bakai outcome, it will be the game deciding. I'm not sure if you should not consider blocking here the Dark Intral because wow, okay, he's clearly a good player, because next turn you could develop anyway and you can take out the unit that's potentially can Furious Wielder your Voice of the Reason. So like there should be a consideration to at least get rid of the Dark Intral.
You see Broken Ball's full swing again. Broken Ball can just full swing in here, doesn't really care. No freeze drawn on the other side either, because again, if you would have drawn a freeze, maybe you could have prolonged this game. You could have frozen 2 units, not traded them, and then the rally would have been less impactful. But unfortunately, Luna here just has to work with the cards that they have in hand currently. Momentous choice again, keeps the Kane alive, but...
Yeah, so he knows about the crystal, but there is a spell shield from the Luna. So we're gonna see probably that crystal come down now to force out the spell shield to just see if there is a freeze or the potential strike. He's thinking about it. He probably considers going for double Chrono Break, because like what happens if he doesn't crystal now? He can get another time trick from the Echo that's 0 cost and get another Chrono Break. But I think getting rid of Kane is more important than getting because that's the way to come back into this game for the Luna.
Yeah, Luna here obviously blocking with Kane in 2 ways. A, we are not killing something, so Chrono Break doesn't really get any value. And B, we are flipping Kane into Rost. And for those who don't know, Rost will enable you to heal back up when he blocks. I don't know if it would ever be enough, because that is an incredibly big amount of damage coming in from Broken Ball, but Broken Ball doesn't want to give Luna any chances, and as you said, will throw down the Hexite Crystal here.
Mm-hmm. So this is probably checkmate, because what happens if you see the spell shield here, you can commit Mystic Shot to the Nexus, and that's pretty much lethal. You don't have to Chrono Break even, because there should be any cards for 3 mana or less that allows him to stay alive, allows Luna to stay alive. And now there is still a potential freeze, which wouldn't do anything. So you, like, if you're Broken Ball, you know there is no freeze, because there would be never a block Echo, block Voice of the Reason, right? So the only card that could be possibly in hand is Furious Wielder. And if you see Furious Wielder, then you can readjust your game plan. And now, Broken Ball can just go Mystic Face, and he knows that there is no answer in the deck.
This is the exact draw that happens to me every time I play up against this deck on ladder, and it looks so scary.
I mean, classic -20. Well, at least Kane flipped.
At least Kane flipped. Flipping for next game.
Yep. That was very cleanly played by Broken Ball. That was handbook played, how this matchup should go if you draw perfectly. Like the mulligan is a very skillful part of the deck, because you need to play enough of the matchups to know what cards you look for, because you might be like, yeah, I'm aggro deck, I need all my 1-drops. But that's not the case in this matchup. In this matchup, you need to set up the combo turn, which is exactly what the Broken Ball did.
I actually have some insight from Broken Ball himself. In talking to him, he told me once, the Broken Ball advice is never keep an average hand. If you just have a good hand, don't keep it. You want the perfect hand.
Clearly worked out this time.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work out every time.
I mean, if the deck is built where 95% of the time you have average hand and you can afford to mulligan for the perfect hand, you can go for it. But if you are playing deck like Kayn 8 rocks, if you try to go for perfect hand, you might end up without a unit turn 1 and you just turn 2, turn 3 and you just concede. So like there are decks that are built where your hand will always be average at least and you can go for the perfect hands.
Funnily enough, Alan, that is exactly something BB complained about to me. He did have a few games where he had no units till turn 5 in Aatrox Kayn. But now we see Aatrox Kayn going up against Luna's Varus deck. And this is the matchup that Luna wanted, right? They were kind of sad, okay, didn't really want to lose that game versus Echo Jinx, but this is the matchup they were targeting. So now if they can get the 2 wins, their lineup does exactly what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, so this is the matchup where Luna should exceed, but we don't see Pantheon from the Luna side, and Pantheon is the card that really is important to drop on turn 4 and style scaling it up. But instead of that, we have the legendary 1-drop that can grow even to the sizes of the Aesol himself, the Saga Seeker, and we have some combat tricks to follow up. We have the Shepard to give it a weapon, so it might go really wide. There is one mistake people sometimes do and give the Saga Seeker a cannot block weapon, and suddenly that unit is not as good anymore in this matchup where it's not a threat anymore.
Yeah, because again, with all the healing that we have in Kayn Aatrox, we can just let a few medium units through, take some damage to the Nexus, heal that back up. We see the Aatrox already in hand. For Broken Ball, as well as a couple of weapons. Steratu, the Dark and Harp, finds itself in Broken Ball's hand. And early game, this is a very good card, especially because quick attack in mid-range matchups, super broken.
Yeah, so this is, you can see there are 2 approaches Broken Ball can take. He can develop, or he can play a weapon. So the thing is, first of all, weapon here represents the same amount of the damage as developing another unit. Actually, it develops 1 more damage, it forces out a blocker, and then you get the stacks for the Aatrox. It discounts the World Ender by 1 every time we see a strike. And that's a 4 damage that unit that potentially can attack again on turn 4, because there should be a unit that outgrows it yet without any combat tricks. And we see a premium weapon from the Shepard. Quick attack is one of the best weapons in this matchup.
We just talked about quick attack, really good in mid-range matchups, right? So Luna obviously going in with the quick attack as well. Really interesting to see, by the way, in Broken Ball's hand that we do have a Horazi. We have a Dark and Lodestone in there. There are a lot of different versions of this deck floating around there on ladder currently, but I do really like the one of Horazi in the deck.
So this is a very interesting spot because Broken Ball decided to trade. There were some few approaches you could take with this hand. You could develop a Lodestone, attacking to buff up the another cultist. You didn't have to block out here. The problem with blocking, you lose 3 mana that you committed to development. So he could have also committed the Lifesteal unit instead, but he opted to redevelop the same weapon, even though he had another harp in hand. So let's see how he goes about this run, because what happens now, the worst possible outcome for Broken Ball on turn 4, if he develops now, opponent develops Pantheon, and you just press pass, because you cannot attack, you lose your tempo, and then the Pantheon starts growing. And it's really hard to come back. But we see the most important card for the matchup, which is Unforgiving Cold. This is the card that brings the swings. So now Broken Ball is thinking, do I play around Momentous Choice? Because this is the only card that's a potential punish. But then, if Luna decides to go for it, there is a Momentous Choice that could come down for Broken Ball. So it's like each player is thinking, okay, do they have it?
Luna makes an educated guess, saying, Broken Ball, you don't have it, and you know what? Broken Ball does not have it. Saga Seeker survives. This is so important. Again, this is the unit that is supposed to carry us through the early to mid game. And with the gems in hand, we can heal back up, trigger Fated again next turn. This is looking rough for BB.
This is really bad, because there is no unit to be played the next turn. There was another play Broken Ball could have taken. In case your opponent has Momentus and decides to bluff check, if Broken Ball has it, and he does exactly what happened, you will not be screwed over, because if you play the Blood Letters, you would get a Cane for the next turn, because after killing the lifesteal unit, Dark Intral would spawn, which is Cultist, which would have drew you Cane, so you'd have a good play for this turn. But he top deck another Bakai, which gives him a turn 5 play, which is not ideal. 1 drop on turn 5.
Yeah, but at least it's a unit that we can actually play. This did draw us the Cane. Cane also now tutoring Aatrox, really important. We already have one in hand. Don't want to give that information to Luna though. This is a really rough turn. We have to freeze.
Look, do you think this is the turn where you can just suck it up? You don't want to freeze into the board where you don't have really good trades. I think this is the turn where you just take the damage, take a small trade, and you just redevelop. You can potentially even take damage to develop a weapon, to develop a lodestone. But the problem is, you don't freeze, it's really rough turn for the Broken Ball, because this is the second most deciding turn. Because if he keeps the freeze, there is no Pantheon. There is no Varus yet. So if you play the long game, you are probably winning with this hand. So you could just chump block and pass. It looks bad, but chump blocking here and just passing and developing next turn Aatrox might be the best line.
Again, you do lose a unit that you could throw a weapon on, which is why this is such a hard decision. But you would only be taking 5 damage here. Yes, your board would be absolutely decimated, but you expect that to happen anyways. And plus, you mentioned, there is potentially no champion in the other hand. Again, it is quite easy to tutor the Varus up if we do get another useful Darken spell that we can throw down from Luna. But this does give Broken Ball the opportunity for at least 1 or 2 more turns with that Aatrox on the board, maybe being able to play World Under. Does play the freeze now, though.
Yeah, so this means he decides to keep the unit alive. Oh, wow. Is this really better? You take out the 1 drop. You could have mitigated 4 less damage, but you have the best card in the matchup. So we'll see how it turns out for him. If that was worth it, instead of just chop blocking 7-3 and leaving a unit out. So he decides to develop Cane. To take out the smaller units, and it's less risky against cards like Furious Wielder, because opponent could have just taken out your Aatrox with that, and you have no spell shield to counteract.
Let's see what they do.
Luna doesn't have much options. He's running out of the steam. The problem is Pantheon. Even if he top decks Pantheon, it'll be kinda small. It's not growing too much. So, the Pantheon is not a real threat anymore. At this point, Varus is a bigger threat. So, if he plays...
Ooh, Upcycle Drake and Panopan. 2 very good weapons, in my opinion. I'm a big defender of Tough, Tough, my favorite.
I'm not sure if Luna considered a different line. There was a line where you just play Furious Wielder and you develop Varus. Because the Furious Wielder would be the 3rd cultist spell, which would lead into drawing Varus. And developing Varus this turn into Gem, the Varus should be flipped. You should be presenting Lethal next turn. So I'm not a big fan of not playing Furious Wielder instead into Varus, because this is less damage presented.
Yeah, especially if you end up playing it this turn anyways, right? If you would have kept it up for maybe an Aatrox, I could have probably understood it, but if you want to get rid of the Cane anyways, now we have Varus in hand, can develop it next turn. This can only be met by an Aatrox so far by Broken Ball. And yeah,
it's exactly lethal. It's exactly lethal with the Gem development. If he goes for it, without Varus on board.
Oh, let's go. Gem in hand. Will be used exactly for committed. No freeze from Broken Ball. That's it.
That's what we talked about, you utilizing freeze to save 4 HP and remove only 1 blocker. Heal freeze would save him up and allow him to development. So probably chump blocking would have been just better for him. given the outcome of the game.
Yeah, the freeze is really important there to stay alive at the end, but we also saw how important it was to get that Saga Seeker early on. I think you mentioned it, that dude can go bigger than a champion at that point, right? And it's just such an important mid-game unit. Making the call that Broken Ball did not have momentous choice actually was what won Luna the game. They made an exceptionally good read on Broken Ball, went for it, and got rewarded.
Yeah, and this is we have to remember, Luna was targeting Aatrox Kayn. This is the matchup Luna wanted to farm. So, and we have a mirror now coming down, and Luna is packed with the cards for this matchup.
Yeah, the Utter Devastation, we already know, is there for Luna and not for the Broken Ball. Kayn.
Oh, Broken Ball has some good cards for the matchup. No early development, but there is some Scout with Quick Attack into Scout Quick Attack. Imagine those two bad boys swing at you at turn 6. This is hard to deal without combat tricks.
Yeah, not only that, but because it's Scout and they will have weapons equipped, they also reduce the cost of World Ender quite a bit.
Yeah, this is really good if he draws some sort of development by turn 3. If he's turn 1, turn 2, turn 3... Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, he clearly just stopped the good play. And then he can even squeeze a weapon next turn and still have a good play turn 4 into the weapon.
Yeah, so far looking very good for Broken Ball, but we're also going to look at Luna's hand, not looking too shabby either. We have some weapons that we can commit. And we have the Violent Discord. Also a card that is not in every version of this deck.
It's a card that, in this matchup, it's usually extra momentous choice, just for 1 extra mana, because it allows you to push the damage and counteract with the momentous choice, and it's an excellent card for the aggro matchups.
Right here, we probably don't see Broken Ball develop that other 2-drop, just because, as you mentioned, we want to slap down the Ranger Knight Defector next turn, plus the Darken Harp.
So the alternative play was just pass, see what Luna does, and then decide if you want to develop another 2-drop and upkeep the 2 mana for the weapon next turn. Not sure, he really wanted to do the lifesteal Broken Ball here, but this matchup is completely not about the HP you can regain easily with the Aatrox. So that weapon development tells I want to draw Aatrox fast, because I have Headless Resurrection. So I can utilize the Aatrox and get the tempo back by resurrecting it when it trades and utilizes perhaps some combat tricks from the opponent's side.
See, that's why it's really good that we have you on cast. Yeah, I would have said, yeah, Broken Ball just wanted to use their mana, completely uninformed. That what you said made way more sense.
And see, this is a huge swing. That's why I like the path, because there are such cards like this. And now the problem is, look, Broken Ball goes into turn 4, he had Scout into Quick Attack Weapon. Now his turn 4 suddenly looks like a joke instead of a very powerful turn. That's why passing before developing a weapon, potentially just trading, if opponent goes with the Discord, you can develop another 2-drop and just trade. You lose out on the lifesteal, but again, in this matchup, HP is just resource. It's just you can go down to 1 and at the end of the match you are 20 again. There is so much lifesteal going on with Aatrox, Kayn, lifesteal units.
Yeah, potentially could have actually sacked this turn, could have saved the 2 mana and could have just taken 6 here. To still be able to throw down Ranger Knight Defector plus a weapon.
This is a bit too risky, because if you do this, play weapon and opponent Furious Wielder you just feel stupid and you just want to concede. So this way he doesn't commit fully to the play. But again, it's a very powerful play, which you wanted to go. This is your power swing, and if opponent has it, they have it. It's fine.
If BB just wants to trade off that 4-2 on the other side. Again, there's also quick attack units, so trading it off in your turn, bit more beneficial. And Luna also doesn't want to take the free 8 damage that this Ranger Knight Defector would potentially represent. But we have so many units on Luna's side that we can actually throw down on the board with weapons equipped that the possibility of Aatrox and World Ender hitting the board is just way more scary on Luna's side currently than it is on Broken Ball's side.
Okay, if you see both hands, HP and the board, which side would you take as a player? Which player would you like to be in this spot?
The undoing draws near. Yes, yours.
Who do you think is favored to win from this spot?
So the thing here is, I would say Luna is favored. We have Aatrox already in hand. We have Freeze in hand. BB needs to still tutor that Aatrox, then needs to play him, and then yes, has 2 Heatless Resurrection, which looks really good, but just takes a while to get there.
I really like the Broken Ball side. The problem is he had tutoring that Aatrox is the issue, because like if he had that Aatrox now, it would be way comfier because you have double headless.
Yeah,
now,
double heatless.
Now it's kind of an issue because he can easily just die next turn.
Yeah,
so what he wants to do, go ahead.
Sometimes the matchup becomes about HP after all.
Yeah, but like there is a Dark Intral smacking you for 4 every turn that you can't really deal with, right? And there is a Cultist amplifying the damage by 1 every time you attack with the equipped unit. So this board is not a joke. Like if you just trade here and nothing happens, you are staring at 7 damage at opponent's hand.
We do have the Freeze in hand, but again, this will take up so much mana that we again can't tutor up the Aatrox that easily, and this delays everything further and further and further. Meanwhile, Luna gets just to build up that board, potentially develop an Aatrox on their own, and once the World Ender comes in on the other side, unanswerable by the other side, it is looking absolutely rough, especially because we gotta remember, BB didn't get a lot of hits with weapons in, right? Meanwhile,
let's talk about this pass. What happened? Like, let's talk about this is very good pass, because why is this a good pass? You know there is Aatrox in opponent's hand because they tutored it, right, by playing Kayn. So if the opponent develops Kayn, you can start off with Kayn spell, remove opponent's Kayn, because your Kayn has a quick attack, you can replay a Kayn and remove another unit, growing your Kayn further. So that was a very good pass from Broken Ball, trying to expose Aatrox play.
Ooh, Shadowblade Fanatic getting committed on the board. That means the freeze mana is still up. Luna kind of realizing something fishy is going up after that pass. Saying, hey, why did you pass that? You have something.
So this clearly means that what Broken Balls basically said, I have either Kayn spell or Furious Wielder. I have one of those 2 cards. If you develop, I'm gonna remove your mana cultist and your Kayn, if you try to do that. So at this point, Luna is like, okay, you have those cards, I can play around those 2 cards. I'm gonna just go white.
We see here Kayn now for attack. If Luna would to swing in here, would be a trade of Kayn's, but again, Luna would also have lethal with the open attack right now, technically, if there was no freeze.
I mean, you develop the free mana cultist, creating the for free to have another. Like, this is such a powerful threat when you know that your opponent has no units. Like, based on like how the game went and how the development went, you know that Broken Ball struggles to develop. So going white is a very smart choice when you know that there is either a Kayn spell or Furious Wielder.
Yeah, and this is just checkmate almost for Broken Ball, right? So if we go for the Kayn spell here, the freeze is still available for Luna. Broken Ball sees this, says, okay, Aatrox, my best chance to survive here. Don't want to get frozen upon.
Let's see how much damage can the Luna represent. We're gonna see a pull at the end of the Aatrox, and represent that's 2, 9, 11, 15 minus 4, so 11 damage. It's 1 shot.
Luna probably commits the freeze here as well, just to. I mean,
you pull Aatrox last and let opponent play. Oh no, I did miscalculate. That's gonna be lethal.
Yeah, I was sure, because especially you get the 2 triggers from the Burrow Cultist as well.
Oh yeah, Burrow Cultist trigger, of course.
And that's just it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Broken Ball concedes.
I mean, why? Like, the strategy paid off.
What a game that was.
Strategy. Look, targeting Kayn Aatrox paid off. Like, excellent call that most people bring Kayn Aatrox. It fits a lot of lineups. Yeah, you're gonna struggle into aggro lineups because like you are tagged into those grinding matchups. But here, completely paying off. You are just farming that deck that you opted to counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Luna with a fantastic strat going in. Also, well played from Luna's side there. getting the opportunities, making the right calls. I still remember that momentous choice that basically won that Varus game from that point on. And yeah, BB just being unfortunate, queuing into someone who just prepared for that very matchup. But I feel like Luna is going to have a lot of success with this going further along in the bracket because they probably think, hey, more people are going to bring this lineup that BB brought, and I can bully out that Aatrox stack. Because, you know, we saw that matchup versus Jinx. Looked also pretty one-sided, right? But you can sack one matchup in a best of 3. You can go against the deck that you prepared for, bully that out 2 times in a row, which is sometimes really scary because, again, this is a card game. RNG is evolved, you can low roll, but here Luna played perfectly around their odds.
Yeah, and really, really flawless play from Luna, I have to mention. And also the matchup with against Echo Jinx, it's a favorite for Kayn Aatrox, actually. And it looked completely one-sided. That's because of the strategy that Broken Bull took. All right, we're going to be jumping into next game. We see Echo Jinx against Swain. That should be heavily favored for the Swain side.
Almost every Swain can do wonders against this deck. We have so many stuns, cheap removal, tempo cards that we can develop. And at the end, we also have the Leviathan Swain combo to stall out late game boards. Gotta be careful about Jinx, obviously, but we should find removal by the time she hits the board. 1 flock and she will be gone. We already have Zap in hand as well. And you see it there. Well,
oh, we know this is a Swain Nora, actually. It's a slightly less threatening to the Echo Jinx in comparison to Swain, because it has less those heavy removals.
I think it's
no,
Swain Nora.
It's not Swain Nora. It has to be Bilge.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how the Eloy cards are in here. Like,
yeah,
this
exactly.
Is not Swain Nora.
Yeah, I get baited. Panda baited me again.
Yeah,
we see.
Swain Nora is a pretty cool deck. It's a really fun deck, but it's a bit hard to pull off because you can't really level Swain without having any flocks.
Yeah, the problem in this matchup for the Echo Jinx is, if opponent slams Swain on 5, what you gonna do about it? Your fearsome blockers is Echo, Jinx, Voice of the Reason. So like all your premium cards that you never want to block with are your only fearsome blockers. And that Swain is gonna have a prime time, just like smacking the dome back to back.
Yeah, especially now that Swain also received the buff later on, where with Overwhelm we can swing through and absolutely decimate bullets, because one thing that this deck is not well known for is also having high health blockers. Highest health is 4. Swain can easily with 1 ping go above that. So this is going to be a rough matchup here for Zolua.
So Teachem, I realized that he needs to shrink the board. There is Voice of the Reason on the board. If there is Echo coming down next turn, he flips. Suddenly that board that contains 1 to 2 damage units is massively threatening, as we could have seen in the previous series, where like your units suddenly smack for 20 in total with the combination of 1 or 2 spells.
Alright, we can take out this Jinx immediately. We have Sentry plus Flock. Your opponent has 3 cards in hand, though. So,
do you take out Jinx? I feel like, I love just developing Swain. Like, what's your opponent gonna do about it? You just develop Swain, you go in next turn, open attack with Swain, and like you just ask them, what you gonna do about it? Especially that you have Disintegrate with the Meki Train, which can allow you to connect phase.
Yeah, with 3 cards in hand, very unlikely that this Jinx will actually flip. Good play that we don't value block here. Get excited again. 3 cards are main decked. You have Jinx as well, which generates Get Excited in hand, so gotta be careful around those. Probably can just end the round here, and as you mentioned, this Swain is a huge threat now. It's really tough to block him right now. The only good blocker for Swain is this Voice of the Risen.
Teachem should consider playing Sentry first. You can start with this. Because like the problem is if you attack and if you mace Meki Train on the stack, like there is like you can like there are 2 targets you can miss. Like you have to hit that Voice of the Reason, otherwise like your whole game plan would fall apart here, and it could blow out to your face. So you kind of want to make sure you are safe by attacking with that Swain. So you have to either commit Meki Train before attack, or you commit your Sentry to take out 1 blocker.
Yeah, actually predicting and taking the Scrying Sands that could be super important to actually be able to block the Swain without the overwhelm damage going through and decimating your board. Again, you have to block with Jinx, though, because you got to be aware that there could be a Flock in your opponent's hand, especially if there's already a Swain on board, because Flock is also Swain's champion spell.
There is no shot Teachem doesn't play Sentry here. Like, he must be aware there is the only card that here would come in play is just redevelopment of the board or blocking with Jinx with the spell. And there we go. We see a nice clean stun to threaten an attack with Swain with Flock on top.
This looks absolutely brutal. There is nothing Zulua can do right now. Yes, we can reduce Swain's attack, but that's not going to matter because even if we throw the 3-3 in front of him, all of a sudden the Flock can come in, take that out of commission, and Swain is still going to hit the Nexus and absolutely destroy his entire board.
Alright, but we're going to see a Rocket this turn. I assume this is a Jinx, right, in hand?
Yes.
Is it a Jinx? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Jinx into the Cat, into the Predict, and that gives you... Oh, but he throws the mana out. So he won't have that play available to him.
Yeah, I mean, we can get a Rocket, unfortunately. Just not going to be able to play it.
Yeah, he can get a Rocket, but he won't be able to play it. He'll be 1 mana short.
Alright, I do expect Teachem to just go for the Flock here.
I mean, of course, you have to go for it. Like, you just do not play around the second one. He's thinking about it.
I mean, Zulua has to still commit the block. I mean, Zulua, what else you want to do? You have to commit this block anyways. Tries to potentially find another Scrying Sands. Doesn't find it.
I mean, you don't have to go for it before opponent commits the Flock, though. Like, you could just take a pass here, and there is nothing happening. And also, like, this way, he doesn't level up.
Okay, we get the Rocket this way.
Okay. Huh. So he decided, Zulua decided to take out the Swain, just saying, "Oh, you absolutely have no other cards in the hand for sure." And now, like, Teachem just takes out whole board because you just disintegrate Jinx, the Swain passive takes her out, and then you Flock the blocker, and that's the game.
Was a nice try from Zulua here to actually potentially keep Jinx alive, get some damage on the Swain, potentially trade him off, but again, the cards were there for Teachem to absolutely destroy this play. Now we have 1 Rocket and a Dream. Remember, careful prep, you can't whiff on that. If you don't take anything, you basically waste 2 cards, so we actually went for the Mystic Shot there, so we had something to discard, which means more Mystic Shots are also in the deck now for Zulua, which means potentially...
I mean, we know Zulua top decks a Mystic Shot now, and like that's something that Teachem knows as well. So it's pretty much the game sealed, because you just swing the next turn with the Swain. And like you have Leviathan on the board, it's just like, yeah, it's just game here.
Not a big fan of careful prep, but here certainly it was at least an attempt to get back into the game.
The thing is, like, Zulua had a really good second plan after that. If Swain connects, like getting a second Jinx on the board and getting her leveled up plus rocketing this turn was a really solid option. Like, you get 2 cards, you get to rocket again, you put your opponent at 12, like, and you can go from there.
Oh, it appears that this will end the game, and it appears that it is also potentially the last game we will see today for this round.
What a final game, Swain Leviathan. The combo we've seen so often in past meta is a bit of a lull where there kind of weren't so much in the meta, but then came back in the past few months, and it's great to see it here in action once again. But Ice-T, Alan, going back to that very first match you guys were casting with Broken Bull and Luna, unfortunately, the memes, the kind of the jokes we were making at the start of the broadcast ended up coming true. Broken Ball once again eliminated in the top 32. Props to him. Still one of the most consistent players to show up to Top Cut, which is incredibly hard, even though he can't quite make it past the top 16. But Ice-T, you especially, from the fight nights we've done together, Broken Ball popularized this Echo deck with Zillion in the past, now a bit different with Jinx. When no one was a believer, he was the one that it was kind of his favorite little pet deck he would always bring to all tournaments and do so well with. How did you like to see Broken Ball once again piloting this deck and have that explosive game 1 win with it as well?
Absolutely love to see it. Yeah, him and Simon, really. I think they were the 2 EMEA players that absolutely brought this deck to absolutely every tournament. And this time it comes with Jinx, which is even more Broken Ball's thing, right? Because Broken Ball absolutely love Jinx. So I think it was probably pretty hard for him to decide between this and Lulu Jinx, because Lulu Jinx is his favorite deck, and this is probably his second favorite deck. So tough choice, but again, we saw how good Broken Ball really is on the deck. And then, unfortunately, yes, Broken Ball, very consistent player, but was running into a matchup that was really unfavored for him.
Especially the game two, Alan, you saw it. I think it really all came down to that, the bluff that so many players like to do, pretending they have a combat trick to back up an attack, especially when you know, if they end up having it, the player would never defend, would never block. But in the end, Luna very valiantly gets in that Saga Seeker, gets the momentous choice, no response from Broken Ball, and that pretty much sealed the deal in that game two. There was a deadlock on the board. In the end, that broke it, and then Luna was able to come back into that series. But going to game three, Alan, it was a mirror match, which is something that card gamers tend to not really enjoy. It makes it a little bit RNG in terms of who draws the better cards in the right order. But how did you find that mirror match? How did you find kind of the expectations on both players?
There was a lot of decision making, which might have ended up impacting the result, but I think Luna overall played very, very well. She was prepared for that lineup, and yeah, absolutely amazing.
We know Luna made it. We know
Noting yet one more thing in the matchup, when there was the bluff stuff, and when there was a Momentous committed to the Saga Seeker, the problem Luna had, there was a very dry hand, and like if the Broken Ball has the counter there, like she's losing anyway. So like Luna had to go for it. To go for it was the only winning line. So it was actually not a risky, because it's like Luna would have not won that game if there is that combat trick regardless. So that was a very good call to just go for it.
Exactly. For the untrained eye, it might look like just a YOLO play, like, you know, let's find out what happens. But really, it is a calculated risk where players know exactly what chances they have of making out, what needs to happen in order for a win condition to actually emerge in that game too. And as you mentioned, Alan, I think it was, you know, a risk that we were aware of what could happen if things went wrong, but it would have gone wrong anyway in that case. We do have the bracket ready. Luna has made it through. We saw the Chem, of course, in this last game making it through as well. But as you mentioned, 16 players are out after this first round. The single elimination format makes it so it's extremely cutthroat. No matter how good you are in open rounds, even if you went 9-0, like Ghost Driver, sometimes just the round one does not pan out, like for Broken Ball, and you're eliminated right away. But look at the names here. We have Ghost Driver versus Marcus on the top left. Extremely exciting matchup coming up. I see. Run us through some of the names that you think are maybe a surprise to see them eliminated after this first round.
Oh, surprised to say eliminated. It's for sure Lear. Lear yesterday performed absolutely beautifully in the open rounds. Super professional play. And then, obviously, on the same side, we have Sir Donald being out already, which is really sad. Sir Donald, one of the best players that we do have currently in the game, as well as maybe the best player, at least in the top 3. Teddy already being out in the top 32. It's rough, but again, it's a card game. It's single elimination. Can happen. Still sad to see, as well as Thomas we see on that side.
I mean,
so
we
many
see
of
the
players,
Gouda against Shunpo. That will be a bloodbath. One of two best European players coming against each other. That's matchup.
Better names as well. We have Ultraman. We actually didn't mention the very top of show, but Ultraman is, as usual, in this tournament. He made it through this first round as well. We expect to see more of him in the next few rounds and hopefully making a deep run. Ultraman, someone that, like Broken Ball, has been around for so many seasonal tournaments. I think it's kind of that top echelon of players like Broken Ball, Ultraman, someone like Thomas as well, Badge Attack in most cases, that just make it to pretty much every single topic. The consistency is out of this world for some of these players, but Ultraman still is looking for that big win. Despite being one of the most dominant players in tournaments, in ladders, he hasn't had that actual seasonal championship that he's been looking for. And this might be a chance for him to actually make it through. But the two matchups that I'm most looking forward to, and you two will decide which one will actually be casting in round 2. You mentioned it, the matchup with Gouda and Shumpo, Alan, looking so exciting. And at the top left as well, Marcus versus Ghoster Driver. The battle of maybe the new, with Ghoster Driver having 3 9-0s in a row in the last few open rounds against Marcus, a player that did so well at the very beginning of the seasonal tournaments. Fight night tournaments as well had a 3 or 4 tournament win streak. So some really exciting matches coming up in the next few rounds. We had 2 matches that were undecided or hadn't been resolved yet, and that was OE versus OSK. OE did end up winning 2-1. So another veteran player making it through to round 2.
Yeah, it's always amazing to see OE just again and again get into these top cuts. This is something that usually is not mentioned as often, because I don't think OE is quite as vocal about it as other players, right? You know about Broken Ball making 8 top cuts, but do you know about OE just getting so many top cuts as well? Probably not. He doesn't really talk about it all that often.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, in terms of the next round, really excited to see, guys. We need to see Goda against Shunpo. I'm sorry, but this is the finals worthy match. Like we need to see that match.
You're right. Shumpo has been actually just the last 6 months on ladder. His name has been there every single time among the very, very top ranks. And Gouda, we all know he came in about a year and a half ago as this unknown ladder menace when Sion was actually released as a bit of flashback to the past a year ago. And then since then, he's been a name that everyone has been on the lookout for. You don't want to meet him on ladder. You don't want to meet him on tournaments either. Just a very, very scary player to face. But we are ready for a very short break. We'll be coming back with round 2. We'll be setting the stage for what matchups might be happening and what players to look out for. And you two will be casting that round and seeing the action unfold. So 5 minutes, don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I remember this place and the endless blood. They cast us to the corners of the world. We used weapons of war, then became them. Not even realms could divide us, old friend. War is no place for cowards! All must end! I am Doom! We were never fated to bow. No, Pantheon. You were fated to die. Destroy everything! Pray, fool! Apocalypse comes! Yes! Oblivion!
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. I'm still Impetuous Panda, joined by Sparkling Iced Tea and Alan. We're going to go into round 2 now. 16 players have already been eliminated, single elimination format, very cutthroat, as we all know, with the seasonal tournaments. But let's quickly go into a bracket overview. I'll quickly recap what has happened until now, what we have to expect for this round and for future rounds as well, what players are still in the tournament, and then we'll move into that round 2. So bracket coming up, and we get a quick overview of what happened in round 1, what players have been eliminated, what players are still there. Have a chance to see that. Just to see, we saw in the very top left, there's going to be Ghost Driver versus Marcus, a matchup that we're very excited for. We have, of course, Luna, who we saw on the broadcast, and the Chem both made it through, are facing each other in that second quarterfinal, or top 16 match rather, in this bracket. Aaron, the Swedish player who has been so consistent in past seasonals, also makes it through to this round 2. And then we have Pinas, a past seasonal winner. The only remaining representative from Spain, unfortunately, has also made it to round 2, but has a very, very tough match against that Czech new wave. Sonic Holic, not part of the initial batch of superstar players like Thomas, like Bajatak, like Pokervac, but is kind of that second generation of Czech players. Very young, but still very good at the game. Absolutely goated in tournaments as well. And on the right, we have somewhat new players, Duno GP representing Portugal. We've seen him in the past, but got up not so much in past seasonal tournaments. Owi, the other remaining seasonal winner that's also still in this tournament, versus a solid roamer who we've seen pop off in recent tournaments as well. The match will be featuring Guda versus Shampo, all-star players, ladder, but also in tournaments. And then Yeshu versus Ultraman, also kind of goated players, where Yeshu had that very funny controversy in the Europe Masters, taking a spot from Thomas, because he is a Czech player as well, despite the name that doesn't actually scream out, "Hey, I'm from the Czech Republic," versus Ultraman, one of the veteran players. But we're ready to go into the round 2. Guda versus Shampo. Ice-T and Alan will walk us through the deck list, the bans they expect as well, and through all the action as that game unfolds.
All right, super excited. Again, you are probably the most excited for this, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely the match I would love to see even in the finals. That's gonna be too lit. In terms of matchup, we're gonna see the decks shortly, but we know that Shunpo brought a semi-anti-aggro lineup with some good proactive tools himself, and we're gonna be seeing from the Goda the anti-grindy lineup. He's ready to grind players like Shunpo. So it'll be very hard for Shunpo going into this matchup, but hopefully he can put a good fight against Goda.
Yeah, we're going to see it in just a few seconds. But again, the lineup from Guda looking very similar to the lineup from Luna. Really excited to see the very specific tech cards that Guda has put into his lineup. But it's really interesting, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about it, how this lineup actually evolved out of the standard lineup from yesterday. Because a lot of players actually brought the combination of Aphelios with Varus and Pantheon together with Kane Aatrox, but then put Jinx Echo in there. And now that is swapped out for FTR. And as you mentioned, it is the ultimate grind fest now.
FTR is an excellent deck against all the decks that don't really run the deny, because first of all, you have the ultimate removal, the combo Bury Denies into Eat Stairs, or even just Bury Denies destroys all the weapons, slash your threat, feel the rush, just like I win button. And then and we have the freezes that are excellent into those decks that are trying to go combat based, trying to just win through the punching, not through the casting spells. So it's really good for those grind fests. We see the Kane Aatrox is not as grindy into the mirror. So like maybe the Kane Aatrox is Goda's probably weakest point. It should be trying to get hit. And then we have the Varus, Pantheon, and Aphelios. There is only 2 Varus, because like as players determined over the course of weeks, months of the playtesting, in terms of origin champions, usually it's most efficient to just run 2 off, because like one you're naturally gonna draw, and the second one you want to tutor. 3 off, not exactly what you want to have in the deck, because their spells are not that big of a power spike you want to play, so you don't want to have the 3 of them in the hand. But 2 off, absolutely acceptable. And then Aphelios, because he's just such a great all-rounder champion. He can be just utilized in the certain matchups. Here, grant me life. Here, give me overwhelm. Here, give me stun. Here, give me remove a unit from the board. Like, he can do so many things. Like what, and you just choose which one you need in the particular spot. So it's a great flex spot for the deck.
Yeah, and the flex spot that has also evolved in the last couple of weeks, right? We saw this deck pop up before in the last months, where we had Varus Pantheon before. Then a lot of people decided to go with Varus Action, which again in this current meta feels slightly weaker, and now people are going back. A lot of them only playing Varus Pantheon, but the tech of the Aphelios coming in clutch, especially in the open rounds yesterday. But here is the lineup from Shanpo, and Alan, you already had a lot to say about this in the break, especially about the matchup into Gouda.
So we have the Swain, Leviathan, Nora. The deck, the key cards for the deck is like against all those stall decks is Disintegrate, Sentry, Minimorph, and Wallop. So the way the deck wants to win is by the hard part is to flip Swain, because you don't have many cards that just deal damage except of Flock. So like what you want to do, you want to level Flock and then swing with Flock, following it up with Wallop or Disintegrate with another damage spell on the Swain's blocker, and this way just break the board. Also, like locking the board with the Swain plus Leviathan is something you want to do. But we see also an addition of the Gnar, cutting on one of Swain, which is one of the very good tools into those grindier matchups where opponent doesn't draw removal, and you just lock them out of the big units. And then going into the TF Katarina Ani. Only one of Ani to Katarina. We used to see two of Ani, one Katarina, so there is a swing into a slightly more grindier version. Turek standard as a finisher after playing that Raven Bloom into the tie bulk. The classic just go forth into the face with the cannons. This can out-tempo the grindy matchups if you have aggressive opener like Ani into Marai Warden and like opponent has pass. You suddenly end up at 10 HP, and all the deck has to do is just survive until turn 10, try to block, remove the cards, and then just play the blades to the face into Rex and finish off the opponent. So even though those games, like this deck is not favorite into the Gouda lineup, it can steal the win, especially if you get like a swing with Katarina and there is nothing to prevent the level up. She can perform pretty well there. And then we have Kane Aatrox. We see only two Aatrox. Players started to put in 3 Aatrox for the grindier matchups, only one Headless Resurrection, but we see an extra Unforgiving Cold, which helps to break those mirrors, 2 Expanse protection for the Furious Wielder protection, and we see a more of like the cards like Dark Aegis, which we are not used in this deck, and we're gonna jump into the matchup and the game shortly. How do you feel? Who is favorite in this? Who are you rooting for, Ice-T?
I'm rooting for Gouda. Had a lot of nice interactions with Gouda in the past, and he's just a very, very good player that has been here for a while. But you can't deny that Shampo is just an excellent player right now and on a tear. That said, Gouda, I think, is slightly favored in the lineup. Again, it just seems like Shampo has to probably ban FTR, because FTR probably performs really well against all 3 decks from Shampo, and then is still left with that Aatrox Kane matchup, which Gouda prepared for.
It has to be ban FTR. And looks like Shunpo disagrees.
Okay.
And we'll see what he banned later. But we see the Cultist matchup against FTR going in. We remember there was 2 Spell Shield in the deck, and there is no Utter Devastation. You can get away with not banning FTR if you have like 1 Utter Devastation, 2 Spell Shield, 2 Expanse Protection. Without Utter Devastation, this matchup is quite rough for the Cultists.
Yeah, again, no other devastation on Shampo's side, but again, those 2 spell shields. And we already mentioned this in the mirror of Aatrox versus Aatrox. If one of them plays utter devastation, the other one gets to spell shield Aatrox. Aatrox survives, and you can redevelop all your Darkins on the board. That is a huge backswing, which is a bit harder to pull off versus FTR, right? Because unfortunately, their board clear only costs 9 mana, and they have the available Valfees to pop a spell shield. So this is going to be a rough matchup, but there has to be something in those 2 lineups where Shampo felt a bit more comfortable queuing into this.
Yeah, Shanpo is very unhappy about the opener. He had to pass through the turn 1 to 3, creating absolutely zero pressure. While Goda is just like here. Oh, let me just get one free mana crystal. Now let me get another one. No biggie. While looking at the Shanpo board, and you're just laughing. Oh, 3-5. That's fine. I am very happy going to run 10.
All right, here we see the bans, and we have Nora Swain ban on one side, and meanwhile, this looks like we actually banned the Aatrox on the other
It
side.
was Kane Aatrox ban most likely.
Yeah, we banned Kane Aatrox on the other side, and I mean Nora Swain also does make a lot of sense. Again, this deck has a lot
Nora
of
Swain was probably the best, the best ban from the Goda side. I mean, we're looking at the Trundle into Pillar going into next round. It's a very strong board that Shunpo can't really break through easily. But we see there is a Furious Wielder, which he's planning to utilize, but there is a Flash Freeze in the Goda's hand ready to block it. But here, Goda blocked it so fast, without any hesitation. Shunpo has to be suspicious of that. There might be actually a freeze, because that was such a fast play for Goda, and he didn't even think about not blocking because of the Furious Wielder. So this is a very good tell that there is a Flash Freeze in the hand. Otherwise, there would be a hesitation on the blocking, especially when your next turn is Pillar into Swing.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we could potentially take this Trundle down anyways, right? We actually have enough burn damage. We unfortunately need to discard a card, but if we wanted, we could have taken down the Trundle. Not worth it though, because you kind of want the cards you have in hand already. Time Winder, for those who don't know, you discard a card, you deal 1 damage to.
I think it's worth it. Like, you definitely go for it.
Okay.
You just discard Bloodletters. I think, yeah, like think about it. Opponent is swinging at you with 5-7 next turn, taking out one of your units. Like, you have to commit a combat trick to defend it, or freeze, which are premium cards. Otherwise, you just use the cards which are completely worthless in this matchup. So you have to pay pretty much only Bloodletters, because you are discarding it. There is no use for the discord, and there is no use for the deal 1 discard.
And this is something good. I could play around randomly generated card, taking out the Trundle. Right here, we have another one in hand, but again, this prevents the power play you just mentioned, where you just pillar on 8, swing in for massive amounts of damage, prepare a future atrocity maybe, prepare some damage with the FTR just being lethal.
Yeah, but we are still staring at the hand where you have Trundle into Pillar into FTR, and it's really hard to swing back at this board because you had so little pressure early on when opponent was just ramping. If Shunpo had any sort of pressure early on, this game would have been looking way different, considering there is Unforgiving Cold for the big swing turn.
And Kane doesn't look too impressive right now on the board, especially facing up an FTR, right? Especially in the early game, is mostly used to get some mid-range units, some early units off the board of your opponent, flip him. But in this case, unfortunately, all the units except the pillars are going to be way too big for little Kane.
I mean, look at this board. We develop here Trundle, you play the ramp, you get another 6/6 on the board, and you are left out with 1 mana. Yeah, you won't be able to play FTR next turn, but you have a board which is really hard to break through and allows you to stabilize against open swings without using any freeze. He decides to go for the... Oh, that's very interesting. I would love to see here a Trundle into the 6/6, set up the on offense FTR.
Actually going for the Destructive Ray here. No, it's a Trundle after all. And the Flash Freeze in hand kind of gives Gouda some leeway to kind of play this game a bit more slowly and, as you said, potentially set up the ramp into the FTR on the next turn. Remember, if we ramp up here, this means that the 2/2 we will get out of this is actually going to be a 6/6 next turn. So Kane
I
can't
think
trade
Gouda
into that
didn't
either.
consider it. That's why he was thinking about other play to be just mana efficient. I think he just completely ignored. Oh yeah, he's just not willing. He wants to FTR next turn. That's what he says pretty much. I'm gonna play Pillar, I'm gonna play FTR, and open swing into you on the turn 8.
Yeah, also sets up a trade here for the Trundle. His own mana left on your opponent's side, right? The only thing they can have, and this is again really dangerous, is Momentous Choice. And you have to freeze for that. So if it goes wrong, again, you can just take next turn off and play the FTR on your turn. Now you know that there's no Momentous Choice. And now you can trade off the unit if you want.
Very interesting flip of the weapon. Huh. What? I'm trying to figure out why Shunpo decided to flip the weapon there. He wants to trade with the Trundle, with the Furious Wielder on stack, but...
Oof.
Oh, that would be so brutal if he was ramping into this turn. There was a Pillar into Shihu potential play.
Yeah, again,
That would be
wins
so
games.
devastating.
Removing every unit on the board, plus everything except the Aatrox in terms of units in the hand.
To
And
be
now also
fair,
champions.
he would have removed his own Shihu and Trundle because there is Unforgiving Cold as an answer to the Shihu.
Yeah. Gotta be a bit careful with that one.
Yeah.
I believe if you ramped, you probably, if you played Shihu this turn, you wouldn't have enough mana for FTR next turn, so that could have
you
gone
would be
horribly wrong.
left over with only 1 mana floating.
Now though, you have the Ice Filler, you have the FTR.
He's pretty much committed to the FTR this turn. Given, like, he made a way weaker play last turn to make a way stronger play this turn.
You can see Trundle already pretty big, but after this FTR, there's going to be a 10-10 Trundle on the board, followed up by a Trundamir as well. And next time around, when Kale has a problem with Darkins, maybe don't call on Run Rise, maybe call the Freljord.
So Shunpo passed in case of FTR, so he can develop Aatrox and swing at the Pillar, getting an extra World Ender stack. Or perhaps Shunpo is considering using Furious Wielder to deal with the second Trundle.
Cute Aatrox, he's going to be able to take down one of the pillars.
Farming the World Ender stacks, getting some stack at the Kane for the level up. Chooses to buff Kane here. Could have buffed Aatrox. The problem with buffing Kane, he recalls and loses the buff, so maybe a small misstep from the Shunpo.
If you World Ender this Kane, it transforms it not into a Rust, but into Xolani, right?
No, he transfers it to the Rust. Champions cannot transfer into the Darkins, into the follower Darkins.
So you could have
I believe he just auto-equips his own weapon after transforming. No, he keeps the Bloodletters, but transforms into the Rust.
Interesting. So you could potentially have 2 Rust if you re-equip the weapon here and onto one of those Dark Enthralls, but that is nothing you have to worry about right now, because right now there's an absolutely giant board swinging into you, and we also see that Gouda now has Buried in Ice as well. So whenever you do go
That's
for the
so
World Ender, your own world is gonna end.
Something Gouda could play around is just pull that Aatrox to the other Trundle to play around freeze. Because like otherwise both 10-10 Trundamir and 10-10 Trundle will get frozen, and the 5-7 Trundle would have went through after freeze. Oh no, sorry, he would need to pull to the Trundamir. I didn't count I thought it would be 10-7, so he need to
Last freeze here, unfortunately, still means we don't have enough mana for Furious Wielder. But we do again get a few extra free trades for our World Ender, right? 2 more stacks, World Ender gonna be down to 8 mana after this one. Way more playable next turn. And
the problem is you're
Yeah.
stalling at the Buried in Ice. The
Yeah,
upside is you get back the into the hand, so like opponent won't commit the Buried in Ice here just for the Aatrox and bunch of Trolls. And like you will pass here if you are a Shunpo. Like there is no reason to develop Kane right now.
This looks winnable. This looks winnable if it wasn't for the Buried in Ice.
Yeah, actually, it was winnable.
And from Shanpo's perspective, it still is winnable, right? You gotta go in with the assumption that your opponent doesn't have Buried Eyes. Because if you already go in with the assumption that your opponent does have Buried Eyes, you lose the game anyways. You're already out.
I like the development of the another 6/6 here because like you can't use like you are not playing anything this turn regardless, so you might as well develop another unit and you just bury the nice next turn and you win on the open swing.
Like, this is the all-deciding turn. Shanpo top deck anything that can potentially get a bit to another play. Not really. Yeah, I'm gonna remove some pillars.
So the reason why he can do that, he has Unforgiving Cold in the hand. So he can actually survive one more turn. So this way he's playing around the Birdie Nice. Oh wow, that's super interesting.
So, we do have to develop another blocker though. We will have to develop this Kane. Because otherwise, unfortunately, Aatrox can just be pulled aside by the strongest unit from Gouda. And Gouda still has 16 damage potentially swinging in with only one blocker on the other side. Oh, that's the World Ender.
Yeah, that's a good World Ender. Like, imagine he played Shihu this turn, and like, Shun would be like, nah, I'm gonna Unforgiving Call, just remove your 2 Trundles.
Oof. Oh, Spell Shield unit. Okay.
You have Valfist.
Yeah, but at least Gouda has to invest a little bit more. Again,
Oh, he passed! Wait, did Gouda pass?
Gouda just passed.
Instantly? Hold up.
Instantly. Greeting, maybe?
Look,
seeing if Shimpo throws some more on the board.
No, I would think about using Dead Stairs here to pop the Spell Shield. Next turn, you Birdie Nice before swing. You use Valfist to pop the potential Spell Shield.
Yeah, kind of afraid of the one play we were mentioning, right? Where you are afraid of Aatrox getting Spell Shield, maybe not getting encased in the ice, and then all of a sudden your opponent can throw down a board full of Darkens again. But Gouda just says, hey, my board is still bigger than yours. I'm just going to open attack here, which might be disastrous because there is the double freeze still in the hand for Shanpo. Shanpo does run 3 copies of it.
I would block with the... after he freeze, I would block with the unit that has Spell Shield. Like you do not want to block here with the Aatrox, probably. You definitely want to block with the Korazi.
Yeah, that means it can't be frozen, and this means Gouda can actually freeze right back. This is actually quite a longer game than we anticipated. But Gouda is still in a favorable position because that Buried Eyes is in hand and we still have enough mana to actually play it.
I mean, if he blocked with the Spell Shield unit, losing here at Trundle would have actually made a big enough swing. We'll see how Shunbo decides to proceed here. Probably will just develop Zolani and see what Gouda wants to do about it. Yep. He definitely doesn't want to overcommit. Like, we have to remember he doesn't have second Aatrox to follow up.
Still have that Furious Wielder as well for Shanpo. Potentially looking to take out this Trundle.
Looking
the
for
remaining
Spell Shield.
Attack.
He found the Expulse Protection. In his eyes, it must be the pick. It allows him to set up the lethal with the Furious Wielder.
Gouda might actually need to bury an ice here. If you see someone just insta-predicting, they probably got what they wanted. And look, this is a pretty good board to bury an ice, yeah.
Yeah, you go for it for sure. Okay, but let's think about it. Now, there is Elusive Cane. Elusive Cane getting that Cane will be 10 damage.
Is it already 10? How did we attack
with Korazi
once? Oh, with Razi, yeah.
Can we get overwhelmed somehow this turn? Oh, he's one short to get Korazi. Sorry, Zolani. Because Zolani plus Furious Wielder could set up lethal, and we see the hand of Gouda. There is no answer to that play. He's actually one short mana to set up lethal.
Tragic, but here's the play you mentioned. This is close to lethal, but not quite in.
He can push setup 11 damage so far. If he overrides with the cultist and gets an extra proc.
The bigger the hunt, the better the
There we go.
Oh, he can get 12 damage because he can equip the. Oh no, that unit's already equipped, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Horazi.
It was assimilated. All right, we have Spell Shield as well. And what happens first? The Zolani trigger or the trigger from Kayn?
Zolani triggers first.
All right, that means we get some extra.
Yeah,
attack.
it goes from the left to right on the stack. So Kayn doesn't get the extra damage from the weapon.
Otherwise, this would have been incredibly close to lethal. Spends protection coming in. Oh, no. Right, Kayn does get...
No? Okay,
No,
no,
he
you're
does.
wrong. Yeah. Ha! I didn't do that enough times, I suppose. Yeah, missing the...
Oh, so close. Okay, we had 2 of lethal. Unfortunately, again, this deck does not play a myriad of burn like other decks as well, so you do have to do this in one more attack, and since you don't have Overwhelm on the board right now, not even a Kayn spell on Kayn could actually do it. And without any more freezes, this looks really rough. Again, we could potentially top deck the 3rd and final freeze.
Plus one mana of lethal. Like, if you look at, like, if he if Shunpo decided to not play the Zolani before developing the Joral, that was lethal this turn. If he just ordered differently and he baited Gouda to play the Sooner, very nice. Because Furious Wielder plus Zolani, that's a 14 he could remove the blocker with the Kayn, be in front of Zolani. So if there is no combat trick from the Gouda, he's dead. And there was no combat trick.
Oh, so this game really came down to the edges. To very, very close scenarios you could have imagined. Now we have Furious Wielder potentially taking out this 25 attack Trundle. And this
was
is
so
still
close.
evil.
Very well piloted by both players.
Yeah, especially because this is supposed to be a very favorite matchup here for FTR. Shampoo just absolutely perfectly piloted this. And you can see how some certain tags in the deck can actually make a huge difference, right? Because we had extra copies of that freeze, we were able to survive longer into the FTR and potentially build up a board that can backswing and get lethal.
Imagine Shunpo's turn 1, 2, 3 wasn't pass. Imagine he actually had a 1-drop to swing with. There was double Catalyst coming, healing for 6, that didn't affect, but it doesn't matter. Like, he didn't have any pressure, unfortunately. There could have been some weapon swing, the higher World Enter discount. Like, if he didn't break completely, that was way closer than we thought. Even though Shunpo completely bricked the early game.
And now we have the matchup that Gouda was also searching for, and it is going to be the Varus versus the Aatrox. And we saw it already in the matchup of Luna versus Broken Ball, where Luna just had a stellar early game with the Saga Seeker that finds itself in the hand of Gouda right now.
Oof, what a hand from Gouda. He has Saga Seeker into turn 3 Shepard, followed up double Momentus for the combat. It's really... And, like, I was just about to say, all he needs is just the cultist that will give him some extra 2 gems, so he can proc that Fated on every turn. This hand is the best possible hand Gouda could have hand-picked for this matchup.
Alright, let's see if it actually turns out that way. We have Shampoo actually with a playable hand, but the 2 Furious Wielders are going to be a problem case here. Probably not going to get them off early on without your champions.
All monsters die.
I mean, that's a 6 damage coming at your face. Like, Shunpo is considering greeting another one, but he has to be aware that power play turn 3 from Gouda is developing Shepard. So, like, development versus risk is not high enough, where it's worth to develop a 1-drop here for extra potential free damage. Just swinging, open swinging is so much stronger, because you also don't give opponent opportunity to play Pale with draw, if they choose to play Pale.
Right, everyone, you can get investment advice from Shampoo and other LoR players. They know the right risk-reward structure here. Sandron Amulet probably going to be taken here. You mentioned it already in the matchup of Broken Bow versus Luna. Don't take the no block.
Yeah, I've seen people do that because it's such a good on stats. But when you suddenly stare at your unit, that's a problem. I have one blocker only now.
Yeah, and especially against an opening like this, where we all of a sudden have a whiteboard on Shampoo's side, this would be absolutely game-ending. Now, we have a few more weapons. We can, again, trigger the Fated really easily. Now can grow him as well with the Darkened Lodestone. This Saga Seeker is going to be huge.
Yeah, but now you're staring at the 4-white board against the deck. And those 3 units are dealing 3 to you per turn. So, this is a very interesting turn, because I believe what Shunpo should be thinking here about is not killing the 3-3, so he can play Kane to challenge that 3-3 if there is no development of another blocker. So he should consider blocking. Oh, now this is not a problem anymore because you see another unit that was developed. But let's assume there was no 1-3 cultist coming down. Shunpo should consider just blocking Saga Seeker, so it's lower HP, so it cannot, the Saga Seeker cannot just jump block for free.
Let's see if that pays out like that. We gotta mention, by the way, that this game is very crucial for this best of 3. Again, if Gouda wins here, this is the targeted matchup. Gouda just moves along the bracket. But if Shanpo wins this game, Shanpo is left with what I believe is Ravenbloom, which I don't know if that's true, Alan, but it should have a pretty decent matchup into this Varus deck.
Didn't play the matchup enough, but again, it just comes down, do you draw landmark or not? If without landmark, it's really tough because you have all the guiding touch, pale, gems. Like your cards are dealing very inefficiently with the threats presented from the Varus. So what you need is actually Annie or Katarina or landmark or combination of 2 out of 3 to win this matchup.
Or we have to Furious Wielder taking down Kane. No answer here available from Shanpo.
There is. You predict the Momentus here and you discard you don't need the Furious Wielder, double Furious Wielder. Furious Wielder is not good in this matchup, so you definitely predict here.
All right, Shanpo, are you going to do it? In it to win it. Are we going to get it?
Oh wow, he thrown away something else.
Oh, that was an instant.
That was a pick.
Had to be it.
I mean, it has to be.
Yep.
Yeah, but we see a triple one from the Gouda, which is pretty good, drawing into Varus.
Good, just with the perfect answer right back. I mean, Momentous Choice is one of the best cards added with the Cultist package, and we see it here how powerful it can be.
He needs to take down those 1-mana cultists, Buru cultists. They are chipping you 1 damage every swing. So you can't just let them swing at you. It's more important to take those out than a 3-5. Yep. Oh, no, I would have taken out the other one. There is a weapon on it, sure, but this is you're taking another 2 cheap damage. You can just die from burn/overwhelm. You have no combat tricks in your hand. Do not be greedy at this spot. Just block. Just take out those units that are guaranteeing the damage for opponent.
Currently, Gouda is just thinking about, hey, what if I block this and they re-equip a weapon to his 3-5 is going to grow even stronger. But as you mentioned, the consistent burn plus a potential leveled Kane or Aatrox could actually spell doom for you in a matchup that should be said and done for you.
Yeah, so we see that there is a potential Varus development, or he can opt into playing a Severum from the Aphelios to heal up. If he chooses this line. The only downside of this play is that opponent can Furious Wielder, can freeze you, and that would hurt a lot. So you shouldn't be playing around lifesteal because it can be very disruptive from opponent. Can be very disrupted.
And Gouda takes the risk, says, all right, with Aphelios in hand, can potentially heal this damage back up. That is going to be really dangerous. That said, we do have 2 more Momentous Choice in hand, so Gouda feels a little bit more safe going for a line like that. just being able to play against Freeze and against the potential Furious Wielder with all the damage or health he can put back up on his units.
It could be Calibrum into Severum, given them... No, that's not enough mana.
Alright, Severum is going to be picked here, and we're going to try to heal all the damage back up. Is there anything Shampoo can do about this? So we have momentous choice on Shampoo's side as well, but we have 2 on the side of Gouda. So I believe, unfortunately, for Shampoo, that this heal is going to go through after all.
Gouda knows there is a Momentous from the on the Shampoo's side, because this is the card that was predicted. That means it's gonna be on the top of the deck, and he got it to the hand the turn before. So he's aware that it's gonna come down. Like Shunpo does not expect double Momentous for sure from the Gouda side. We're gonna see it now to be all played on the stack. We're gonna see the first Momentous. We're gonna see Momentous from the Shunpo, and then he's gonna be very sad. But to be honest, like if he swings with that Saga Seeker, the Saga Seeker is dying this turn. So like it's not like it's really bad spot for the Shunpo, because this unit will be still removed.
Yeah, and this is
Like-
your huge mid-game carry.
Do you? I like the swing with Aphelios. I actually like it because if opponent blocks Aphelios, you are happy because that means your Saga Seeker is alive.
You're just thinking
There is
if
no
the videos
downside.
can somehow get some extra additional value that is more important than the Saga Seeker being alive. Probably not, though, as you mentioned. And again, the other blocker would be a 2/2 value trade for Gouda. Takes that 3 damage, also takes that.
I think it was just some sort of bluff that you are like low, but like literally your whole hand is revealed. Like he knows you have Varus, he knows 3 other cards in your hand. He only like Shunpo doesn't know only 1 card in your hand. Like, and he actually baits out the block on Aphelios. Oh wow! I would always block the Saga Seeker, especially that your next turn is Slam Aphelios. Sorry, Slam the Aatrox. Yes.
Yeah. And Aphelios already got Gouda the value that he wanted out of Aphelios, right? Aphelios generated 2 cards, heal and a stun. Don't need him anymore. We now want to get lethal on our own. We have the Varus already in hand for that.
I mean, I'm thinking, what's the Shunpo's plan now? If he decided to trade with Aphelios instead, he was really scared of the weapons there. Like the Aphelios itself doesn't have a great trade value. Maybe he was maybe Gouda bluffed him out of blocking the Saga Seeker because he thought about holding it back for such a long time.
But now we have
Honestly, I
Varus,
just can't think of a reason why, like, of blocking Aphelios over the Saga Seeker there. Like,
yeah.
Like what now? You're like, yeah, you would have eaten the Gravitum on the Aatrox, but now you can't even, like, he doesn't have to Gravitum. You can just hold it. Because there is a Saga Seeker threat.
Ooh. Still swings in with Aatrox, says, hey, okay, I'm gonna get the weapon back. I have another Aatrox in hand as well. Can sacrifice this one. Gonna trade with the Saga Seeker right here. Potentially threaten 15 damage otherwise.
A piercing bolt.
You definitely swing with the Aatrox because, like, the second one is really unusable in the most parts because of so many combat tricks. So you'd rather just trade up here and then just play the second one.
Interestingly enough, almost attacking with the Buru as well. Potentially wanting to set up a Furious Wielder that we do know anyways on the Varus.
I think a small misstep not using Gem on the Saga Seeker this turn, because he could have played Guiding Touch afterwards and just block Aatrox and keep it alive. I think that's a small misstep from the Gouda, not reading the attack on the... not reading the attack on the Aatrox is a possibility. Oh no, sorry, it would go max to 8, my bad. Like he couldn't overheal that. I was certain that it's higher than the 6 HP.
Look at that top deck, though. Gouda
That's a
here
pretty
getting a
good top deck.
freeze.
So this is a very interesting turn because you have several options. I think the most appealing looks Stun into Pain into Freeze. The other one is just Slam Horazi close the eyes, but that's like the least control you have over the what's gonna happen this turn, and you are staring at if you slam your Horazi, like you are staring at the World Ender, so it's probably gonna be a stun into the Pale.
I like that line though. Play Horazi, close eyes. Pretend it's good enough. We'll get there somehow. But yeah, we still have double freeze in hand, we have Pale Cascade and the stun in hand. Gouda just somehow has to figure out how to play this turn in an optimal way. Starts with the gem again, boosts up this Varus. You want to get that damage in as early as possible because eventually this deck will outgrow you on the other side.
Ooh, the freeze from the Shunpo will be brutal here. Yeah, he has to commit he has to commit the lethal damage here. Otherwise, Shunpo would just lick it in, develop the World Ender, and just could go full ham on the Darkings on the following turn. So there is a fearsome on the Saga Seeker, so he cannot block it with the Buru and just soak the rest of the damage with the Varus.
Yeah, and actually has to block here the Aatrox because unfortunately, even if the 2/2 blocks the Varus, it's still 16 damage that you're getting through.
Oh, I don't like committing here attack. I think it just pass and develop second Aatrox here. Like you just let go like if opponent wants to commit the lethal here on the Varus, like stack it up and extra damage, you just let them and then you swing with the Furious Wielder. Now you give the opportunity to do the stuff for the Varus player. You can just like the reason why he
freeze.
So basically what Shunpo did, if he didn't have an Expanse protection, he would just pass because he has no good counterplay to the opponent's Furious Wielder. And he's like, I'm not beating I'm not dying if opponent plays the Unforgiving Cold because there is 0 Momentous Choice left in the deck. So I'm just gonna see what opponent has in the hand. And he is deciding to go with the World Ender this turn instead, and you bait it out Unforgiving Cold. So you can potentially threaten lethal this turn. Because you baited out that card last turn. So that was a very interesting line from the Shunpo. Could it be a winning line?
Could be.
Because
unfortunately we do have a second in hand, but again, Champo doesn't know that, and from Champo's perspective, this was what he needed to do to get a chance in this unfavored matchup.
So there would be a cool line that Shunpo could take, just missing few mana points. Like play the get the Zolania out, play World Ender now, have like Aatrox spell plus a spell shield, but that's a bit mana heavy. He's missing 3 mana for that play, and he could just spell shield the Horazi, and then he couldn't pop it with the second Unforgiving Cold, and he could just Aatrox. Oh no, he couldn't Aatrox spell because it doesn't work on the non-Aatrox card.
Yeah, it's a very selfish spell, very selfish champion spell, just like Kayn.
Yeah.
No, Varus at least shares.
Imagine Kayn's spell worked on any unit, and you just smack opponent with your Aatrox Overwhelm.
I'm putting 3 Kayns back into the deck.
That would be definitely worthy. And you just hold your Kayn on the board, just so he just transforms into better card.
Yep. No, that would be kind of nice. Just like Varus. You know, Varus is not selfish. Varus shares his champion spell to others. But here we see, again, we have a giant board on the side of Shanpo, but unfortunately there is the freeze in hand for Gouda. And we have a leveled Varus on board, and this Varus can grow bigger than any other Darkin.
Okay, look, you see there is a Gravitum in the Gouda's hand. At this point, you know there is a second freeze. Otherwise, why on the earth Gouda doesn't use Gravitum here? This Gravitum is not getting any better.
Okay.
This is a very cool play because this allows you to produce 1 more 7/7. Okay, you need to why would you not Gravitum now? You Gravitum one of them. Oh, but you don't know which one is. You don't know which one gets frozen. It's actually random.
It's 50-50.
That's kind of funny. Yeah.
Gudo says, okay, gonna take 7 damage in that case, maybe.
Yeah, because if you stun here the wrong one, and it just gets frozen, you feel stupid, because you can't block it. So he doesn't want to take the chance.
Alright, this Aatrox unfortunately gonna get traded down. As well as like Solani, we take 7, but that's not lethal. Again, this deck doesn't have burn on the side from Shanpo, which means that Guda right now should have lethal in the open attack if there's no strike spell. Oh, never mind. No, we don't even have to Solani.
I mean, he doesn't need. He just needs to play Gravitum now on the leftover and open swing. And like the only card that stops the lethal is freeze.
Are we good?
So he plans to not open attack. If he pass here, that means he has different plan for the turn.
This Furious Wielder, but currently the Xolani is not equipped. So it doesn't even work.
Huh. So he plays around Unforgiving Cold because you didn't see any copy yet from the Shunpo side. But the problem is he has no spell to bump the Varus up even if he wanted to. Wait, okay. I think a bit maybe too fast played by Goda. Could have played it last turn and committed the open swing. If there is a freeze, you can... Like, you have 3 cards that are covered, that one of them could be a spell, so you can bump your Varus. So 100%, just a small misstep, and should have Gravitum last turn to open swing now.
Oh, and this might spell disaster, because not only do we develop Aatrox, heal back up again a little bit, have a 10-10 blocker, we also have a Furious Wielder now, and that Aatrox does have a weapon.
Oh.
And this is disaster for Guda.
And there is even a counterplay if there is no more mana in case of the if the Goda has any combat tricks. Like he's thinking about Furious Wielder because I don't think Goda played any yet, but like there is nothing you can play around at this point. You have to just go for it.
The game swings back around, and I don't think Guda can do anything here. Has to top deck another freeze to stay alive.
I mean, I don't think he has any left. I think he only played 2.
Oh, well,
I'm not certain, but this looks over, honestly.
yeah. And if only the Graviton would have been committed the turn before, that was just surefire way to get lethal. The only way that it wouldn't have been would have been a freeze, but this is just way worse what happened now. There's Pantheon. Pantheon could have potentially been a way to get lethal through elusive, but it's not going to happen. Aatrox swings in and ends the world for Guda. Luckily, not the match. It's a 1-1.
Yeah. Perhaps a small misstep, playing a bit too fast. Maybe he had a different plan and he changed the plan based on the draw he got, but came a little short to finish up the game.
Right, that means
and we're gonna see the...
Yeah, the matchup between Katarina, Ravenbloom versus the Akshan, Pantheon Varus. I've seen Akshan Varus so many times. I can't believe that it's swapped out now for the Pantheon.
I mean, it's a completely different deck. There's like the Glaives, the others, and like the more combat tricks. The deck struggles a bit with finishing the game, where this deck is actually has some win cons. And do we see the Conservatory? We see Disintegrate, we see Flock, we see all the good cards for the matchup. All you need is just some early game. So probably gonna see a throwaway. Oh, and he got Katar. So remember when I told you that Katarina, Landmark, Ani, you need 2 of the 3 to make this matchup reasonable?
Yeah, I have 2 of them already.
Yeah. But Goda not too shabby himself. He has Pantheon, Aphelios. The problem with this hand, you are not getting any fighted procs. Like, what you gonna play next turn? Gem into the... Wait. Okay, I'm a bit surprised with this gem. I think playing gem into Aphelios next round might have been a bit more appealing to you with this hand. Otherwise, okay, so he's planning to pass turn 3 to play a Pantheon turn 4, I suppose, into Pale Cascade instead.
Also throwing some early damage here.
I mean, you are staring at the Katarina leveling up, and there is a double sentry to stop any... Okay, I'm confused. Shunpo is worried about dying here, but he has double sentry. He can easily flip Katarina and stay alive. The problem with if you flip Katarina, sometimes you just spend 3 mana to recall your unit that you can't ever replay. But this matchup is not fast enough for the Goda to just finish it up. And you've seen that opponent played turn to Cultist and jam it up. That's an extremely slow opener. And like, I think a bit mishand reading and like game plan here. Not leveling up Katarina with this particular hand. There is double sentry and a 1-drop. And summon a burst blocker from the Shunpo side. So, but curious how it play out for the both players.
All right, Alan, let me remind you of something you said at the beginning when we looked at the decks. You said, oh, I didn't play this matchup at all. I can just make some educated guesses about this matchup. And you know what? I've just been looking at the stats, and on Runeterra there are 7 recorded matches of this matchup. So I think both players probably also a little bit experienced in this specific matchup.
Yeah, you're probably right. Goda's hand is not... I mean, he picked up a weapon which can start proccing the Fated. The problem with this Pantheon, if he comes down too early without like a spell shield keyword, he might just down to Disintegrate or Flock. You have no other win cons right now in the hand.
On the side, we have another Ravenbloom, a double Ravenbloom, and we have the Riptide Rex.
All the pass by Shunpo, he would hate, like, he thinks that discarding this Ravenbloom would be worth it if you see a pass from opponent to miss the Fated proc, make him burn 3 mana, decides to take an aggressive pass. I liked it. But then the Goda didn't want to take it and he just gets the Fated proc. He knows he needs to level up that Pantheon's ASAP to try to get tough keyword. It's very good in this matchup. Get elusive, get spell shield. The quick attack is pretty good as well. Doesn't allow opponent to play Disintegrate plus block a unit.
And look at the top deck from Shunpo here. From Zap, gave him one of the cards that can also change the matchup, right?
The heavy metal
is
very good. Yes. I'm not sure if you keep it for the Pantheon to destroy the weapon from the Pantheon.
Or the Varus, again, just destroying Varus weapon can be super annoying for your opponent. One thing, by the way, we just got some casting tips from Panda in the chat. And Panda mentioned something that was definitely going to be the case here, and that is the clock is ticking. All right, look at this. We are at 5 minutes left.
Oh, wow.
After that, we will already go into overtime. And so far, these two players are not really playing with the urgency of the clock.
I mean, it's technically 10 minutes left for this match. Because once it goes 5 minutes to overtime, the player that has more time on the clock automatically wins the match.
Look how close both are. Right, we have 10 minutes left, but look at how this game is turning out. I can't believe that we actually could go into overtime and could potentially arrive at a timeout if it happens.
And it's not the fastest match. Like, this match will go easily to round 9-10 based on the openers.
And the individual clocks of both players, very close together.
Shunpo was very close of not playing it. He was counting the mana. He was thinking if he'll ever play the second Diabulk. And he came to conclusion, yeah, it's worth to play it anyway. Aphelios is putting some heavy lifting. Look what Aphelios achieved already. He's getting rid of the unit. He's generating the weapons. Like, he's applying some solid pressure. And the Marai Warden is here to stop all the possible pressure, generating a classic 0-1.
Yeah, usually
you know that feeling.
Yeah, I know that
Look. You know the feeling? When you play Marai Warden, you get 0-1, at best 0-3. Oh, yeah, and I wanted to say, when your opponent plays 2 Marai Warden, they get cheap after you played Landmark, or 2-4.
We see both things happening here, so average outcome after
polarized outcome. You're not too sad about it.
Oh, heavy metal coming in already. This is destroying this Razi, unfortunately.
So the reason for this heavy metal is he wants to trigger landmarks. It's not because, yeah, I need to get rid of this weapon right now. It's because I want to get Diabulk right now. I'm seeing I see Rex. I see Make It Rain. He's looking to play those sentries ASAP.
Yeah, it is turn 7 already, right? At this point in other matchups, you have Talbot ready. But again, this is a slower matchup, and there are 8 minutes left on the clock.
So, I love that. So I wanted to say that playing Zap now is the last time you can play Zap. Because later, look at this, you want to play Tybuk, Rex, like sentries to defend yourself. Like you won't have ever a turn to play Zap. That Zap would be a dead card in the hand. I absolutely love developing a Zap here and not passing. Oh, we see a make it rain. He really wants the Tybuk as soon as he can.
And that is a pretty good hit. This allows you to almost full swing.
You definitely take a full swing. But you want to threaten that Pantheon. You want to threaten Aphelios. Like, if you look at the Gauda's board, yeah, there are 3 blockers, but only one of them really wants to block.
Means extra damage being pushed in here. 3 ticks left on that 1 Raven Bloom. Again, once that Raven Bloom gets done, you get a T-Bog on board. Now you just gotta look for a Rex activator, and all of a sudden you can destroy your opponent's board very easily.
Yeah, so we don't expect Tybuk before round 9. Next turn, it's a sentry turn. And like, I don't see a world where Gauda open attacks with this hand. This hand reads, I do nothing. Literally, I do nothing. Oh, he starts with the moment. No, you probably start with a draw here. An ending wave to see where you go. You draw a Varus. Or he wants to start threatening lethal here. He starts with the Momentus aggressively and then plays Varus and upkeeps the mana for the combat rigs. Okay? So he wants to go for lethal right now. Aggressive plus damage. Ooh, and tough and spell shield. Holy. And elusive. That's a player.
Is a goddamn Manthian.
Ooh, and decides to take a swing without development. He realized there are triple sentry in the deck, and he wants to play around them. Especially you rolled lifesteal.
You can't go for it right now.
There is a problem. If there is a Zap block into Disintegrate, you are very sad. Because like you can't do anything about it. You can just freeze. I guess you take a freeze. But then like, I think Shunpo is very happy about this turn. Because he gets like some breathing room to develop Tybuk next turn. You probably you probably attempt at killing Aphelios, or you keep the Depth's Hand for the Rex proc. There is a chance you just red card here to proc the spell shield at to proc the spell shield.
Ooh, and you could play Talbot this turn if you go with Death's Hand and make it
It's
rain.
not worth it. I don't. Is it like you lose the proc potential? Oh, he goes for it.
I mean, now it's more worth it because now you're actually killing the Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, you were threatening killing with that red card as well. The problem is you have no Rex proc now. You have no way to proc rocks with this hand. Unless you plan to... Oh... Next turn he wants to open Sentry. And he just wants to push the damage with the full board. Or perhaps gold card?
Perhaps gold card. There's also a lifesteal Pantheon, so you gotta be even more careful. Especially because you probably don't stun this Pantheon, right? It's very easy to make this Varus grow bigger than a Pantheon.
Yeah, that was for sure X-Plus protection from the Gauda, right? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's open into Rex. Okay, this is really tough if you hit a freeze on the other side.
Oh, that will be such a painful turn for the Shunpo. The problem, there is a Tough on the Pantheon. The Tough makes Rex infinitely worse.
Freeze comes in. Guda knows what's happening here, says, wait, this open attack? Yeah, you for sure have a Rex in your hand.
Oh, yep. That's a bad news delivery for the Shunpo.
Especially with the X-Pens protection on top of it. That means if Shunpo now goes for red card, or for disintegrate into red card, we have the spell shield ready.
I think you need to go for the blue card here. I don't think you can afford... Like, you keep that disintegrate for the... to play it on the stack, and you are looking for the... Oh, he decides to go for red card instead.
It will not last.
I like the spell shield now.
Yeah, just in case that those cards in hand, right? The 2 sentries.
Wait, what if it just let him die and play, or just resurrect him and keep the spec spams protection for lethal? Why not just let him commit his cards to kill it and go for lethal instead? Like now you just make opponent not waste resources here. Oh,
More draw.
draw now to
We have
save 1 mana. Now you can develop a blocker. But I think he needs to draw Disintegrate plus a card. Otherwise he's just dead. Like I don't think the 4-2 does anything. That's just developing 2 HP on the board. It literally does nothing. Drawing another Disintegrate, you have 2 more in the deck, into the damage is more important. So now the question is, do you have enough mana to do all of that?
Oh, Alan.
We have 2 minutes left over.
Yeah. The timer is getting scarily close, and currently Shampoo is winning on the timer.
Yeah. I mean, this game should be over now. There's another Expanse protection, and we see there is a Death's Hand. To he was just missing the Disintegrate potentially to stay alive.
Let's see what we draw here. Make it rain, flock. That is not it, and that means game over.
Death's Hand plus Make It Rain technically could save him in his mind, where there is no Expanse protection or combat tricks.
There we go.
A little misorder in case of X to bluff another spell. Oh no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait.
Expense protection.
Oh, I thought he selected Pantheon for a second.
Nope. Gouda selected for lethal. That is it. As you mentioned, that expense protection for lethal would have been pretty nice. Gouda just draws into another one and gets it done right here.
Actually, if he didn't do the Expanse protection there, Shunpo would have probably won on the timer. What a game.
What an absolutely insane series. Alan was hyping it up as it could be potentially a final from the quality of these players. I think the lines they took, especially game 1 with Feel the Rush, was so fun to see that game pan out with each player trying to find that victory. Huda finding in the end, the comeback in game 2 from Shumpo, an extremely close game 3, less than 1 minute on the timer. I think, if Lobster or Starry are watching, probably had some PTSD from past timer incidents in seasonals. But thankfully in this case, it was just a clean victory in the end. And again, we're now down to 8 players left. Alan and Ice-T, it always passes by so quickly. Already, so many of the players eliminated, but we still have players like Marcus, first ever seasonal, comes in after a long break and beats Ghoster Driver, one of the favorites with that 9-0 in the open rounds, eliminated already in that top 16. We have Aaron versus Spinas. Again, super nice matchup coming up in this next round with one of the seasonal winners in the past, Spinas against Aaron, someone who's done very deep runs in the past and representing Sweden, of course, with Salty Simon not being here, the sole Swedish representative in this top 8. We have Dino GP from Portugal, Asolid Roamer once again making a deep run, and then Gouda versus Ultraman. What a matchup on that bottom side of the bracket.
Absolutely fantastic top 8. I mean, I'm so excited for Marcus, but also for Luna. So this is already a heartbreaking matchup in the top 8. But also to see Pain is back, right? This is our oldest seasonal champion, and I believe the last seasonal champion left in this bracket.
Yep.
So
Correct.
if he can do it again, second seasonal win. Nobody has done it before.
In the open runs, I played against Spinas. He beat my ass. He brought aggro lineup, but he played it very, very cleanly. I think he probably played the best aggro I've ever seen in terms of just pure piloting, in addition to drawing, of course. You
might have a chance to break down Pinus' lineup. I think that's a match we might be covering in the next round. We're going to go to a very short break with how long this last match went. We're a bit under the pressure of also having to go to a break, and we'll be back with the round 3 with the top 8 and hopefully with that Pinus matchup as well. So stay tuned.
I am exalted.
Behold, the righteous flame, glory and light! Illumination in divinity! Spare the innocent, punish the wicked. Truth, guide my sword! You are unworthy! On wings of fire, hope ascends!
Tis thy blade now, dear one. Wield it justly.
Together, we will rid this world of corruption.
All are guilty, fool. Open your eyes.
She is returned. My fears were well-founded. Deliverance! Our devotion will not be broken!
Welcome back to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. We are already in the top 8. We're already in round 3 of this tournament. A lot has happened, but a lot still can occur. Many great storylines still left. If we check out the bracket, we're going to see it here. Marcus making his return to competitive Runeterra and making just a massive splash already in the top 8. Bringing Mono Shurima as well, the only player that actually, I believe, has brought it. Luna, we saw in the very first round, has also made it into this top 8. Aaron versus Spinas, the matchup that I want to see. I'm half Spanish, I'm half Swedish, so both my biases are represented in this quarterfinals match. And we have Duno GP versus A Solid Roamer and Gouda versus Ultraman, another stellar matchup at the bottom end of that bracket. But Ice-T, Allen, we don't have much time, so right away we're going to jump into that Aaron versus Spinas matchup, and you guys can break down the deck list and the possible bans as well coming up in this round 3.
All right, Alan, are you as excited as I am? Pain is one of the oldest competitors we have and a seasonal champion already. Going up against Aaron, which is one of the youngest competitors we have actually in LoR. So that is certainly a banger matchup.
Yeah, can't wait to see the match. We see that Pain has brought, similar to his open round, triple aggro. He piloted that extremely well, and he felt confident in all the matches he played, I could feel. And yeah, just bring it back and run it back to the cut.
Yeah, he performed really well with this. And again, we see finally a few decks that I was missing so far. We've seen a lot of Aatrox, we've seen a lot of Varus, but finally we get to see this Leona Katarina deck, because this has been huge in the open rounds, has been huge on ladder lately. Again, powered up by Katarina being just one of the best champions currently, combined with the buff to Leona. Now, Absolute being a mid-range menace, as well as having some really fantastic early plays with the Crimson Pigeon. That card is kind of like a new Saga Seeker, right? It can also grow so big in the early to mid game that your opponent just can't deal with it.
I mean, that deck is just, me grow. Like the stat line of the unit is so big. If you combine it, like opponent usually has to trade inefficiently, and you often force them to block inefficiently by stunning their strongest unit. And then if you can, like if your Katarina is flipped, you can rally again. Oh, it's a big trouble. And then what we see from the Aaron, we see Echo Jinx, which is very, very efficient in dealing with other aggro decks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see a ban on the Echo Jinx, because it's just too good of a deck against whole Paina's lineup. We also see FTR, which it has triple Harsh Winds. It has double Avalanche, one box. So it's not teched to beat aggro that well. Like it's just heavy on the grinding side against grindy decks, and it's very low on removing the early threats. So I would be surprised if Paynas decides to ban FTR. And then we have Varus Pantheon. Varus Pantheon just doesn't deal with aggro well. It's just a matter, there is only one Divine Clerk. There is multiple 1-drops, but the problem of those 1-drops, only Saga Seeker is a real 1-drop that can trade efficiently with the other aggro decks. Otherwise, they get just taken out either by the pinks from the TFMF side, or they can just the cards from the Katarina Leona just outgrow that. It's very hard to trade in this matchup. So we expect Echo Jinx ban on the Aaron side, and on the Paynas side, I'm pretty sure it's just Lulu Jinx. The deck is just like, it can do good disgusting things by turn 3-4, and like you just don't want to deal with it. TFMF definitely the weakest deck. It's the most fair deck. And then we have the Katarina Leona, which is, I think it's just a bit inconsistent, but it's better of the worst aggro decks out there.
Yes, especially because it has a pretty favorable matchup into FTR and has about a 50-50 into the Varus deck. Again, as you mentioned, this would also be a good deck to potentially chuck a ban at, but then we see the Lulu Jinx, and you're absolutely right. That deck, especially if it draws well, can just absolutely explode with the Lulu early on, and then once you get a Jinx and you flip it, it's just really tough to play against if you're any other deck, especially also if you're FTR and all of a sudden your opponent has more than one Jinx. It's unlikely that you win because they have so much draw and burn power behind it. So
I mean, you open your deck list and you see your only your only removal for Lulu is Vengeance, other the Curious Wielder, and it's like, I guess I don't want to play this matchup. And we're gonna see Varus Pantheon matching up against Katarina Leona. And we see already a pretty good hand from the Paynas side. Curving out into the Katarina with Fervor and the 3-drop that just grows. on the other side, Aren has the Saga Seeker into carving out into Shepard, which is very good for the Aren. Aren, given that he has double Saga Seeker, he's inclined to trade the first one to save up the extra HP. I really like this play. Because, you save HP, because you would have done the trade anyway.
Yeah, and Pain is just happy to take the trade as well, hoping that this will be the last of the Saga Seekers, but again, Aren has another one in hand. Now, Pain is has a few options. We see the bans, and those...
TF MF ban
Correct.
and Echo Jinx. Echo Jinx as we expected, but we didn't see TF MF ban because it appears like it was your best matchup for the FTR. It's a bit surprising on that side.
Maybe suspecting FTR might get banned on Aren's side. It's always tough because there are so many bans your opponent can do. You kind of have to like get the best possible estimation on what your opponent actually will ban. And again, if your FTR would have been banned, that matchup could have been potentially harder for other decks. Now, Pain is the sport. Looks pretty mediocre right now, but as you mentioned, we do have the Sun Guardian in hand, and that is a huge unit. This is our big boy. It grows every time we do get a Daybreak proc, and it can get absolutely giant, especially in the mid game.
Let's talk about Terran 2 here yet, because Aren had an option to leak one more damage versus developing Saga Seeker and playing the Shepard on Saga Seeker, which is way better. Like, you need a unit that grows. You need a unit that matches and gets the value blocks over time in this matchup, because if there is a Katarina dropping out, and you have no answer, we see the Furious Wielder here, but opponent can just start with Rearguard, forcing you to develop another card, and then you don't have suddenly the mana for the Furious Wielder. He could have chosen to take one more damage to get a weapon on way stronger unit. He decided not to. He decided to take one more damage and making the Saga Seeker way worse, because you can utilize your 1-3 way easier than utilizing the 1-1.
Especially against the 2-2 Spiderling on the board already. We see now another Daybreak effect, which now means the Sun Guardian is already a 4-5. If you had a Saga Seeker that could potentially grow alongside the Sun Guardian, you might have been able to trade this down, but this now becomes increasingly difficult. Pain is, as you mentioned, going with the 1-drop first, potentially setting the way for Katarina if there is mana committed from Aren.
Ooh, so this was very interesting turn, because what happens here, if Aren pass, Painus attacks. If Aren commits mana to anything and there is no Furious Wielder threat, Painus plays Katarina. That's just straight up it.
And you don't really care about that 1 mana blade that is being generated there. Doesn't kill anything anyways. You would rather just like instantly flip your Katarina, be able to rally, especially with Leona hitting the board as well on curve.
So Painus is considering if he wants to pass back the priority to play a gem before attacking, but flipping Katarina in this matchup, especially when you have Leona in your hand, is just too valuable. But Painus probably knows the matchup way better than I do, and he'll make the correct play. He's just worried about that Saga Seeker, but there is like the threat of Pale Cascade. He goes for it. The Katarina plays so big here.
Yeah. And it's so tough, again, because she recalls once she strikes and she has quick attack. Again, that is a keyword, especially in mid-range matchups. That is just absolutely broken here. Can't really be.
If you look at the board, before the Saga Seeker development, if opponent just attack, you could have blocked 3-3 with 3-4, blocked the Spider with 2-2. You are taking 5, but you are not worried about the Katarina, right? Like, now you locked yourself out of the Furious Wielder option, and now the Katarina might completely decimate you. Yeah, you have the Furious Wielder for future, you have the Unforgiving Cold for later, but it might just cost you, because like just this, the only attack token on the opponent's turn might be too much for you to deal with with addition of developing cheap units like a Rearguard himself.
Yeah, so Lowry Soldier also swing in here, can get value traded obviously by a 3-4, but that does set it up for a blade from a Katarina. Again, we get 3 blades for 0 mana once we replay a level Katarina. That could force gems to be actually played on this unit instead of a Saga Seeker as well.
It's not looking too hot. Like, you need Pantheon for this matchup to start growing and getting the keywords. Right now, like, we are staring at the next turn Katarina into the Leona, and there is not much Aaron can do besides the Furious Wielder or the for Unforgiving Cold here.
Well, Momentous Choice is a pretty good draw to potentially trade down the board. But again, I suspect the Katarina could potentially attack alone. We could also develop Leona next turn and have Stunhawk into Katarina on the following turn, where we just Stunhawk, attack, develop Katarina, attack again.
That attack with Saga Seeker, like, okay, you want to take out as many units as you can here for the opponent. Like, 3-1 can be blocked only by the Sun Guardian, so you would be very happy with this trade. If the Spider blocks Saga Seeker, you are happy to utilize Momentous Choice to take out the blocker. So this indicates that the opponent wants to play Katarina this turn, and you probably hide Rearguard as an extra 1-drop after playing the Blade on the 3-1 if opponent does not commit the gem on it.
You have two lines of play. Just go for the Leona line I just mentioned. It kind of works a bit more well with your curve, right? Where your next turn you just have like 2-drop into 4-drop as well, and you have another stun. Unfortunately, this Leona is not quite flipped. You would have had double stun if she was. Didn't quite have the daybreak.
So what happens here? The problem if you play Katarina, if opponent has combat tricks, you are giving a way for your opponent to utilize their mana. By developing Leona, just developing a unit, if opponent has no units, they are in a pickle. Because what are you gonna do now? If you have spells, only spells, no units. And the deck, Pantheon Varos, is known for running low on units. And like, what you gonna play? Just a Furious Wielder or something here? I guess you just play Momentous Choice plus Furious Wielder the Leona, because that's your best play. Or play Gem into Furious Wielder on the Sun Guardian.
Just throws down a gem. Wants to keep that Furious Wielder for the Katarina.
Okay. So there is a Sunhawk into the Katarina, which is really strong turn.
Yeah, and the owner also flips on this one. Makes it even harder here for Aaron. Because, as you know, that Leona now, if she gets to stay on board, can get Barrier on Daybreak.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is, like, your turn, like, you have Unforgiving Cold and Furious Wielder as your combat tricks. Now you might consider playing a Spell Shield to protect your... to just get an extra blocker. So by doing this, he says that I'm gonna Unforgiving Cold here. Ooh, by developing he won't do both now. He is gonna be 1 mana short. So I was thinking that what he's gonna do this turn, Unforgiving Cold now, after opponent plays Katarina, he's just gonna Furious Wielder. But this doesn't allow him to do that anymore. He's 1 mana short for that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can't just like wait this one out, play Unforgiving Cold afterwards to potentially kill the Katarina off by hand, not having any attack to recall. Because not only would you take infinite damage, but also Katarina is no longer the strongest unit on board.
Wow, this is a really tough turn because it allows Katarina to just jump back and like it allows Paynas to attack back again on the next on the opponent's attack turn, and like you won't have much combat tricks left.
Alright, we draw Varus though. We finally get rid of the Sun Guardian. There could be a Fervor, but again that gets punished by a Spell Shield here. Probably not going for that one.
Yeah, he could. He could just Fervor the Spider. If he wants to take the risky line. The only punish is Spell Shield and Pale. Yeah, he goes for it. He wants to just utilize the Katarina, and we'll see the Spell Shield. And that's a massive punish.
Ooh, game might have
that
just
might
turned
be
around.
the game-changing play.
Now, our hand is looking pretty empty. But we do still have the Furious Wielder, which again can take down... okay, can't take down Leona, can take down Katarina though. There is another Varus that also helps, again, multiple spells.
You need to keep mana for Furious Wielder this turn. Like your opponent plays the... Like, you have to expect Paynas to play Katarina this turn, but what Paynas has on top of that, he can get the barrier at his Leona, stun a unit, and then swing into you.
And then, also, has another Katarina in case that gets traded down. Because what you have now is you have Varus into Varus spell, right? You can give the Katarina vulnerable, trade her down, potentially. But Paynas doesn't care.
Also, I think that the Varus was played from the wrong side, giving the information there is a second Varus in the hand.
That also means
You have to give them. You target your Saga Seeker, the 1/1, so it doesn't die to the dagger, and you can take it out with your Varus afterwards.
Yep. Fortunately, that will mean that another Katarina in Painter's hand will be pretty good for this one. But at least as Varus survives the Leona for now. Oh, never
It
mind,
doesn't because of the dagger.
Yeah, we have the dagger. This is such a rough game for Aaron right now.
I mean, Penas might just outgrind him, honestly. No Pantheon, Varus, one Varus cycle back, second is gonna be dying this turn.
Which is something this deck can do, right? It's not aggro, it's not mid-range, it's somewhere in between. There are people playing Solari Priestess in this deck as well, so this certainly has options to outgrind
Hey,
your
look,
opponent.
this deck has double Decimate, and you're gonna throw at me that it's not an aggro. Come on.
It's
you have
somewhere in the middle!
Come on, you have 2 spells that reads pay 6 mana, deal 4 to the face. It's not an aggro deck for you. Bro!
If you think about it, the deck also has what? Like 12 1-drops?
Yeah, on top.
Okay, it's an aggro deck. It's an aggro deck. But it's an aggro
Yeah.
deck that can also play Solari Priestess. That's broken.
Does it have Solar Priestess? It doesn't, right?
A lot of versions have. Like, I think BB plays 2 of them. And it also has Ravoon, which can generate even more value. So you definitely have value generation in this deck, which is kind of crazy.
The deck has just good stat line of the units combined with all the early drops with the good stat lines. So it's just like it just runs you down when you are like, yeah, your deck is just generating a bunch of stuff while opponent plays, oh cool, I play 5/6. Let's see what you do.
And so far, Aaron doesn't do a lot. Tried to get back into the game, had some really good plays, but unfortunately is just getting outpaced here by Painus.
Ooh, the top deck, if he top decks Ravoon, this is game.
That's
Oh,
another
just
Leona.
second Leona. This is very interesting top deck.
I mean,
Huh.
yeah, we could just open swing if our opponent doesn't have any spell that can commit here. Which again, you
there
know
are
2 of the cards.
You know the one card is stuck in the hand forever. And the second one is top deck. If it's Pale Cascade... you can't play your Leona into the Katarina, but you can just play Katarina twice. So do you really mind? You get a Pale without a draw? I think it's a good swing. Yeah, I like it. And there is no pun. Like, this is such a big turn.
True power eclipses both day and
And you know there is only one card left. You could just go for the... it's either double Katarina attempt, or it's a Leona.
You have like
He can still play Leona because it's not
Yeah.
a Daybreak card anymore.
it's like 2 different ways to find lethal here.
So he played the weapon very fast, which indicates the last card is Furious Wielder because it was stuck in the hand for a very long time, and Aaron played that extremely fast, which could give a tell that that's a combat trick that he can play. You know that it's not a freeze for sure because he wouldn't just did what he did, right?
Alright, so potentially just going for the stun here. Again, the Furious Wheeler comes through. Still looking good.
blood for nothing.
I'm not sure if you go with the... I think you just take a pull. Against Furious Wielder, I'm pretty sure you just, that opponent has no units and no cards if it's your Furious Wielder. I like the only strike with Katarina is a bit...
That's a bit risky.
That means he had wrong read on the last card. He assumed that's a different card probably. Maybe it couldn't be Pale because he had the opportunity to play Pale way earlier when the card was still in the hand.
By the way, I'm looking at the list from Painus right now. Painus, again, does not play Solari Priestess. Again, many lists do. But he does play one of Reveler's Feast and Triple House Spider. Actually, Double House Spider.
Sunlight burns in our weapon.
Wait, what? Am I missing something?
Cycling Leona? Getting a stun.
I think
don't know.
Paynas might have just tricked himself into thinking he has another
Yeah.
attack token, and he has lethal, with the dagger. I'm pretty sure that's what he thought, because that was exactly 9 after playing that.
And that's why I thought you would go for the Leona stun before you attack. Because...
Yeah. And that would be lethal against Furious Wilder. Well, then.
Pain is immediately recognizes a mistake, throws down the Darius emote.
Yeah,
all-time
he
classic.
knows.
Yeah. Still, if we top deck Raboon, this is an absolutely one game.
The question is, do you develop Pigeon now? You don't, because you can top deck Pale. I would keep that in case it's a top deck Pale.
2 Pales in the deck here for Painus.
Oh, that's a Decimate.
Not lethal, unfortunately.
See, don't you? That's an aggro deck. It has 6 mana in 4.
Top decking Decimates. Well, you just need one more, right? Swing in here, deal some damage, you find 1 Decimate.
It's fine, he's gonna top deck Fervor, obviously. Last Fervor.
I mean, that's the aggro way. It's the aggro way. You just top deck a
I mean, he's dead. No, he's dead unless it's a Fervor top deck.
Oh yeah, you have to revive.
Just please play the revive before playing weapon to get more damage. Play revive first, please. Thank you. Very nice.
Aaron goes for the correct play. And now it's down to top decks.
It's just Fervor.
GG coming in from Painus. Knows that next round is the last round of this game. Says, hey, if I don't have Fervor, GG.
Oh,
if I do find
it,
it's also GG.
That's not a rare. Yep, that's a rare god.
Oh, that is rough.
Jamming wrong unit. Jamming Varus would have given him more damage, but that's okay.
19 damage going through. Block 11 of that. Oh no, it's fearsome. Never mind, we can't.
Yep.
It's done. It's over. And Pain is unfortunately in a matchup that seemed won. Loses to Aaron after unfortunately missing an attack token. Happens sometimes.
Yes, a small misstep. That can happen to the best of us.
Especially after you played 9 rounds of Swiss today, playing into more rounds today. A lot of LoR to be played, but that means FTR is going to be left open. You have favorable matchups with the Lulu Jinx and the Leona Katarina.
Yeah, especially against this version. It's full packed to beat the grindy matchups. It's not tech to beat aggro. It has like what? 2 Avalanche, 3 Valfist, 3 Quietus. That's it? No more? No Ravine, no nothing?
The Quietus already had Quietus. So important in the early game to take down the Crimson Pigeon, because otherwise that Pigeon grows out of range really quick.
So this comes down to how much experience Aaron has in the matchup, because this is very Mulligan dependent. And he decides to keep Trundle in the hand, which might be rough in this matchup, because there is so much, like the turn where you develop the Trundle. Like, if we look at the attack tokens, opponent is attacking on turn 4. So we could see easily a stun from the opponent on that Trundle, and he would not be blocking much.
Right, Aaron going in for the pass here. Again, Painus can just develop on the board, has multiple 1-drops, but knows that unfortunately this Pigeon probably dies to a Quietus. Can elect to play a 2-drop here to go triple 1-drop next turn. Would play into Avalanche, but knows that there are only 2 in the deck for Aaron.
You have some interesting lines you can take. You can technically keep 1-drops post Ravun if you draw Leona.
This has to be a Quietus.
There is no better target in the deck than the Pigeon. And also later, there is a threat of Pale. So like you want to utilize that Quietus as soon as you can. Wow. That's a hand.
Okay, ready.
I mean, Aaron probably thinks Painus wouldn't open attack here.
I mean, Painus, from what I've seen, he plays around Avalanche every time on the turn 3 into FTR. Like usually, not even based on his hand, but usually he chooses to who to play around it when he can, to not get blown out completely out of the game.
Yeah, this unfortunately means these Quietus now actually lose quite a bit of value. One of them can take down the Solari Soldier later on, but that is A, not a lot of value that you get out of that, and B, the second Quietus still stuck in hand for now.
My faith protects me.
So he's trying to flip the Leona as soon as he can. The problem is, like, you want to keep those units to go after Ravun, to threaten. Oh, that's a cute bluffing. But you give your opponent information that you have either Vengeance, Valfis, or Quietus. I don't think I'm a big fan of that, showing the opponent which card is the spell in your hand. Or Avalanche, I suppose.
Yeah.
And because now he can hand track and know that this card is the exact spell. And
That's
so
some
you would
high
never
level
play
redraw.
Avalanche. I mean, you would never play Avalanche in this spot. You have you have a blocker. You take out 2 units. You remove your 1 blocker, so you play Avalanche to remove 1 attacker, which is like completely not worth it.
The cute play, Aaron, but I think Pain is, you know, there is something about age, you know. He knows about these things, okay? He's been around for a while on this earth.
Look, the best part is Aaron might think, oh, I tricked him, but actually Paynas wanted to pass this turn.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pass from Painus here. He's going to be able to develop Leona on the board. Again, Trundle can be committed on the board, but if you do that, I think we can answer right back and have a huge swing with Leona's Morning Light.
Isn't this lethal? Oh,
I mean, we have another
Valkyries.
Valkyries. Oh, we don't go for it.
Wait.
No, we do.
Feel the sun's glory.
Why he doesn't go for lethal? Am I missing something? Like, it's only Valfis that stops lethal. I mean, he must see this.
So, interestingly there, Pigeon obviously not hitting a 3-2 here, because we are playing around Valfeast already. So, Painus is expecting a Valfeast for sure. Maybe was thinking, hey, the spell that was hovered last turn on the faces was a Valfeast. Goes in for the Morning Light anyways. I mean, this is just a good play.
Yeah, you have to go for it. Even if there is Valfis, you need to threaten this. Like, there is no reason not to play this. Like, you kill the ramp, you get a 2-mana spell from the opponents. Like, if they don't have Valfis, you just win. Like, you have to present lethal.
So your problem right now is that you don't have a Katarina.
I'm sorry, there is a Flash Freeze as well that stops the lethal. But again, you want to take this card out of the opponent's hand anyway.
The divine power of the sun.
There we go. That is a big Leona as well. Flip now. Can take down the 0-3 Rem card easily, which also resets the Rem for Aaron, because Aaron so far was not able to throw down a Wild Mysticism or a Catalyst. So really relying on the 0-3 here that is unfortunately going to be traded down.
I definitely develop Valfis now because it stops 5 damage. You're never gonna get a better Valfis than stopping 5 damage now. Like, you need to play Valfis anyway, and if you can prevent another 5 with it, it's just, yeah, you don't pass on it.
Pigeon now has some good targets to siphon some HP and attack off.
Stand and fight.
Especially as Leona, because again, remember this buff is only temporarily. This is give, not grant, so she will go back to 6 HP anyways next turn.
No, she's losing 1 HP because from the damage you take damage, you take HP from the rear guard. You pigeon on the rear guard here.
Devotion through battle.
No, not this one. Rear guard.
It's probably Regard.
He almost got it. Give him a moment.
You know what? The pigeons are confusing. Okay, there's so many of them. It's
Yeah.
Just pigeons.
There we go. Now it's clean. Stopping 5 damage with the ramp, which is obviously something that Paynas is happy about. But there is one more thing that Paynas has information about. 5 cards in the Iron Hand that are to the left of the pillar are not cards that cost 8+. Because he didn't ramp the turn before with the 2-drop. So you know all of those cards are most likely just spells. So at this point you should have read there is at least 1 or 2 Quietus, that there is probably Atro, and there is one more random spell. could be top deck. No, you don't assume there is ramp because you would have played ramped on turn 4.
The only thing that Pain's next turn really is afraid of is a Buried in Ice.
I mean, he's gonna open swing. There is like at this point you're.
Yeah, you can even open. So you have 2 potential stuns already in hand next turn, but yeah, you can just develop here an open swing next turn.
I mean,
you have to further
if
back up.
If there is if we think about it, if you even plays Buried in Ice, if you wouldn't kill Leona here, if you open with the stun, if opponent Buried in Ice, you can place Override with the Spider. That's a 1 attacker. There's a Spider blocker. You don't get an extra Spider link. So if you need an extra, you need to have lethal this turn. No, you can remove one. No, you would have lethal actually, because you just Fervor before Buried in Ice results, and then you have this double space, so you'd be 1 short damage then.
They will not escape punishment.
Alright, Leona being gone now means some stuns being gone as well. So this looks like a pretty decent open attack. 1 freeze is there for Aaron to potentially hold this one off. We also have some healing in hand. 8 mana to exactly go for Catalyst plus freeze this turn. That means we still die.
Yeah, so like Penas is doing the math of how much of the damage Aaron can stop, and like, can he ever like there is a harsh winds. Like at this point, Penas has to assume there is a harsh winds in the hand based on the game how played out, based on the spells on the left side to the pillar, based on the ramp, and now there is no mana for Buried in Ice. So like that's not the card you consider. So there is no punish to developing, obviously, right?
Like Quietus coming in, killing a 2/2 that can't grow anyways. Status Quietus all year. I mean, you have the backup of Flash Freeze. Potentially later on in the game, you could have Quietus something with a Flash Freeze backup, but that is 2 cards that you need to invest. That could have been potentially used to kill a Katarina or Leona if we had no other removal, which explains why Aaron was maybe hesitant to actually use a Flash Freeze on the flock of pigeons early on.
I mean, he's kind of dead. What's left over for him this turn? I mean, he could have prevented more damage by using Flash Freeze plus Catalyst. This play made him take an extra 1 damage.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's a good pull.
Those are 2 very good pulls for an aggro deck.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Oh damn!
I mean, you start with the 3/6 now and see what opponent does. Yeah, boom. Would you like to do something, Mr. Trundle? Pass, perhaps?
Mr. Trundle wants to get out of
It's
this
Flash
game,
Freeze into Quietus. There is nothing else he can do.
Yep.
And that reduces the most damage on the board. And then you concede? Yeah, I think that's the only line. Flash Freeze, Quietus, concede.
You don't have mana anymore for a Flash Freeze into Catalyst, unfortunately, so this really is it.
Aaron still reaping that bluff on turn 4. Give him a moment.
I mean, he's thinking about it, right? Is there any possible way we can block enough damage to survive till next turn? Next turn, we could potentially set up a board wipe with our 8-drop combined with Pillar as well. We can.
Okay, listen. Penas did forget about the attack token once. Maybe he forgets again. Like, Aaron is playing to his win con. He's repping the harsh winds, right? So if he double blocks and harsh winds, he's still dead. So there is like his only win con is Penas forgetting to attack or misclicking space.
Penas is not that old, okay? It's one of the older players, but not that old. Gets it done here in game.
Oh, he found the line. He found the better line than the Flash Freeze concede. I like it.
It draws it to your Nexus.
Yep. Classic.
And there we go, which means that this will now be a real best of 3, 1 point for each player now, and we are left with Lulu Jinx versus FTR. An exciting matchup because we finally get to see a Lulu Jinx. This is probably the most fun I had this season playing Lulu Jinx. Such a fun deck to play, but also such a frustrating deck to play against, especially if they draw well.
You're excited to play Lulu Jinx?
Yeah. Really.
Okay, can we swap someone real quickly for the second caster?
Such a cool deck. Like, imagine you have your attack token on odds, and then
hold up, let me play my Lulu into Flame Jumper stand free with attack token. It's all fun. No, it's super fun. Into the plus million to the damage and die on turn 5. Yes, very fun.
Yeah, let me top deck Jinx if you get excited. Let's go. Alright, unfortunately, Painus here does not have the attack token odds. So already a doozy start.
There is some good opener from Painus. Chooses not to play Bird because he has no units in the hand. So he's gonna choose to look for the 2-drop now by playing Scraphead. Will we see the 3-3? Oh, I guess there is no high roll because he's thinking about it. The instant play would be the 3-3 instant pick.
It's a 3-2.
Oh, wait, I don't remember their names. Do you remember their names? The Mecha Yordles?
Is this Scrap and Dash?
It's a free. No, I think it's 3-2.
Oh, bounce and fold.
Yeah, let's call it 3-2 Challenger Impact. Yeah, it'll be easier.
I know one of them. I know one of them looks like Cyphria and has like kind of the same effect. So I always call it Cyphria. Yeah, the 5-drop.
Oh, okay. I'll bite. Cythria in the Yordle.
Yeah.
Okay. So Aren doesn't have too bad of a hand against aggro. Like he drew half of his anti-aggro cards from the deck. So that's something. And then she has Shihu if by miracle he survives until turn 9.
So we do have ramp now, and we do get a blocker with it. Yeah, Painus hand is devoid of champions, devoid of chompers. That can change really quickly though. This deck can turn up from 0 to 100.
I mean, okay, Painus hand is like, if you want to play me, discard a card times 4. And then there is Bird. Bird is like, no, please don't discard me. Well, he's gonna be gone real soon.
I'm too young.
He got rid of the Ramash though, which is probably the correct call considering you have million discard cards. And like now, Aren could have a read, there is no Jinx, because you do not discard this unless you have a Jinx in hand.
We have the Fury Horn Crush inside, man.
The Fury Warrior.
The Cyphria is also there.
Cyphria, oh. Okay, both of those are premium options. The Fury Horn gives you immediate pressure, so you probably go for the immediate pressure, right?
Especially because it's also really hard to trade down with an Avalanche that could come in post-combat. Bork's not available right now, so Fury Horn looks absolutely fantastic. Trumpeteer, that is a Trumpetacker. That's so hard to set up.
The problem, it would be better, but the problem, what's your play next turn? Like open attack with 3-2-1-1 and Bird? Yikes.
Yeah, and then you have to set up like the Poros and Bird, who can all die to an Avalanche before you actually get the Cyphria.
Yeah. Alright, this is not the hand this deck is known for. This is the hand the deck is, alright, I didn't draw my Lulu, I concede. Let's go next.
Didn't draw Lulu, didn't draw Jinx. Not going well.
Yep.
Jinx can potentially still get us out of this, especially
I mean, honestly, even if you draw Jinx, the deck does crazy. Like, you need Lulu for early pressure. Without Lulu, this deck does laughable things.
Yeah, this is not the Lulu's Chumpers line I'm used to.
Oh my god. Look at this turn. And Quietus now? Oh, that's such a good turn for Aren. And next turn you can open pass? That's so exciting. Into box?
Alright, well, why am I getting flamed for having fun with Blue Jinx? And you're excited about being able to pass this turn.
Like, this pass is the most exciting play in this game. This is the most skill expression thing you can do. Pass. Because if you pass incorrectly, you can win or lose the game. I mean, by playing you can lose also multiple games, but passing is so dope.
Alright, I mean, I guess we were gonna see the dopest play of the whole series here. No!
Oh! No pass! I mean, he has a follow-up with the either Avalanche or Box. So, like, now he can just... Like, but I like pass into play this, and then, like, you use the development as a soft pass. So you open pass to give opponent a way to develop, to grab some info. So if he does... Like, imagine opponent played Jinx now into Ramash. Do you just concede? Because opponent just rocketing you twice? Drawing million? Like, the open pass is so much stronger because you fish for information.
Well, if only there was a Jinx in the hand. I mean, we can potentially draw it and actually flip her this turn, plus get a rocket.
Oh!
Look, it's a champion, not the one we wanted.
I think that's a 4-4 Lulu, so that Lulu will not care about the box at all.
Yeah. Should have been buffed by Furion. Furion buffs the top 2 or top 3 cards in your deck. So this is definitely buffed. Yeah, for Lulu, looks kind of scary. Box still takes out the 3-2 here, but
I'm
so does an
pretty sure you
Avalanche.
just avalanche because like opponent has nothing to buff, so you just like, yep. And then you come it with the bird.
This just
Honestly,
looks bad from the Lulu perspective.
This is exactly what it should look like from Lulu perspective.
Is it? Come on, give him at least a chance. With 2 cards in hand, you have nothing on the board.
Pre-deck selection for the tournament, he had a chance. Now suffer.
True, could have played a different deck.
Yep. Look at that happy get excited in the hand. It's time to top deck Jinx. Oh, it's not a Jinx.
Alright, this is an open attack that does look pretty sad, but...
You open Pocky. What do you mean? And let opponent in that stares you. Yeah, you just take a block and you're very happy to go down to 8. Oh, sorry, 10. Even 10. You are at 10 when you have 8 mana?
Yeah, the only way you
I
lose
mean,
here is if you don't keep up Vengeance for Jinx. That's the only way you...
I mean, if you had Jinx, you would have played last turn. So, like, Aren is at this point, you know what? If you top deck Jinx, cool. But I'm taking a Rocket that I would take the damage from Lulu anyway, so I might as well kill Lulu and just take the Rocket and Vengeance Jinx next turn, right? So this is his thought process.
Would be still kind of scary because of the extra draw, but... Focus on coming in. Even if you draw
I'd
Jinx,
laugh
you have
so
to get
hard
excited.
if he draws Jinx and he can't play this get excited. Oh, double get, that's even better! That's even better!
Oh, you're having too much fun here, okay?
Oh, that's too lit.
I'm in absolute agony.
Okay, this is a playable card. You played the 4 mana spell, you create a bunch of the Yordles. And that's a very good turn. Spend 5 mana, create 2 units.
I think it's 5 mana to spell. So
Oh, it costs 5? That's even better!
Oh god.
I mean, he can create 2 discard folders for this get excited. No?
Yeah, great. No, I'm totally with you there. That's 6 damage you can throw at your opponent's Nexus. Totally gonna win you the game.
Yep. I mean, if you top deck Jinx, you can double get Jinx into double get excited. Huh? Oh, he chose the pass.
Wait, no. I mean...
Oh, there was a Jinx! Look! That was such a brilliant play!
You should have gone
for it.
Alan, you're a
missed
wizard. You're a wizard.
I mean, that was casual 10 to the face.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was actually the play. This would have been so good.
Yeah, look at the mana. 6, 4, 1, that's 11 mana. And he would be at exactly 11 mana for that play. Huh?
Yeah.
And if this connects, he would actually hit lethal if this connected.
Alright. So, we kind of missed that, to be fair, pretty amazing sequence of play, but that takes a lot of foresight. Now we do have a Jinx, though. Unfortunately, she is going to be met by a Vengeance, so we can't really commit her on the board right now of the 2 get excited finding any targets. So maybe we're going for the play now after all, because we can't just like slam down a naked Jinx. She even dies to box currently.
I mean, you need to play the Tailstones now. Like, there is no point not playing it. Oh, he goes for the... Okay, he goes for the flip Jinx now. I suppose. I mean, you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, you're missing out on a lot of damage, unfortunately, but if you don't go for it now, you're not going to get the draw for next turn, and you're really playing for your opponent not having another Vengeance, because they just used one for Lulu last turn.
Do you wait until opponent clears his hand? Until he flips? Oh, okay! Take a pass?
I would take that one.
Take a pass? If opponent...
Okay, I can understand why Painus doesn't. Painus is like, I only win here if my opponent does not have a Vengeance for his Jinx. My opponent just passed, maybe they don't have one. I'm just gonna go for it.
I mean, listen, you miss on a Rocket, drawing 2 is fake, because you are losing a card that you can't play this turn anyway, right? So you are not drawing, you are drawing 1 anyway. Your hand size is still 2 cards. So the only thing you miss is 4 damage. Only 4 damage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you could bluff here is having another Jinx in hand, right? Where you're like, okay, I have another Jinx. You want to vengeance this one? Yeah, I could just redevelop another one, draw cards next turn.
I mean, obviously, Aaron not vengeancing Jinx was the correct play, and just passing there. But, like, again, let's think about it. Last turn, he could have played Jinx into get excited and he wouldn't take it, if that was a Jinx. Like, let's be honest. Like, if you take a minute to hand read, you know it's not a second Jinx. Oh, that's a nice top deck! Would you like to play some Poros?
This is the worst top deck ever. Let me tell you why. The way Painless would win this game is drawing multiple Jinx in a turn now, in a row now. But unfortunately, now that the Poro Cannon is in hand, even if we draw a Jinx, we can't discard anything. We're not gonna get a rocket anyways. You can discard
Jinx!
Oh, yeah.
Aha!
And, oh, that's something to discard, I guess. This is
That's a very impressive 2 damage coming in hot. Oh, that's a very impressive box also waiting for you.
That means currently we have lethal next turn for Aaron, if Aaron just goes for the box here. Aaron goes for the GG, so that signals the box. Aaron says, next turn, she who won us would get lethal anyways.
No next turn! That was amazing series. Like, you guys are telling me aggro is not skill-intensive deck? This series took longer than any of my control matchup.
What a series, very roller coaster of emotions. Game 1, Binance, someone that we know as someone that, you know, plays very cleanly, execution always on point. Some minor missteps in Game 1, thinking he had a attack token and then he didn't, and that maybe changed the outcome of that game entirely. And then had an uphill battle for the next 2 games, playing in 2, I think, matchups that weren't really in his favor, with FTR facing off against 2 aggro-ish decks, as Alan was mentioning. Ice-T, as the Lulu Jinx and the only Lulu Jinx enjoyer on this panel right now, break down, could anything have happened differently in that Game 3? Do you think it was just a case of, it's an explosive deck. When you draw everything, as Alan was mentioning, Lulu on 3, Flame Chombers, it's fantastic. When you don't, it kind of crumbles a bit. Could Pinance have done anything differently in that Game 3 to win this series?
I don't think he could have done much differently. I mean, there was that great line that Alan mentioned where you just generate 2 cards in hand to have the double get excited, push a bit more damage along the side of your Jinx flip, but really not having the attack token on odds, not having your Lulu and your Jinx early on, plus having a pretty awkward hand, just meant that he was absolute prey to the perfect hand that Aaron had for that matchup.
We're looking now at the top 4, almost fully set in stone. Marcus has made his way into the top 4. What a story from this player, coming back into competitive Runeterra in this last week or so, making it to the seasonal top cut, and now being in the top 4 with Mono Shurima, and taking a page out of Grandpa Roji's book. Also bringing Malphite to Leah and performing with it in the seasonal top cut. Playing off against Aaron, of course, we just saw win on broadcast. Duno GP representing Portugal. Love to see it in this top 4 as well. And then still undecided. It hasn't finished yet, that last match between Gouda and Ultraman, but very excited to see which of those 2 players makes it through. Both veteran players in the scene. Alan, any surprises with the names here?
Marcus, in previous series, 2-0 Ghoster Driver, just going with the right hook. Van going there with the left hook, with another 2-0. Like, he's not messing around. He's ready.
The only complaint I have is that Marcus is not playing deep. Of course, he's one of the OG deep enjoyers. Did so well with it in tournaments where everyone thought deep was an absolute meme. He brought it to Fight Night, won Fight Night tournaments playing deep. He was really kind of the player I looked up to in many ways as someone that also enjoys deep. In this case, maybe not the right meta for deep, unfortunately. Doesn't bring it to this top cut. But if he would have brought that and made it top 4, that would have been quite the story. We have a quick break coming up, and then we'll have, of course, the top 4. And this is the pivotal moment for some of these players' careers. Players like Duno GP making the top 4 for the first time, having a chance to really cement his name as one of the top players in the EMEA. So don't go anywhere. The best of the best is coming up very soon.
Power changes everyone. I long for the day when this is over. Acacia sought freedom, but found only the void. Keep your distance. We don't have enough time! Their power bent your will, but they cannot doom the rest. The Darken fell to madness, but the people can be saved. I cannot stand by in the face of apocalypse! Your final lesson, that I alone must bear this burden. War, it breaks the best of us. Curse these fools. They have no idea. If we are to thrive, we must truly be free.
The Rune Mage, come to watch his precious world die.
No, come to stop you, whatever it takes. The shards will show me the path. How can the pursuit of love warrant the end of reason? Let's go, let's go! Now you will understand! I pray you will not need me again.
fix my stage first or my lyrics? So much to do. Only a few days till the show. I got this.
Fire till nothing moves.
Come on, there's room for everyone. All right, center stage. Oh, think I got a beat. Let's keep that beat going. How about a duet? Sing it with me now. Seraphim! Seraphim! That was great! Now let's really bring it! Don't care anymore. Let's try this tempo. Okay, bye! Hi, Millie. I'm your biggest fan. Okay, bye!
You put on a real show, Songbird.
You too, Scratch. Just think what we'd sound like together. Woo! What a show! Come on, plenty of time for an encore.
Welcome back to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. We are already in the semifinals. A lot has gone down. Only 4 players remain, and all 4 would be the first time winning the seasonal if they happen to do it. And for some of them, the first time a country would win it as well. Some new countries like Portugal, for example, hasn't done it in the past. Norway as well with Marcus. But let's check out the bracket really quick, see what players are remaining and what kind of storylines there are left in terms of, you know, the narrative for players like Marcus, who took a long break, come back to Runeterra, and absolutely dominate both in the open rounds and in this top cut as well. Doing it in style, Ice-T, bringing decks like the Malphite Talia, bringing decks like Mona Shurima, kind of the new iteration of Deep, the same kind of play patterns, the same decks that Marcus likes playing, and finds success with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Marcus came back into the competitive scene with the 2 recent Aegis seasons, played a lot of Mono Shurima. He absolutely adores that deck and is super proficient on it. And it just so happens that it fits very well into this meta, especially against all the Aatrox running around. Him going up against Aaron, we already talked about this, is kind of lucky for Marcus, because Marcus was really hoping that Aaron would win because his lineup, unfortunately, not that good, was aggro. But in the lower bracket, there is another matchup waiting that is super interesting.
Yeah, it will be the featured broadcast match for this next round. Duno GP versus Ultraman. As I mentioned before, no one from Portugal has ever won a seasonal tournament. We've had great players in the past, like Pepsi Cola, like Manitas. They, of course, did win the first ever Europe Masters, but not the individual tournament. The seasonals has not happened yet. A chance for Duno to do it for himself as a player, but also for his country to put them on the board among the top powerhouse nations in EMEA. Ultraman, Red Winter has won a seasonal before, but Ultraman hasn't. And this is a story of a player that I think almost deserves it more than anyone else, or among those 5 players that really deserve it, because he's been in so many top cuts. He's dominated ladder, he's dominated tournaments, he's been consistent, also creating content for the French community. And I think really a player that deserves to maybe finally have that trophy that he can lift in this seasonal tournament as well. And in the top matchup, actually, quickly to mention, it's not a civil war, but it is Norway versus Sweden. So it's 2 neighboring countries, both Scandinavia, fighting in that top semifinal match. Alan, you're moving now into Duno GP versus Ultraman. We're gonna check out the deck list and the bans, but guide us through who you think might be the favorite in this matchup.
Listen, like the whole tournament, we had like this time was the classic triangle. Aggro, we counter aggro, and then we counter stuff that want to counter aggro. So this was matching so far pretty well, and now we have Ultraman, who is like, yeah, I'm gonna beat out aggro, and Duno brings aggro plus FTR, which is an interesting combination. Probably maybe some comfort picks. It's a Katarina Gwen, it's Trundle Tryndamere, and Jinx Echo. So Jinx Echo, which beats out other aggro decks, and Katarina Gwen will see the version yet, or it's the Shunpo Might one. So if it draws fire, it does well. If it doesn't draw fire, it just falls in shambles.
Yeah, we already seen how powerful Foyer is, especially with those extra rallies on top of the Katarina, just being able to generate infinite units. Also really interesting, we do have the Echo Jinx version here with double Quicksand and double Careful Prep. Usually not a big fan. Alan, I think by now you know I love me some Get Exile, I love me some burn damage. Not really in here, which is still a very, very competent deck, especially with the Rite of Negation, but kind of feels a bit bad to not have that extra burn to go on top. Then we look at the FTR. Pretty basic version. We have 2 Kindly Tavern Keepers in here for extra heal, but 2 Avalanche and 3 Blighted Ravines.
Yeah, usually by looking at the FTR, you can tell what player is trying to beat. If you look, if there is like double Buried, double Atro, like this heavy top end, you know, they are ready to grind and just beat the grindier matchups. If you see double Tavern Keeper, triple Ravine, double Avalanche, Box, you know that, and it's cutting on the top end, you know they are trying to lean towards beating aggro, especially so we see a combination of Echo Jinx with this kind of FTR, even with a Whale, which is mostly a cut. Those 2 decks are very good into beating the aggro, and then we have a Katarina Gwen, which is pretty good into aggro as well if it's drawn correctly, because it can run low on the unit sometimes, but if it draws fire, it can raise very efficiently the aggro deck, especially with like Infinite Eternal Dancer with Katarina dying turn before into aggro.
Yep. Especially triple Might again. You just have Valfeast, Quietus, and Boisterous Host to survive the early game against aggro, and then again, if you have Foyer and you ramp up those Hallowed stacks with just 1 Might, you can just easily end out the game. So all in all, pretty cool lineup, especially considering that this is finally a lineup that combines some aggressive deck with a deck that we wouldn't have expected with the FTR and not something standard like Aatrox or like the Varus Pantheon, just because it doesn't really fit into this lineup. Duno GP here, certainly with one of the more unique lineups. And is this the first time today we actually see the Katarina Gwen?
Yeah, I guess we do. That's on the rise since 1 or 2 weeks, the deck that got popularest on the ladder. The Mark of the Isles plus Might plus Shunpo combination with the Foyer that just grinds out the players. Especially the interaction whenever you gain attack token, you spawn 2-1 hollowed unit, and that works extremely well with Katarina and Shunpo, both giving you that attack token. But then, like if we look at the both player decks, So pretty sure that Ultraman will be leaning towards banning Trundle Tryndamere unless he anticipates. No, there is no shot Duno will ban Pantheon Varus, right? So like Duno has to realize that his Jinx Echo and Katarina Gwen needs to have the strongest possible matchups. So he's gonna be probably looking to leave out the Pantheon Varus and ban either Swain Dora or TF Katarina. The one that he feels has the better matchup with his Jinx Echo should be left out, and ban the other one. And Pantheon Varus you just leave out and ignore it, I suppose. Because you assume that Trundle Tryndamere will be banned because it's the deck that has the best free matchups into the Ultraman.
Yeah, and again, we also have Katarina Gwen on the side of Duno, which doesn't really do so well into Ravenbloom or Swain, honestly. Two very bad matchups, so you want to ban out one of those and want to leave, again, the Varus Pantheon open. Looking at the deck list here, again, we have the Swain deck list with the now newly added Deny for Bandle City, the puzzling signpost, which can be really interesting.
There's one Scorchturf in both.
Yeah.
So for that foyer, technically turn 3. So the Swain version has a bit. It has the drop bombs. It has pretty good removal into the Katarina. On the other side, we have heavy metals. There is not that good removal into. I think that should be a ban on the Swain and just leave out the TF Annie. It's a bit weaker into the Red Gwen. And then it should be weaker for against the Jinx Echo because it's a bit lighter on quality of removal, especially that the combination is just from the hard removal is just disintegrate +1 card, and the deck won't have that many plus cards because you'll try to remove the units from early on to preserve HP, and then there is just Death's Hand or Heavy Metal. Both can be answered by the Mark of the Isle to connect with Katarina, for example, and once that Katarina connects, the deck struggles hard.
Yeah, obviously those rallies are going to be incredible against you. I still like that you highlighted to drop the bomb, which again is not in every version of the deck, but here provides a lower curve removal and also a better way to actually flip that Swain early on. Now we are in the pick and ban phase. We already mentioned FTR probably going to get banned away from Duno GP, while Duno has to look at Ultraman's lineup and see that there are two very bad matchups here for the Gwen Katarina potentially, possibly trying to ban one of those, whichever is worse or is better against their own Echo Jinx.
What if they both read like, okay, you know what, I'm not gonna ban FTR, I'm gonna ban your Red Gwen, and the Duno reads, okay, I'm gonna ban your Varus Pantheon because it's the only reasonable matchup into FTR, and they just go next level bans.
Ooh, the 5-hat bans.
That's the alternative, like that can happen. Both players ban the middle deck and just leave out the. But FTR into both of the other Noxus decks is just usually a free win. So like you don't want to leave that most likely.
It is really tough to get to these bans, especially that deep into the tournament, because we are getting to players who are very used to playing deep into these tournaments, and they are used to sometimes doing a bit of, experimental ban strategies to get the advantage over the opponent. And the ban is like one of the most important things about every best of 3 that a lot of players don't really practice enough.
Look, that's a very cool way to take it. Now I have one more word to describe a misplay. Now I usually use the interesting play. Now I'm gonna use that's an experimental play. That's a good one.
So just testing it out. Yeah. Who knows what happens?
See how it resolves. Maybe it works out.
All right. Let's hope we don't see too many experimental plays in this one. We queue up with Echo Jinx versus Swain. So potentially the Ravenbloom Conservatory deck getting banned here.
Yeah, we see double Echo in hand. We have the double Predict. Unfortunately, there is a drop border in hand, which you hate to see. Now, the question is, I think Duno is looking for as many threats as he can find. Like, Voice of the Reason is definitely a decent prediction to make. The problem is he needs to find one more Predict to level up Echo. And he went for the careful prep to shuffle their drop border back to the deck so he can pull it out, which is a very good play as well. Oh, those are not something you want to pick up.
Not really helping with this matchup.
Unless...
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Alright, yeah, Ravenloom Conservative got banned and FTR got banned. Got it in chat.
As expected, players didn't go too much into experimental bans.
Yeah, they're not there in the lab of Heimerdinger right now.
How do you like this attack? I feel like you don't want to give... Like, you want to keep your board spread out because of the Voice of the Reason threat and Chrono Break. Like, you don't want to trade with the Echo Jinx. You have probably more experience than me on this deck. What do you feel about this matchup? How would you approach it?
The big problem here is obviously that the first Echo you ever throw down is basically just removal bait, and you need to throw him down either when he's leveled up or when he's about to level. And then the second Echo is supposed to really get you to those Chrono Breaks, and yes, you want to board alongside of that, is one of the worst things that can happen to you.
What Echo? I don't see second Echo.
Oh no!
I see another free ephemeral pre-science in the hand.
This is super tough, and again, this is the version where we actually play a lot of careful prep, so we can double up on a few cards, but we are missing those get excited, we are missing that extra burn that potentially can get us over the finish line with Jinx, so we are more reliant on actually sticking a board, which makes the attack that DunoGP did even more interesting, because you don't even really take a blocker off your opponent, because they are going to get that back with a portal in no time.
I see the plan here with the careful preps. You want to play them after the Echo levels up, so you can get the Chrono Breaks. Time trick, probably. I mean, I think playing the 1-drop and shuffling back the peripheral pre-science might have been slightly better.
Sun comes through. No free draw for you, says Ultraman. Unfortunately, can't quite remove this Echo without committing to a lot of mana and a lot of resources here. Disintegrate must have been the play. Now can also play a Scorched Earth. Again, no landmarks really in this deck now that Zillion is out of it, so Scorched Earth really only being used here to kill a couple of units. A lot of mana left for Duno, but we know that there is no Chrono Break, so killing the Echo right now would actually be insane. The only fear you have is that there's draw, right? If there is a predict plus draw in Duno's hand...
Oh, I hate this pass. I think you do predict here with the... You shuffle the draw board into the deck, and you predict for the next turn. Like, you...
Okay.
Like...
No! No, what? Ultraman! Oh my god, Ultraman has spent some time in Valorant absolutely sniping these Echoes.
What the hell? I see only one. There is no more left. That's a good play. That's definitely a good play. Oh, you can so this is really interesting part. You cannot skip here because you don't get a card, but you have another careful prep which allows you to predict once again to not get a bricked card from the top of the hand.
And Alan,
now,
this is not looking good. There are some highlights of you playing Valorant with Broken Ball, you know? Maybe next time you take Ultraman into your team.
Oh! There we go! There is a card. Do you just trade your Echo here? Do you just trade your buff units and you Chrono Break?
It's not safe. The problem if you do that...
And then you concede because opponent kills your second Echo?
Yeah, if you had 6 mana, you could potentially do that.
Oh, that's really cool to make opponents spend mana to kill this one, so you can open swing.
If you had 6 mana, you could potentially trade this Echo in, so because you could get another Chrono Break.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Jinx! Okay.
Yeah. Looking better.
Okay, the pieces coming together.
The problem here is, again, you don't really have a lot of burn. You're gonna have the Jinx Rocket being able to sometimes clear the board, setting up a lot of burn, but in this matchup now, with only 2 units on the board...
Didn't you like more careful prepping the Quicksand and just standing in 3 mana and getting potentially finding the Jinx and then having another Jinx on top of the deck? Isn't this just better?
Potentially, yes. Especially multiple Jinx, again, that is that burn that you were missing, right? You're gonna get excited, you're gonna get rockets. And you're not gonna get through with the board, and without drawing Absolver Return, I don't think you are getting through these jump blockers that Ultraman can build up turn after turn after turn.
Okay, what is this? Why not just play Group Shot? That's an experimental play.
We need that group shot. No, we need that. We expect there to be a revive from Duno, and we need that group shot to trigger the disintegrate to get rid of the final echo.
Why not just stun it with the sentry?
Could also just do that. Alright, if we don't remove the Jinx, yes, good play, Ultraman. Don't want to get baited into this.
No, okay, removing the Jinx will be pretty bad.
Crazy play from Duno here. This means we can actually get a rocket this turn as well with the Jinx. Remove 2 blockers from the board. Yeah, Sentry come in, as you mentioned, stunning the Echo.
Yeah, and you just kill Jinx after opponent plays. But the rocket will be pretty good here. Wait. You bluff Chrono Break here? Interesting. Yeah, another Chrono Break would be really disgusting.
Ooh, that is another way to finally get through those jump blockers. If we can actually get the Hexite Crystal, we can get through them. Oh, there's a cat on the other side as well.
Cats everywhere.
Go on. Runeterra has a real cat problem. Cat infestation. I know what's funny. I think those are the same cat, though.
I mean, you just take the hit here, no? You block nothing.
Take 5.
He's really scared of blocking with... I mean...
I like this from Ultraman.
Oh, block with... Okay, look, he could... The Minimorph is so huge, no? Because it disables the Chrono Break.
The Minimorph taking off the Echo is absolutely giant. It also means...
I mean, don't you just take the hit? Like, you keep the board, your plays play cat, pray for crystal, kill... Like, if you kill anything, you kill Spell Shield, no?
I feel like this is the only way for Duno to get back into this game. Which I like Ultraman just full swinging here. I mean, you're always full swinging, even though you could potentially give Echo free trade. You have ways to take Echo down, and your units die to a rocket anyway. So like, okay, might as well throw in those 2-1s. They don't do anything anyways anymore.
Okay, this is definitely not the play, no? Because you could just shuffle the careful prep and play cat to look for the crystal.
And now you get a free draw. You can potentially draw into a Chrono Break, which might be what we are looking for, right? We need that Chrono Break potentially to keep our champions alive. And there comes the Minimorph from Ultraman destroying that play.
Okay, Do you look for the card now, or do you careful prep after the combat? You could have gotten like a Quicksand. Like if you got like the really free bet of options, you could get a Quicksand to protect your one more unit.
And
no cards left in the top deck.
What?
We have to wait. We can't see. Oh, the
Absolver.
I mean, you pick Absolver. It's not like you have a choice. And you set up Lethal next turn. Like you are swinging for million, and then there is double disintegrate to laugh at you. Oh wow,
it's rough.
Okay, I mean. You just predict, you change your top deck now. You look for Chrono Break, I guess, another one, to protect your Jinx. Okay, I mean, I would probably lost with this, like I didn't play the deck much, but that makes actually more sense to just look for another Chrono Break. But what are the odds of this play? Okay, you skip now then, right? If that was your line, if you didn't go for the Absolver.
On Feline. Scrying Sands, no Chrono Break, and that means disaster. Like, if we commit both cards here, yes, we get another rocket, but that just gives Ultraman the signal to just kill this Jinx, because he knows that there's no more Chrono Break. And again, Duno here playing for his outs. Playing for the Chrono Break, potentially keeping the Jinx alive, potentially getting more rockets, potentially getting there. Just not getting the right draws right now.
I mean, what are the chances? Okay, if you pick Absolver, what are the chances that he could... Oh wait, but he needed to play the landmark to get the rocket, because if he picks Absolver... No, she still flips. Before the result, you still get to play rocket. And you have double Absolver this turn, swinging. You are swinging for 8. If opponent blocks only Jinx and just pass, you can commit 7 on the... You can commit the damage on the Jinx, and then if opponent... you could swing for at least 10, and then you have a rocket. So opponent would need to have a way to remove both of your units, which is very unlikely for... to remove 2 full HP units for the Swain. Like, no? Like, look what happens. You put You put first part of Absolver on Minity. Opponent is blocking Jinx. You put second part on the Jinx. She's 7 damage. Your Minity KE comes for 5. Then opponent removes your Jinx. Then you put another 4 on your Minity. Minity comes to 9. And then you get a rocket. You come to up to 13. So you're 1 of lethal.
Mystic Shot out is basically there. Chrono Break now finally shows its face, but it's a bit too late. Again, we have no more cards in hand, and Ultraman knows I can finally kill that Jinx. Could potentially see Ultraman just wait till after combat, maybe. You want that junk construct to die? Nope.
I mean, you definitely... No, I think you definitely kill it here. The question is, yeah, if you want the junk... I think you let the junk construct die, because you can get like a devoted cancel to kill your Nexus from it. If you have level champion, and he should be leveling Swain soon-ish.
Alright, goodbye Jinx. Means another champion gone, unfortunately. Chrono Break next turn is going to be the top deck. That itself doesn't really help you that much. You need to
I think he selected Chrono Break.
It could be, just hoping that the Jinx would not die this turn. You gotta think, how do you win this turn if your Jinx dies this turn?
I mean, Chrono Break is definitely not a card that's winning you the game, right? You are drawing one, and that's Chrono Break. Then you are drawing another card. Like, even if that's Jinx... I guess if that's Jinx, you can win. Oh, no, he skipped.
Yeah, okay. Voice of the Risen. This is really good, to be fair. Two portals being... Oh! Stony, that...
Wait, that's bad.
That's bad. That doesn't really help.
Bad. I mean, you go with Swain here. I mean, Swain is, I would assume, unleveled. But you want to threaten some damage, so you probably go with the Swain. I mean, your opponent predicted. So he was drawing for the removal for the Jinx. Since he didn't draw removal for the Jinx, is this more damage than Swain into stun? Maybe.
I like this play because you get another Swain in hand, and next time you could potentially, after you develop the Swain, go into...
Yeah, you have an answer for the Jinx, fine.
Yeah, I like this.
Do you have enough mana though with the Stony? That's 2. That's 10.
Yeah,
Alright, he has enough. That's 10.
Yeah. Right, Leviathan swinging in. If you don't block this, you will take the 5 plus the 2 from the Leviathan.
I mean, you can't block. You possibly. You have to open swing into Jinx, and you hope you push 4, right? That's your line.
Or you open swing into Chrono Break. That would also be, I guess, a line.
Yeah.
You top deck it. Yep.
Like, there is no shot you can ever afford to block here. Like you're losing all your outs. Oh yeah! Oh, okay. That's a card. That's also a card.
Those portals coming in so much. Okay, we can develop multiple blockers plus a spider. So we develop a blocker after this attack, and then once the Chrono Break comes in, we play a stun spider. I honestly think Donhug doesn't get this. Ultraman is going to survive this easily.
Yeah, there is no shot he doesn't. All he needs to do is just develop Swain now and pass. Man, that portal was so big, because if it was Jinx, oh, he was dead. He had no answer to Jinx. Like, he had no answer to attacker. Oh, he develops Rat. Why Rat?
I mean, Nora. She's a bunny. Anything.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we can call it a bunny.
Oh, is a rat. That I would agree with. All right, we can't deny this for nothing because it goes back to hand.
Yeah, there is no shot you. Okay, there is no shot you just slap deny to do nothing. Wait, what?
It draws you a card. Listen, it draws you a card. I don't know what's happening either. Okay.
Why just not develop Sentry? And just like.
You could have developed Swain and the Sentry this turn, but I guess like drawing a card is also pretty good. And someone says, "Hey, not getting any better draw of this card." Like, so yeah.
Wait, is he? Oh, he's alive. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
He can Sentry and he has, but he loses Leviathan.
I think that's almost fine. I mean, we get a lot of Hexite Crystals in the deck as well.
You sent. Wait, what do you sentry? You sentry Minity?
Like this. Now Leviathan trades into a
Sure.
5-4, you're 3-2 in the 5-3,
Sure.
and then yeah.
Yeah, you
And then-
force the block. You need to force the block here.
Yeah. Any pokey or group shot you draw actually takes down the 4-1 as well. Takes the
Alright.
damage here, plays Leviathan, keeps
I mean,
Leviathan
if
on
you,
the board,
okay,
passes.
if he top decks Jinx, he's dead because he cannot just
Yep.
open kill him with the open attack. Oh, there is some portals going on. Oh,
Right.
there is Pokey just to seal the deal.
Yep, open tech lethal.
Find Mystic Shot for a hope. That's a
one of
hope.
them. That is a hope.
Like, but was second Leviathan? Like, there are so many hope shatters. Do you just play Leviathan to break your opponent's mental before
Yeah,
you Pokey them?
For sure, it's Leviathan pass.
Yeah, Leviathan pass. I agree. You definitely like when you are going into the series. That's the first game. You need to work on your opponent. No, he missed it.
Ultraman is too
Miss.
nice.
An
It's too
experimental play.
An experimental play. Not going for the BM. What a nice guy, just adding the game right here, right now. Also saving them some time on the clock, I guess.
That's true. If you're a slower player, that's a better play. If you know that you need time and you know that you can lose to the clock.
Yeah. Not everyone is Simon, just instant passing everything.
I mean, you're playing into Red Gwen and Echo GX. Like, those matches should not take too long. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, and you are playing with the Varus Pantheon. Again, this is a deck that we've seen so many times today. I think we've seen it more often than Aatrox even. Almost in
Yeah,
every
I mean,
matchup.
it's a good matchup into the Aatrox Kane because of the how the Pantheon resolves after turn 4 and it just outscales. And it's a solid deck, like into the current meta. But the problem of this deck, what the Kane Aatrox it doesn't do well into aggro. You just fell over to aggro. Where Kane Aatrox is just like consuming, blurping all of them. And like, just give me more.
I mean, this deck also has the Aphelios tagged in again for matchups where you need that extra healing, where maybe you need that stun. And that can be very crucial, especially against the Katarina Gwen, where all of a sudden you do have a Graviton by your side to stop one of these big attacks, or you do have some healing to get some HP back, or you can generate another jump blocker.
You're giving too much credit to one of Aphelios. You're not gonna see that Aphelios in most of the games, even in these matchups. They are way too fast.
Listen, okay? Sometimes you just draw your one-offs. You put them into your deck to draw them, no?
Yes, yes, but okay. In these matchups, the problem is you don't have even the floating mana to play Nightfall. Like, you are just like, yeah, let me slap a 1-drop, let me block, and you have no floating mana to even play Aphelios with to get the weapon. To get the weapon.
Yeah, it could be really rough, you're right. But then again, the deck also has Saga Seeker, has a bunch of early drops to contend with the early drops here from both Katarina as well as Echo. By the way, can we stop calling this deck Red Gwen? Katarina is the carry of the deck. It's disrespectful.
Green Katarina, no problem.
Green Katarina, yeah.
Green Katarina.
Shout out to, I think, Santa TCG, who also coined the term. Was like, this is not a Gwen deck, this is a Green Katarina deck.
Okay. I would call it a foyer deck. I don't think it's neither Katarina or Gwen. It's a foyer deck.
It's a foyer deck, yeah.
Okay, getting that proc. I mean, what's up with this play? Like, why don't you just... Okay, hold... I think this is an experimental play because, like, okay, you can play Shepard this turn, but what you could also do, you could play Gem into Aphelios, which is even better play because it allows you to pick a Gravitum for the Katarina or Gwen, and you don't have to worry about them later, and then you can follow it up to get another weapon, and you can keep cycling, which would be insane for this matchup.
Oh, wait, what was that about not drawing the Aphelios and not having mana to actually activate them?
Listen, but they don't do it anyway.
They don't do it anyway.
See, he's useless. He's just sitting in the hand.
Oh,
look, he'll play Varus now, probably.
Yeah. I mean, this turn, we probably have to take a block finally. We're still taking a bunch of damage here. The Might is already in the hand for Dunu, and that can be really dangerous. Good thing is we do have the freeze already for Ultraman for that turn later. But looking at the rest of the hand for Duno, we are lacking the most important card in the deck, right? The Foyer, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is... I don't want to be a doomer, but this looks like a game over to me already. Like, this hand is reading do nothing. Like, what do you do? Oh yeah, exactly, glimpse. Like, this is your turn? Do you glimpse on offense?
You have to find it, right? You know, this is Duno just like being in the Shadow Isles for the first time. Is trying to find his way to the Foyer. Unfortunately, has lost his way along. So, kind of has to get there.
What now?
Now we wait.
Okay. Now we pass. 6 mana pass. Let's see what opponent does.
Alright, listen. Crazy play. We rally.
Shunpo? Just send it? No, he passed!
Send it.
He passed!
I was almost ready for it. I mean, it would have been punished here, because we see on the other side there is protection, and you would have pushed former extra damage, so I don't know if it was quite worth it, but again, you don't draw the most important cards. You don't draw units, and you don't draw that Foyer, which actually just fuels your entire deck.
You needed to do something last turn. You cannot possibly pass turn 4 as a green Katarina.
Talking about her, where is she?
If you would have drawn cards, maybe she would arrive.
No, I mean, but it's kind of... We just renamed the deck after her, and she doesn't even show up.
Yeah, and there is a Moon Boy.
There is the Affilios.
Look, that one off.
Severum, Gravitum, such good cards here. Yeah, the Gravitum, especially if there was about the hit a Katarina or
is, what Duno's show? He already shown that there is either Valfist or Glimpse in hand, and if there was a Valfist, there would be on stack. So if Ultraman has a good read, he knows there is a Glimpse in hand. That's why he doesn't go for the Calibrum there as well. And also Gravitum is just more stable.
You just let this one go, say, okay, don't want to sacrifice my Affilios necessary. He's a huge value unit, he can give me some healing, which I really need.
I mean, your opponent just presented you 4 damage on turn 6 as a green Katarina. Like, you are just laughing at your opponent and developing and finishing him off in 2 turns. Or 1 turn. No?
Yeah, Quiet is coming in here to remove the weapon of Varus. That can be annoying, to be honest. But I don't think this specific matchup relies on the Varus growing big and going in.
I mean, you can just give him the fearsome weapon as well, and he'll be quite happy.
Especially with the Affilios ready to boost him up with some lifesteal and some overwhelm as well.
I mean, if you're Ultraman, you just take a pass. Like, you should be pretty happy about the board you have. If opponent pass again with 8 mana, like, this is, like, you're happy.
I do predict. Let's see what we hit. That was quite a quick predict. Okay, it's not a Darkin. And not a Hawazi.
Now you could stun the 4-1. But he doesn't get the weapon back. Which is okay, but he uses his mana and he has a good aggressive turn next turn. He chooses not to, he chooses to keep the stun. As it's very good into this matchup. So he wants to stun probably Dancer this turn, right?
Oh my god.
That's a good card.
That is a good card. Yeah, Ultraman is just having a heck of a game. Meanwhile, Duno is just sitting over here. Oh, again, I drew another spell for my 2 units on the board.
I mean, this deck does absolutely nothing without Foyer.
We have 2 Hallowed stacks. 2!
That's pretty good.
No, wait, never mind. We have
1
1 Hallowed stack. We have 1 Hallowed stack. 1!
That's a Dragon, Quick Attack, Challenger, Fearsome, Elusive, Impact. Yeah, looks like Duno is dead on my screen.
Yep. Don't even need a stun right now. We can actually just take care of this 3-6 just with the Pantheon.
Ooh, another pass. Oh, he chooses to not go for Lethal yet. Oh, maybe. I mean, he has technically Furious Will there, but he needs to present Lethal on the swing. So he chooses not to go for the Wilder line.
Then
keeps Affilios back. Still doesn't want the Affilios to die. Pushes 9 here, but really just says, hey, game is still under my control. Finally, Duno can send it.
Lethal if he does this? No, he can give the +2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not enough. I was thinking about leveling up the Varus. But if he had weapon, that would be lethal. Oh, there we go! Yeah. It appeared!
Both of them, Katarina and the Foyer appeared, but it's unfortunately really late into the game. It's questionable if we can actually come back from this state now, because there's a flip Pantheon on the other side. There's still, again, a Gravitum in hand, and an Aphelios waiting for the Katarina, so it's going to be tough for Duno to somehow get back into this game, especially because not only do we have those tools on the board, but look at Furious Wielder and Unforgiving Cold just sitting there being ready to counter everything Duno tries to do.
Wait, you are telling me the deck, after all the suffering, when it drew its Foyer and Katarina, it just doesn't win now?
Oh, it did draw them on turn 7. We didn't do that much in the first 7 turns of the game.
What do you mean it doesn't? It has to win now.
I wish that is how it worked.
Oh. Oh, Varus is ready. Without a bow, but he's still ready.
I mean, he still gets over 1, which is pretty nice. Pantheon here actually probably gonna die after this, because we do have to flock.
Yeah. I mean, why take this block? Like, if opponent press OK, that's not good for you. If they have, like, they have bricked hand. There is a flock most likely. I think that's way too risky of a play. You just take block with the normal unit. If they omit, you just freeze them and you laugh at them. This is...
But we didn't commit any additional boosts, so now the flock actually just gets blown out by just a Pair Cascade. Don't know about that.
No, because you just Shunpo him afterwards.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So he's going for the lethal.
I mean, this is the only way we win this. But I don't know if we
I mean, this will just get frozen, like stunned. Like, that's just Gravitum.
Oh, no Gravitum says, okay, freeze is going to be enough. And to be fair, freeze is going to be enough. Yeah, you have to pre-commit everything, unfortunately. Oh, wait. So you're telling me that even if we don't freeze, this is never lethal, huh?
Yeah. I mean...
This is just sad to look at this point. I mean, we tried. Duno GP tried his best to get back into the game with those 2 top decks, but Ultraman was just so good at suffocating everything Duno tried here.
I mean, look how close it was. He's at 4 already. It barely any damage missed.
It does look really close.
He's already at 2 HP. Oh, he ruined it.
Yeah.
He's at back to 10.
Would have been pretty cool to see, right? People would have actually thought, okay, this game might have been closer than we expected. But yeah.
Well, at least we have 6 hollow stacks, right? There's another Foyer. Now there is a chance.
Finally. Oh, imagine early game Foyer into Katarina. Not gonna happen here. There's gonna be lethal represented. And again, there's a Varus Pantheon deck. So good all day long. So good yesterday. So good today. Does it again. And Ultraman is gonna be the first finalist for today.
Well deserved. Was performing very well on ladder, on the tournaments over the months, years. And he finally gets to the finals.
So deserved. Ultraman is one of the players that almost makes every seasonal top card. Has gotten far quite a number of times, but unfortunately fell short in the middle of the bracket or the end of the bracket often. So if Ultraman would actually win this seasonal now in the beginning of 2023, that would be absolutely massive. What a celebration for LoR that would be. But it appears that we do have another game that is also going on still between Marcus and Aaron, which again is also an absolute banger of a game to decide who will face up against Ultraman.
Yeah, absolutely. And both players having completely different lineups. So really would love to see how it plays out between those 2 players. We have to remember that I believe Marcus was going favorite into the match against Aren because he was having the anti-grindy lineup with a bunch of Rite of Negation.
Yeah, and again, Marcus going in with so many cool decks that we haven't seen in quite a while. Yeah, we do have, at least one seasonal in the past where I think Mono Shurima was pretty dominant. But ever since then, it dropped down. It's currently, I think, on a 44% ladder win rate again. So it's getting closer to meme status again, but it's really good against certain
Looks
decks.
like Aren actually took it down in the last second against Marcus with his control lineup. Will be jumping back to the Panda shortly. And we'll be seeing the Aren against Ultraman finals. Very excited to see that.
You guys were too slow to wrap it up at the end there. Already the game concluded. And unfortunately, the Cinderella story for Marcus has come to an end. Top 4 still something he can be very, very proud of, but it is Aren, the Swedish player, who manages to win it and is now going to be facing Ultraman in the final. 2 well-deserved players that have been here for so long. Aren, the whole year he's been prepping with Thomas, for example, and they both had very good results as a team, essentially, and with other top players, and really a very consistent player. And Ultraman, Alan, you said it. I think there's few players that I would say are more deserving of success when it comes to Runeterra, when it comes to the time and effort that he's put in to try and become the best or be among the best at the very least. And now he has a chance.
Yeah, he definitely put up a lot of work, and like the times that he just fell short was a lot. But we have to remember, it's a card game, there is a variance. Like if you keep performing, you're gonna get your dub eventually. You have to just wait for it and keep working on getting better and figuring out the proper lineup to your playstyle, to the meta.
It's going to, of course, not be the first time that either of these countries were to win the seasonal, because we did have Salty Simon winning it for Sweden quite a few seasonals ago now at this point, and also Red Winter winning it for Belgium. So for the countries, not the first, but for the players, it will be the first time ever if they do manage to win it here. So really exciting stuff. And again, the story with Ultraman, I think, is very endearing for anyone that's been following Runeterra, especially the EMEA scene, since the very beginning. I'm talking about Elusives, Beta, the original ladder. Ultraman was there. He was grinding away. He was trying his best. I knew him all the way back from a different TCG from Gwent, and I've been following his career for over 5 years now. I consider him my friend as well. So really special to see him in the finals, and with a chance, the closest he's ever been to actually becoming the seasonal champion. That'll be it for this round. Semifinals have concluded. We have only the finals remaining. Going to be a bit of a longer break now since both games ended quite soon, actually, with this 1 hour period. But when we come back, Ice-T and Alan, you'll be taking us through the final game in this seasonal format for EMEA for Runeterra. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Ready yourself. The night awaits. If we hesitate, we die, and I'm not interested in dying. Look closely at their eyes, full of fear.
You'll serve me, one way or another.
Swift death.
Struggle. They'll enjoy it.
Very well. Not much for pets, but this one is fine.
I will release them from their pain.
This creature is beyond saving. She looks more capable than most people. Those who kill innocents are no more than fiends. Return to innocence.
By my hand, I will end their suffering. Every last monster will be purged.
the people wanna go with desire, like the streaming with the fish in the ocean. Stay away, never come under fire. They will never ever show an emotion.
I never dream of getting in the action.
Life moves with all the surprises.
I never dealt with chemical reactions.
It comes down to this day. You're gonna be a
Tough act to follow,
and you better believe it. Just take a bite and see that it's gonna be
too much to swallow.
You better believe it. Yeah, I got one more trick, but you're gonna be a
Tough act to follow, to follow.
All the people wanna get in the circus, trying hard to keeping up with the Joneses. Everything is kind of trouble and purpose, and you're lying in a bed of roses.
I never dream of getting in the action.
Life moves with all the surprises.
I never dealt with chemical reaction.
It comes down to this day. You're gonna be a
Tough act to follow,
and you better believe it. Just take a bite and see that it's gonna be
too much to swallow.
You better believe it. Yeah, I got one more trick, but you're gonna be a
Tough act to follow, to follow.
You're gonna be a
Tough act to follow, to follow.
Oh, I feel I like the way I got up from the start. I was under pressure. I feel I got away. It comes down to this. Yeah, you're gonna be a
Tough act to follow,
and you better believe it. Just take a bite and see that it's gonna be
too much to swallow.
You better believe it. Yeah, I got one more trick, but you're gonna be a
Tough act to follow,
to follow, to follow. Yeah, you're gonna be a tough act to follow, to follow. You're gonna be, ooh.
Honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me lies now, I always get mine. Don't play with me. Do you want it? Can you feel me?
The arrow of retribution will find its mark.
What I could learn from studying such a weapon.
You will know our power. Be patient. Bloodshed is the only way, isn't it?
Grant me your power. Let me end our war.
Our revenge comes first, then your petty war.
True power eclipses both day and night.
Beware those who have nothing to lose! We deliver their end.
I am free. I am ascended.
It is complicated. complicated enough without your domineering. Don't stand against us. Their minds are so fragile. Give in. Your will crumbles so easily. One step closer to retribution.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. And this is now the grand finals coming up. If you just tuned in, you've missed a lot of really fantastic series, but you're in time at least to see who gets crowned the champion of this season on the EMEA. And what a story it is for both of these players, both players that I think are so well respected in the community among pros, among casters, among viewers, among everyone. Everyone thinks that Aaron and Ultraman for sure deserve to be in this final. Maybe skewing a bit more toward Ultraman. We talked about it so much. We hyped him up. He is just, again, he's done so much for Runeterra as a competitor, as a content creator, as a community figure in the French-speaking scenes as well. He's been in almost every seasonal tournament, Master Europe as well with Belgium, always in that captain role, trying to bring his country up to be among the best nations in the EMEA. So really a great story here and a great match. I consider both of these players friends even, and just so happy to see them both finding success. Ice-T, do you have the same opinion?
Absolutely. Ultraman, as you mentioned, just someone that is really nice to talk to as well. In Fight Night, whenever I set him up for interviews already, he was super hyped to win. And again, is also someone who won so much outside of seasonals, so can't wait for him to finally do it. And Aaron, again, not only a player that is on the younger side, but also someone who has some experience in Legends of Runeterra, leading that EU Masters team after Salty Simon didn't qualify. Just two players that you really can't be happier for either of them.
Look, Ultraman, competing for such a long time, you can get pretty discouraged after not having any dub for a long time, and the man just kept going. He's like, I'm gonna get there. And he might finally do today.
Yeah, it's a game of variance to some extent. You have to, play the numbers game and just really keep trying. And at some point, finally, you'll have that godlike tournament where you bring the right lineup, you feel comfortable, you feel confident in yourself as a player, but also, the draws go a little bit your way. Those 50-50 scenarios end up paying in your favor, and that's the case maybe here for this tournament. Could be finally the dream scenario that Ultraman has been hoping for and chasing for so long now in his career as a competitive Legends of Runeterra player. But we're gonna go into the deck list. Ice-T, Alan, you guys can take it away, break it down, find out what player might be a little bit favored and what the bans might look like as well for this grand finals coming up.
All right, Alan, this is going to be super exciting. I think in the break you already kind of broke down for us what you think is actually going to happen in this match. But you struggled at first thinking about who's actually favored. Who did you end up on?
So I believe that Ultraman should be favored because Aaron has the matchup Jinx Echo, Trundle Tryndamere, and Varus Pantheon going into Sway Nora Pantheon Varus and TF Katarina Ani. So Jinx Echo should struggle to find a win. So I believe that Aaron should be looking to hunt the matchup Jinx Echo against Pantheon Varus and win this one. Because against TF Katarina and Sway Nora, it's very, very hard to beat both of those decks with it. So we should expect to ban one of them, probably Sway Nora, because of the Minimorph, because of the stance. Like, it's way harder for the Echo to actually connect, to resolve that time trick, out attack, to get the time trick, where TF Katarina has more of a either pre-combat stun or removal, so it's more likely that Echo connects in this matchup. And against Pantheon Varus, the deck is just either freeze or strike, and you don't have too much else to expect, and you can just overrun the match if they miss their one drop. And then we have the Trundle Tryndamere and Varus Pantheon. So clearly Ultraman will ban TR because, again, all your decks are not looking too hot in this matchup. And then we have Varus Pantheon. Varus Pantheon against Pantheon Varus, like, the mirror will probably happen. Aaron should technically open with Jinx Echo, and Ultraman should be opening with a deck that is pairing well into that. So he should be opening with the deck that's unbanned either Swindora or TF Katarina to find that win against Jinx Echo quickly. And then we should see probably Varus Pantheon coming from the Aaron, going into the mirror. So it should be favorite for the Ultraman, but again, we have to remember those are cards. Anything can happen, and like some players might just break and lose a heavily favorite matchup for them.
Now, we looked at the deck list from both players already. The one thing I do want to mention is that looking at both lineups, we don't have a single Aatrox in the finals. We don't have Spooky Gwen, we don't have Spooky Katarina in the finals. So two decks that were certainly expected here are not here at all. Instead, we have that one deck that dominated open rounds and that dominated today Varus Pantheon. Both players brought it. We have Ultraman tagging in one of Aphelios. Aaron isn't. Do you think that can change anything?
Aphelios is mostly for the aggro matchups, and it's not there for the grindy matchups. And since Aaron has like one aggro matchup, and you are looking to pick up a win, especially against Pantheon Varus, so that's the matchup where you want to have extra Aphelios instead of Varus. So it could make a change in this matchup. We'll see how it plays out. Like, I'm curious if the players will ban the way we are thinking, because you can again make some spicy experimental bans. Yeah. But we've seen that Ultraman was sticking to the standard with the previous ban, so I don't think we'll see him go out of the line here. So did Aaron. Usually went with the just standard approach, targeting the certain decks and just banning the bad matchup for overall his lineup. Again, Aaron's version of the FTR is the very grindy version, and it would be very bad for the Ultraman to face his FTR, because that's again double buried, that's triple vengeance, that's triple harsh winds. Like, you're not gonna have fun playing against this with any deck that's based on the combat and like striking, because again, heavy hard removal, freeze, like that would put you to the test. So you probably want to throw that out.
Especially with the Varus Pantheon on the other side, could be a struggle. And also this deck is well tagged enough to go into something like Swain Nora as well. We do have double Avalanche in here. We do have the box we can ramp to those big threats that are super hard to remove without the help of a disintegrate. Just want to mention on the side, by the way, 3 LoR Masters EU for Ultraman and 8 seasonal tournaments. So the same amount of top cuts as BB, got further, and here is now in the finals. And Aaron, again, won LoR Masters EU after Salty Simon did not qualify as the captain for Sweden. Aaron took over and has 4 seasonal top cuts. Also a very consistent player, both of them. And I feel like that kind of goes into the ban strategy that you just mentioned, where both players probably just going to go for the correct, quote-unquote, or the least experimental ban that they can follow, because those are just 2 very consistent players.
Yeah, those are exceptional results so far on the line. And here we're going into the lineups. Again, we've seen that Swain, like the Noxus decks, besides the aggro versions, have been performing very well. The players that were targeting, let's say, aggro, were having quite good results going so far on.
Let's see if the standard bans come through here. Again, this is the final of the season, though both players have played through 9 rounds of Swiss, as well as through the entire top cut to finally get here. There might be some added pressure on Ultraman's side, because Ultraman has been this close very often and now can finally get his win. But Aaron as well, again, younger player coming in, having some success later on, hasn't really been there at the start of LOR, but then the 3rd EU Masters has had a lot of competitive success ever since. Maybe the young gun can do it. This is one of the most hyped finals I could have expected.
I mean, it's not one-sided in terms of matchups for sure. Both players are very good. None of them is like clearly better than the other. Both have the experience in the previous seasons, in the previous competitions like LoR Masters, EU Masters, and a lot of ladder games. So both of them going into them each matchup will know what they are doing. It will be going with the certain game plan and will be trying to execute it with the certain degree of the accuracy.
Yeah, but again, this is a card game. It also comes down to draws, comes down on how RNG blesses you on that very day. We have the Echo Jinx there, for example. Again, a deck that can be exceptionally well at drawing your champions and then building an advantage out of having 3 copies out of every champion. But we already saw Ultraman play up against that and turn that on its head by discarding 2 Echoes. So gotta be careful, right? Don't draw too well sometimes.
Yeah, like he was looking quite happy having the multiple threats in the hand, and then he didn't look too happy after all when he seen double Aloof just clutching up that match.
Yeah.
Now
yeah.
we'll have the Swain Nora. Like technically, like if you think about the FTR matchup, like you could technically leave it out and leave open Swain Nora and Pantheon Varus if the TF the other Noxus that could be banned, and try to snipe with the FTR with the Aluf there, but we will probably see the more standard and we see the Pantheon Varus mirrors.
Alright, both of Saga Seeker already in hand. Pay Cascade on the side of Ultraman as well as a protect early on. Again, we do have some healing on the side of Aaron, but I think this is one of the least valuable units, especially in the mirror. So probably not too happy about that, while Ultraman again with the Saga Seeker plus the weapon in hand is looking great early on.
Ultraman always needs to pass here because his turn 2 is most likely Saga Seeker into Pale Cascade. And like otherwise he would skip a draw if he would develop there. And then Aaron has a way better because he can way better draw because he can just develop a weapon and he doesn't need to commit the attack. And this way Ultraman will miss out on the Fated proc. And yeah, if he goes for the Pale, he's not a complete, like he pretty much had way worse turn. And his unit is way smaller than Aaron, and he doesn't even get to swing with his unit. So he's missing out on the free damage, and he's missing out on the unit growth. But technically, he just picked up a weapon, which makes this hand infinitely better. But then Aaron top deck Momentus, which is the best card in this spot.
FTR on Conservatory banned, by the way, which means that Ultraman gets really similar matchups to the previous game, or the previous match that Ultraman won. So let's see how this one turns out. Again, we have another Saga Seeker. We just equipped the weapon to this one.
So this is a very interesting spot because here you could opt as Ultraman and just pass this turn and next turn play Pantheon into equipping him a weapon to start growing him, because this matchup is about who has the taller Pantheon. And like you really want to develop your Pantheon on 4 to just start growing, because the keywords not as important as just the raw stats value on him. So we might see just development of Pantheon into the Shepard later, or development into a Pale Cascade later on. So there is a chance that next turn for the Ultraman is just Saga Seeker into Shepard and just play it a bit differently.
Ooh. In the meantime, Aaron continues to try and grow his own Saga Seeker for now. Let's see what the predict from Ultraman gets us.
Yeah, so he decides to just fight for the board, not to give up on an HP. We know that Ultraman picked up either a weapon or the Varus on the top because of the growth on the Bakai.
I really like this though. Picking that up also means you can attack in with the Bakai. This is also now a 4 attack unit, so no really good trade left on Aaron's side. Just has to take the 8 damage, which again in this matchup might not be that scary, but considering Ultraman is building up to an early Pantheon, might mean that Ultraman can sneak out a lethal earlier than Aaron expects it.
Like looking at the Aaron hand, you cannot block with Saga Seeker because like let's assume you trade. What's your next turn? You're gonna play Cleric into weapon and that's your board? Like you need to keep a unit that will threaten positive trade for on your side.
Yeah, and right now Aaron can potentially just cycle these weapons to again trigger the Fated on his Saga Seeker, but it just doesn't feel that great if your opponent just gets to actually proc that Saga Seeker again and again without having to just cycle weapons for 2 mana every time.
I think both players will cycle weapon this turn. I think that's the best line for both of them. Like you just need to match the growth of the units. I absolutely don't like. This is about who goes taller, not who goes wider. So not growing your Saga Seeker to 5/5, I think that's just a mistake.
Again, Ultraman is forced to play something on his Fated unit or on any other unit on the board here. Does need that Pantheon trigger after all. Goes in with a weapon, does not commit the weapon on the Pantheon. Doesn't want to wait.
So Ultraman takes a bit more aggressive approach, but when you see the development of the weapon on the Aaron side, on the Cleric, you should realize that like in this spot, he's scared. He's playing defensively. So at this point, you can slow down and just go taller.
This is an awkward attack for Aaron. Yeah, Aaron this way gets a 5/5 that can't really be blocked, but everything else can get traded down pretty easily and cheaply here for Ultraman.
So here is the consideration, what are we buffing? So definitely you want to buff the Saga Seeker. You expect the Cleric to get traded off.
Okay. Hey, you potentially could have hoped that the 4/4 Saga Seeker was trying to get a value trade here and answer with the momentous choice. You could still keep your Cleric alive, but now I don't think that is the case for momentous choice. It's just too valuable to use on a Cleric here. As you mentioned, this is about going tall, not about going wide.
So, like, if you think about the trades, like, why attacking with Bakai was correct, because it allows you to force the 2/2 block into the Bakai, and then opponent has to block your Cleric with another unit, with 4/3 or 4/2. So basically, gives you a better trades if you are forcing opponent to block your Bakai, and like you keep it to champ block, but it allows opponent to make way better trades, which you do not want. So I would love to see a Bakai get to attack, because it would get buffed to 3/2.
Alright, there we go. Another weapon committed. This Pantheon about to flip as well. And the board is just looking a bit taller on the side of Ultraman. Well, we do have the Varus now in hand for Aaron.
Yeah, so like Ultraman is taking a bit different approach. He's not deciding to grow his Pantheon. He's just going for those keywords and try to apply enough pressure where Pantheon can just finish off with pretty much anything. And on the other side of Aaron, he's really struggling to find the correct pieces to develop a good enough board. But he has that momentous choice, which is really crucial in the match.
Ultraman obviously hoping to hit Spell Shield Elusive on the Pantheon if possible. Quick Attack Challenger could also work. But for now, attacks in with a big board that potentially looks to overwhelm Aaron. But again, as you mentioned, Aaron with the momentous choice can take a good trade here.
Yeah, so we're gonna see probably the usage of the Momentous here to get the value trade. This way opponent cannot punish you with Momentous or Pale. If he has both, then yeah, the trade would go down. But unless he has the specific 2 cards, it shouldn't go off. Also, if there was a Momentous, there was a good chance he would have played it. He would have upkept mana last turn instead of playing the 1-drop.
Still takes 5 here, does not want to give up the Varus, obviously, which is getting increasingly scary, considering the Pantheon can hit the board pretty soon.
Yeah, the next time Pantheon into the weapon is very scary. Oh wow, he found his own Pantheon. Now the question is, if this is this Pantheon 4 out of 5? If it is, it's a very good turn because you have a barrier. Attacking with Pantheon when his barrier is very good, and we're gonna see a counter Pantheon. It gives him a spell that allows him to use it as a stun, which removes some sort of damage based on also keywords that gonna come on the Pantheon. No floating mana besides 1 to threaten anything else. And here we go, the keywords. Challenger plus quick attack. Go.
Challenger quick attack. Spell shield as well.
Challenger, okay. Lifesteal, and Dragon. That's a pretty good one. That's a very good one.
Fortunately, it's missing one.
It's stun. It has to be stun. It has to be stun. Yeah.
This one is unfortunately missing that one crucial keyword that would be Spell Shield. So get stunned here. Double Pantheon, double Manthion on the other side for Ultraman. See what keywords we roll on the other side. Another roulette.
Challenger, Elusive. Ooh, Elusive is very good. It's a lethal threat next turn, I believe. He can fight it again by putting a weapon on. Next turn he can go off with the Pale Cascade, and that's a lethal presented. But there is a Guiding Touch to prevent it.
Oh! Wait, that's it! I mean, not really. We have Guiding Touch and a lot of draw. Potentially Freeze can be drawn here by Aaron, but...
So this is really interesting, because if he chooses to play Guiding, he cannot draw Freeze anymore with Unending Wave. So he has one less draw to potentially survive. Because if he goes for Guiding, he's dead. And he would need to go for the draw of the Furious Wielder, which is not even enough. So this will be very interesting what the players decide to do. This is definitely open swing from the Ultraman and threaten lethal, and then go from there. The scariest is a Freeze.
Yeah. I think Ultraman trying to play around that, not only attacking with the Pantheon, but trying to say, okay, I'm gonna pull your other Pantheon.
Whoa! You do not want to. Okay. You do not want to pull for exact that reason. If there is a Freeze, there is no punish.
Nope.
And you don't present lethal this way. Ooh, I really don't like pulling here.
Pair number 1 gonna be invested here. Varus flips as well. Varus ready to dish out some retribution next turn already. Let's go. I think Ultraman still wins this Pantheon trade, right? Because we have the momentous choice as well. And we have the Pair Cascade, so Furious Wheeler coming in now is not going to save this Pantheon. Ours is going to stay alive. Again, we have the regen on him as well.
It's a tough run. Wait, Momentum on the 5-3?
Yeah, we have 9 on that, if we commit both Pale and Momentous. I mean, if we draw with the Pale into another Pale, I guess. That's
I mean, you start with the Guiding probably on your Pantheon, because then your Pantheon doesn't die to opponent's Pantheon. So you start with Guiding on Pantheon. You don't need to commit more. And then you go from there.
Oh, freeze.
That's not enough. You keep this for later.
Yeah, I mean, you don't use it now, but...
You just press OK, I think, and you just, yeah you're happy.
Yeah, especially with the freeze now in hand. Ultraman doesn't go for lethal this turn, but just sets up lethal for the turn after, controlling the board.
So this is an interesting spot, because next turn, he could go for Horazi, giving the spell shield to the Varus, but the Unforgiving Cold will still pop it.
Oh, Unforgiving Cold on the other side as well.
Oh, wow. So the way to play around freeze here, you can start with unyielding, with the strike. If there is a Unforgiving Cold, you just don't attack. And if there is opponent's Furious Wielder, you have a spell shield. So you can actually open by playing Furious Wielder, and this way you play around freeze. You just cast it on the Pantheon, and you threaten 13 damage this way.
Remember last turn where Ultraman unfortunately did not go for lethal, decided to control the board a bit more, but did give some time back to Aaron now. Again, as you mentioned, Aaron can probably exploit this turn to try and test the waters, whether there is a freeze or not.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if you attack and there is a freeze, you just lose your Varus, you develop another one, you keep your Furious Wielder. But is this better? Otherwise, like, what his turn look like? If you open with the Furious Wielder... Okay.
Going with the Overwhelm.
I was thinking, like, what's the alternative? If you open attack and there is Furious Wielder... Sorry, if there is a freeze, you could just redevelop the second Varus and you press OK. Because you don't have much else to do this turn otherwise, except healing. That's a very interesting turn.
Okay,
so now he goes for it. So he did this to get one more damage at the Varus. I'm not sure if this is worth, because like now you're losing a bunch of potential value out of the bluffs. You really don't want to waste the freeze. Like Ultraman wants to keep that freeze because it's such a good card.
Yeah, if you would have drawn into another buff here, could have potentially just gone for another Pale or double momentous choice to save the Pantheon here, but unfortunately not going to happen. Has to use the freeze now, which means next turn the freeze is going to be important from Aaron's side, and then Aaron gets the attack token back.
I mean, this might be the winning turn for Aaron. Like, now that he baited out freeze, now you have a freeze on your opponent's turn here. If he plays Horazi, no, that doesn't accomplish anything. If he throws Spell Shield...
gets popped.
Oh, I like the Predict first to dig for the Spell Shield. Got it.
Oh, another Unforgiving.
Oh no, there's Unforgiving. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's pretty good. Now you can just swing in with Pantheon.
It's not obvious
from your opponent. That's good. Yeah, it's not obvious, but you have to think about this game lasting a couple more turns.
Yeah, the Expanse Protection is the short term. I try to push now. Unforgiving is a long term card.
Well, you know what? Ultraman, I think Ultraman has gone for the Unforgiving Cold. Ultraman has gone for the longer route again and again. Especially that one turn where there could have been a lethal of Pantheon.
Wait, now did he tap out of the... Unforgiving Cold mana with Guiding, he did.
That's fine. I think we take the Unforgiving Cold for next turn, not for this turn. If we actually predicted into that and not the spell shield,
I mean, if
think
there is
we
a Furious
predicted
Wheel
into next
there,
turn.
you would like this now. Don't you just attack with Pantheon to test the water, and then you proceed? And then you develop?
I feel like it attacks with Pantheon. At this point, Ultraman might be playing around Unforgiving Cold on the other side instead of Furious Wielder. Ooh, we actually pull something again. That will not kill the Pantheon, so probably pretty fine with that one.
This is... You do not want to give the weapon back to the Aren. I think attacking just with Pantheon was good, better. Because if you give the weapon back, let's say the Unforgiving Cold, they get to develop, like, let's say another Pantheon, and they give it over one weapon, that's way worse for you.
I'll give it to Arazi.
I mean, you won't have that much mana to do that. Because you need to still not die this turn.
Oh yeah, I mean next turn, you can give it to Arazi next turn.
But yeah, I like this block because it forces opponent to play combat tricks to kill the Varus, and then you can play second Varus and you are very mana efficient about your turn. And you just let opponent kill your Varus.
You can see that this is the final, by the way. If you look
Why
at the
pull?
block.
I mean, I get why he pulled, because this way he played around Unforgiving Cold, but he doesn't represent lethal.
I like this though. I like this, Alan. Ultraman here gonna boost up the Varus, gonna trade down the Varus on the other side, and has the Unforgiving Cold. Ultraman really, just like I said, is going for the long game and says, okay, you can Unforgiving Cold me now, I have an Unforgiving Cold for you next turn, and then it swings back to me, and you probably don't have a third one, and then I'm gonna get lethal finally.
He was looking for the Furious Wielder here. Like, remember, if he got another Forgiving Cold, it wouldn't freeze the Varus, it would freeze the 6/6 and 2/1. You cannot freeze the same unit with the Unforgiving Cold. I mean, like, you could just redevelop the Varus. You are not too sad, and that Varus still has the gigantic bow.
Does, but again, Ultraman saw this. Ultraman predicted this. Ultraman predicted into the Unforgiving Cold. Has the freeze ready for next turn, so survives another turn and then has a huge swing on his next attack token. Ultraman really thinking ahead here and playing the long game instead of trying to go for lethal.
Thinking what's our in line now that could... Oh! That's a draw!
I honestly think at this point, it's fine for Ultraman, right? Look at our board. Our board is going to be exceptionally wide. But here...
Yeah.
We actually have Horazi that can be equipped with the Varus bow, can boost up another unit to...
And the thing is, the Horazi gets double frozen, so you need to, after the weapon is equipped, you need to freeze Van, otherwise he dies, because the Overwhelm will kill him. I mean, it doesn't because he can block with Pantheon, but that would be quite unfortunate. You need to freeze now. If you freeze after the combat starts, it'll pop the spell sheet and freeze Horazi after she already buffed the Overwhelm guy. And that would be very, very bad for him.
Time is running out. Oh, you do it like this, you pop the spell shield, I guess. I don't know if I like this more because now you can't develop
it's good.
Helios plus
it forces no. It's because it doesn't allow opponent to attack. Because if he attacks, he loses the game. He just dies to white board.
That's true. He dies to white board and the freeze on the other side right now.
Yeah, so you can still play Aphelios and just keep the weapon, and you can just keep 5 mana. I'm not sure why not play Aphelios.
I mean, he has to probably just wait a bit. Especially commit on the other side though. Alan.
Yeah, there was like the...
So, we have a problem. We survived this, but... I guess the freeze was still better, because, yeah. Ultraman...
Yeah, the Expanse was a card, right?
Yeah. Huh. Oh. Well, I mean...
Well, that's not too bad.
Can't for Ultraman for not seeing it.
Yeah, just take the damage. I mean, I guess he's like, yeah, it's fine. Because I can still go wide? Like what? He can develop... Wait, oh, why so in rush? He could just develop Horazi. No, he could develop Horazi and swing with Horazi. With Spell Shield. Like, that would be... A Spell Shield on the That would be spell shield on the Varus. And that's lethal, pretty much guaranteed. You can't do anything about it.
Alright, right now it is not lethal with the freeze on the other side.
Yeah.
That is interesting back and forth here.
Oh, that's lethal now.
That is
there is no
lethal.
open attack.
I mean, Harazi's pretty good here. Just develop the spell shield, just develop another big unit, give the spell shield too.
You cannot pre-freeze because she'll buff back the damage. Huh. This is death?
Check on mate.
Double freeze, Pantheon. I mean, depends how he orders this, because he can play around. Oh wait, why not just spell? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, because he can go white, and this removes a blow. Yeah, this is better.
I mean, we have faded on Pantheon. We have Varus getting extra triggers, so potentially we can just buff up into lethal range again. And I don't think at this point there is enough
Buffing
reasons.
Horazi was better a bit. Instead of Varus. There is no need to buff Varus there. You can buff Horazi, and then she buffs the Aphelios better, and your Varus is unbuffed. But it didn't matter, like it's a pretty clean finish.
And Ultraman just dukes it out, goes for the long game, gets a clean finish at the end there, and what a game that was. You know what? That game almost took half an hour.
Look,
both players went into overtime.
Both players drew back-to-back, and Forgiving Call, the best card in the matchup. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy game here, and that means Ultraman has now Swain Nora left. We already saw how proficient Ultraman is, especially with that deck at discarding Echoes. Let's see if he can do it again. But we might see that matchup versus Varus first, which we haven't seen today so far.
Yeah, so like the problem with the Swain Nora, it can sometimes have a hand where it doesn't have removal for the champions, but this is not the hand. There is a group shot through Flock. You have everything you want.
On the other side, we unfortunately have a drop border in our mulligan.
Oh!
Always hurts. Oh no! Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Oh no!
That's a good card. And
Is
there
it
is
gonna
like
happen
all
again?
the early development. Like Ultraman has everything he needs for this matchup.
If it happens again, I will announce the second coming of Aloof Travelers, okay? That card, obviously, on release, absolutely broken as a 3-4, but still, it's such a good card, especially for these decks, as you mentioned. Sometimes you struggle with removing big units, with removing big threats, and Aloof just helps you with that, because you don't even need to remove them off the board, you just get them out of the hand immediately.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And there are two threats at the hand right now. We'll see which one will be discarded, either Voice or the Jinx. Which one would you like to discard more as a Ultraman?
Honestly, I would like to discard the Jinx at this point, especially because it appears that Aaron is currently struggling not only to flip the Jinx, but also to flip the Echo, right? So,
I mean, your hand is double Flock, Group Shot, Aloof, Swain. Do you even care what's your opponent's hand?
not really. Like, whatever you don't kill here with the Aloof gets killed by the Flock. But the Jinx represents an additional danger of, even if you want to remove her Flock, she can get some value with the Rocket. Meanwhile, the Voices can just get traded immediately.
That looks like a very rough game. If on turn 4, your board is drop border. Oh, bye Jinx.
Goodbye.
That Voice looks pretty good without unlevel champions.
It's really rough, especially if you don't flip your Echo early. If you don't have an Echo by turn 4, this deck doesn't look as great, right? It doesn't really matter that much that our board currently is not looking as great, because it's really important just to find that Echo, just to level our champions. We finally find an Echo, we get a drop order from the Predict. So Aaron is still in it, and this Echo will actually be flipped. Again, the first Echo, just there to flip, just there to give you the chrono breaks.
Listen, you got 2 drop borders of Predicts, and you are still looking unhappy about your board. That tells something about the deck, no?
Oh, it does. I think one of the drop borders actually was started in main hand. I think one of them you actually played.
Oh, he did the Predict. No. He played the Predict that shuffles back the deck, and
true.
Found it from the Predict.
Oh, that's cheating.
Yeah, but that's a flipped Echo. And we see there is Absolver to follow up. And that Echo is gonna be dead.
That Echo. But again, does shuffle in those chrono breaks. Now you have voices and a whiteboard. If you can manage to get those chrono breaks, this is still a very powerful game here from Aaron.
The trick is to remove Echo on site, but also I think Ultraman should have considered using the group shot here instead of utilizing the flock. But again, you have Disintegrate, so like it's not that big of a deal. So what he could have done, he could have developed another unit into group shot. But again, having that Disintegrate gives you more options to utilize the group shot otherwise. Oh wow, he found the Might for that Swain.
Yep, that is insane, especially against Quicksand. This is almost unfair.
That's a good card.
That's a really good card in this matchup. And that's the mark of a good player. You saw how quick Ultraman was to actually pick that one up. He saw it and immediately went for it. Immediately knew the implications for the game from this Might. Now we have an Echo to predict, and we had another drop border. So yeah,
3 out of 3 was complete.
It looks pretty good.
0 fearsome blockers, but that's okay. We have the Absolver.
You know what?
Do you take the block? I mean, you need to block.
Yeah, we also have life as a resource.
Space. Yeah, so you just do not block, keep Absolver, and override the unit. I guess, and keep the Absolver for the swing.
It can be tough to win this game without Absolver, especially because your opponent can easily develop whiteboards of blockers. So Aaron is certainly considering it. I think the play you mentioned absolutely makes a lot of sense, but Aaron just trying to think about how do I win this game in the fastest way possible, because the longer this game goes...
You can kill Swain, technically.
Harder.
You can threaten killing Swain, why not go for it?
Let's go.
Like, you remove a big threat from the board, and you do not waste a body on the board, and you can develop next turn. Like this, yeah. I really like this play.
Yeah,
like,
it looked really good.
Oh, and do you throw Echo right away? Wait, there is no shot, you just swing like this, do you? Don't you just play voice first?
Only no good trades for your opponent, but yeah, this swing just doesn't really accomplish anything.
I like the pass. I actually pass to play to draw Chrono Break is not bad. And like if there is a Leviathan, then you go with Echo, right? So having the threat in the hand is smart. And also if he like this is a very good play, because this is like if the opponent develops a threat, then you punish them for developing a threat. If they take a slow route, you have more draws and you can punish them over time with the chrono breaks. And you do not want let opponent to have this board when they have chrono break.
And the only thing that really punishes that is, again, another aloof travelers, and Aaron must be super nervous about those. We know what they can do. Aaron already saw his Jinx get discarded. Gotta hope every time you don't play that Echo to not get baited into removal that there's no aloof traveler on the other side. Ultraman currently not having one, but having a board full of jump blockers.
Was this a skip? Oh wait, that wasn't a skip. So he's playing to draw the crystal. The crystal would break the board.
I like this from Ultraman. Ultraman recognizes this, right? Ultraman saw the cat being developed on the board, saw the predict, and says, alright, my whole board might die to one Hexlike Crystal, and you currently don't really have a big board with a Voices or an Echo, so Chrono Break for you currently not as good. You didn't have that many draws to get there anyways, so probably trying to trade down a bit of the board right now.
Just print more Echoes, that's fine. Wonder if he skips or he selected Echo there.
I didn't see.
I don't know what's correct. What would you do?
If you take the Echo there, you can develop one Echo. If it gets removed, you can.
Yeah, like you need to do something this turn, right?
Yeah.
Oh, aggressive might. Yeah, that's to get an extra blocker, right? Over time, and you can draw. You are drawing 2 cards this turn, potentially. One more card, because you don't have mana for the Poki.
Yeah, but you have easily 3 draws, basically, with the 2 draws you have in hand, plus your natural draw next turn, to get to that extra blocker. And again, you're picking 2 units off the board here, potentially. But, ooh, Quicksand to protect them? No, Quicksand to actually...
So this means he wants to pass this turn. So that clearly means that he wants to pass this turn. Huh.
That is an interesting turn. Really afraid of those portals hitting. Again, potentially trying to get Ultraman and catch him with a low. And
so he selected another predict, like the Chronomancer. Either he randomed it or he selected it because it was one of his options. Okay, there is no shot you use your attack token. You need to keep your attack token as a threat.
You keep pausing like that.
Okay, this is the time you go for Crystal.
Yeah. Doesn't hit, hits another Jinx, but if Aaron just keeps pausing that...
Ultraman I don't know what are those correct... I don't know, I have no idea what's the correct pick here. Skip? Jinx? Like, there's so much decision. Do you pick Chronomancer again? To look for Crystal?
It's not Jinx. It's not Jinx. It's not Jinx for sure. Like, look at your hand. How do you want to flip that Jinx? It's going to be so
you just puke out your hand, like you puke out Echo now, force a removal, and next time you play Voice with the Jinx.
Yeah, but the problem is, that whole sequence means that your opponent knows, because your hand will be empty, your opponent knows that you don't have a Revive, you don't have a Chrono Break, so they can remove Echo. They potentially can also remove Jinx, looking at Ultraman's head, that is the case, and all you're left with is the board with the Voices that can still be traded down. So I think if you go for that, unfortunately with all the Chrono Break, you still lose.
So you assume there is infinite removal for Echo and Jinx.
Okay, yes, we can assume that. Maybe Aaron doesn't have to assume that, but it's actually the case in Ultraman's hand, right? We look at the hand, there is infinite removal for the champions.
Like, you can assume there is like maybe a Leviathan or two, or a Swain, that he cannot develop because otherwise he won't have mana to answer your threats. So you know.
Yeah, it was probably the winning play to go for that. But Aaron's just really waiting for the Chrono Break, because that would mean so much. Can finally start to commit Echo, can finally start to commit Voices.
Must be Time Trick, right?
Good. Yeah, it's so good. No way you skip here.
Okay, but you develop here the Voices, right?
Ultraman finally says,
you need
okay,
mana.
10 mana. I'm gonna throw on Leviathan. I have enough mana to still have removal up. It's finally time. And Aaron, you have to do something. You are losing this game. That Leviathan means 2 damage per turn.
Do you value Echo more or Voice?
At this point, I think I value Voice quite a bit more, because that actually means we potentially win the game here.
Do you kill it? You kill it now, right? Because
yes.
Even if there is Chrono Break, that Chrono Break doesn't do anything because you have Disintegrate plus Group Shot.
And I do think that Ultraman can make an educated guess that there's no Chrono Break. By the way, Aaron was playing this whole time. Because Aaron was playing so shy and was just passing. You could just feel
you have
Aaron
to remove it now. Yeah, that's a really good play. Because you recognize if there is a Chrono Break on top, you cannot let this leave.
Ultraman just inches away from getting the seasonal champion title that he was vying for 2 years.
Does this matter? What is... Okay, Jinx? Jinx doesn't even matter. Oh, there is a Crystal! And there is Voice!
Okay.
Those are 2 decent cards to pick up.
But unfortunately, Ultraman still on 20 HP!
Did he skip? No, he picked
the Voice.
I mean, you start with Crystal to hide the information. What you got. Alright.
Swain hitting the board. That is a giant blocker.
Victory waits.
It does, Ultraman. It does.
Yeah, and that should be the game. Like, there is a Disintegrate, there is a Flock, there is everything. He needs to remove that Voice. And that's gonna be lethal next turn for Ultraman. Emperor is looking to seal the game.
There we go. Just bait the Voice, right? We just deal some damage to it. Aaron probably knows that there is a Flock in hand right now. This just means if you full swing here, Voices is going to get traded by the Flock. All the units, again, lose their attack. There are some value trades for Ultraman, and Ultraman next turn with the Leviathan already dealing 2 damage with Swain, and Leviathan swing in is looking to get lethal.
Listen, Fire is prepared. Swain is looking very hot to just swing for the victory. Oh, Ultraman's so close to find that first seasonal win. Just a 1 round away. Few more passes. One more pass.
One more pass. GG comes out from Aaron. GG comes out
Pre-GG. Pre-Shen from Ultraman.
Oh, wait, another fearsome.
Another fearsome just to throw more damage at Aaron.
And after 2 years, After 2 years, 8 top cuts, Ultraman finally gets a seasonal win.
That's absolutely amazing. Ultraman finally finding a win after such a long period of competing. Very, very happy for the man.
You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear those words uttered out loud and to have them actually be true. In this case, finally, Ultraman finds the trophy he's been waiting for and again, grinding for so long, putting so much time on ladder, streaming, in every single top cut, trying his best, and finally he's done it. So happy for this guy. I've been, again, watching him play card games at the highest possible level for over 5 years now. Before Runeterra with Gwent and now here as well, and truly deserves it. I think, Alan, you mentioned it, one of the most hardworking players we have in EMEA by a long margin.
Listen, if there was a seasonal to win, that was the seasonal. Not only the money, not only the title, but also the world champion third slot being acquired. The first one by the previous world champion Aragorn, the second by APAC champion Neki, I believe, Nekis, and now the Ultraman.
So deserved. I'm just so happy for Ultraman. We're going to see an interview with him very soon. I think he's going to be, I have to imagine, just really emotional because this is so much sweat and tears and hard work put into this, and finally having the fruits of your labor, finally be received. Just so happy for him, and for the whole French-speaking community as well. Ultraman has been a pivotal figure, and I'm not saying this lightly. He's been, I think, an inspiration for so many players and viewers that are able to watch him play on ladder every single day when he's streaming the game, but also in terms of everything he's done for the Belgium community and the Europe Masters as well. Just someone that, if you think about the most players that have done the most for the EMEA scene, I think Ultraman, not just as a player, but in general, is among the top 5 most important people in Runeterra for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. And again, Ultraman not only winning seasonal, but also finally qualifying for the next Worlds. That is so huge for him. And I don't know, I'm just so happy for him. It's one of the best players that I could have imagined winning this seasonal.
Yeah, absolutely. Competing for such a long time without a dub is really, really exhausting because there is a point where you start doubting yourself. Am I doing something wrong? Am I unlucky? It's sometimes hard to determine, but he was relentless. He kept playing. And he finally got there.
A very interesting series as well. That first game, absolute traffic jam on the board. No one could really make an actual move to gain an advantage. It was over 30 minutes long for that game. When I was worried it would be a timer win in the end, would be pretty sad for a grand finals. But in the end, it was a quick 2-0 for Ultraman, able to do it there. And we're seeing how the route Ultraman had to take for this big win. Playing against Nick Vanny, number 98 in that first round. Then Yeshu, a very, very good player from Czech Republic, a very tough opponent in round 2. Guda, again, the same exact thing, a player that's been performing on ladder and in tournaments for so long, ever since he made his breakout performance with that Scion season about a year and a half ago at this point. Then faces off against Dino GP in the semifinals, a quick 2-0 win there, and then against Aaron in this grand finals, and very, very deserving win for Ultraman. We're setting up the interview now. We're going to have a lot of questions lined up for Ultraman, and I'm just so excited to see his face and see, I think, the elation, the happiness of, as you mentioned, Alan, it's almost a weight being lifted off of your shoulders. So much doubt, so much, questions in your mind about, am I actually the player that I think I am? Can I actually, go all the way and be among my peers that are able to get these seasonal wins? Or will I forever be cursed to make the top 4, make it the top 8, but not actually win the tournament? So I just have to imagine right now his mental state is euphoric at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to jump into the interview with the Ultraman. But how did you guys enjoy the whole top cut we've watched? I think we had a pretty amazing series. The level of the gameplay keeps getting higher and higher within every seasonal. And the meta, we've seen a whole broad of the different decks.
Shout out as well to Marcus, making his return to competitive Runeterra after a long break. Surprisingly enough, I found out halfway through the tournament, it was actually his first seasonal top cut. Surprising to me and probably to you as well, Ice-T, because we've seen him so much in Fight Night tournaments, and he's always seemed like he's had these dominant performances in the past, but not actually in seasonals. It was his first top cut, and what a great first showing for him as well. Better late than never. Makes it the top 4, especially with decks where I think it's the comfort decks for him, decks that are maybe not the full-on meta decks with Malphite Talia and Mono Shuriba, and still able to perform and make a top 4, which I think he's still very proud of. Not a win, but still it's a great showing for him as well.
Yeah, I think this sets a precedent for the future. Again, the EMEA top cut is always set with the same players every time. We have so many good players who are so consistent. And now if Marcus can be one of those for the future, that would be absolutely amazing, setting himself up for future tournament success.
He has admitted, though, on Twitter that he made a mistake not bringing Deep. If he would have brought Deep, I think we might have seen him in the finals, maybe even taking this win away from Ultraman in the end. But again, we're trying to get the interview with Ultraman, so do not go anywhere just yet. We're going to hear the insight, and I think from any winner's interview, this is the one I'm most excited to get into because, again, it's been coming for so long. A win like this, it's been expected. He's been close. He made it to a finals once before. I think he's made maybe 2 or 3 top 4s or top 8s for sure as well. He's always been there, making it to top cuts. But unlike Broken Ball in this case, also advancing and having deep runs, which is something that some players are consistent, but then just can't make it past that top 16 or top 8. Ultraman has been there. And I think the closer you get, the more it hurts to never actually get the win.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And there's so many questions we can ask Ultraman, right? There's so much history there. If this was even his best seasonal, maybe he thinks there are better seasonals that he played before that he just didn't win. So good.
I think Ultraman is here. Ultraman, hello? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm with you.
Congrats, Ultraman, for finally winning a seasonal tournament. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. You finally did it. I was telling the rest of the casters, I've been following you for over 5 years now, playing card games. We've met in person before. I've known you for so long. I'm so happy you're finally able to do it. What are your initial feelings, your mental state after finally getting this win?
It's amazing. That's a big win too. Like I'm as happy like being qualified immediately for Worlds because I tend to have a problem with qualifiers for tournament. Apparently, haven't been there yet. So yeah, that is amazing. And the season, I mean, I don't know what to say. I just finished the game, guys. No, actually, I didn't. But that's the feeling I get.
Again, also congratulations from me. I've been waiting for this as well. You have been so consistent. And again, because you have been so consistent and so good for such a while, do you think this was your best seasonal? Do you think this was seasonal you played the best? Or was it just this consistency that got you here to the final win?
So every single seasonal I played, there was one moment where I could have done something better. And I usually got punished. I got punished super hard for every single misplay. I can pinpoint the misplays I did and the fact it made me lose the game. The one match I felt like was not because of me was actually the last final. And I really felt like I just couldn't win versus Paynas back in the day. And the series against Teddy was a bit like that too, but usually I make a mistake. I think I did a couple mistakes in that Good Daddy game, but they did not matter because RNG and stuff, he had the counter lineup. It was basically either I was gonna win Good Daddy and probably win the tournament, or I was gonna lose Good Daddy and that's it because he had that counter lineup. And happily, I'm there. Like, I don't know if that's my best performance. I feel like I'm still doing a couple of misplays every now and then, and it's really hard not making any. But I think I'm getting good at doing them when the game is already decided.
Yeah, you most likely played very exceptionally on the seasonal this time. Huge congratulations from me. A question from me and fellow competitors. How does it feel when you are competing for such a long time? Are there doubts in yourself after playing such a long time? Or how is your mental state when you're competing without winning? And how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, there is also how could I put that? Like a reality, right, of the amount of money and living from Runeterra, because I'm living from Runeterra, and actually competition is the biggest part of my salary. So not winning, it's really scary because you're like, okay, I'm going from paycheck to paycheck, never having a backup. That's like, yeah. That's a bit scary. And then there is a competitive part where, you think you're good, but you don't dare to be like, I'm the best or I'm one of the best, because you feel like there is always better player than you. Like the players that win, you feel like they're always ahead somehow. I think like against Teddy, the last seasonal, I think it got to my head like. And even in Aegis League, when I'm playing against him, in my end there is like a little light that says, "Teddy is stronger than you. He's winning." And I'm pretty sure it impacts my overall performance when I play against him. Happily, he got out early this time, so he could not stop me. So I'm really happy.
It's
It
a
was
scary
like
part to get intimidated by just facing the opponent. Like when it gets to you, it can mess up the whole game for you.
Yeah.
But you did very well this time as we watched your gameplay.
So Ultraman, you're saying the boogeyman was taken down and then your mental state was just pristine for the rest of the tournament. You knew that maybe you were the strongest player that was left among that field, and you proved it as well, finally getting your win here. Going back to this win on an individual level, fantastic. We're so happy for you. But also, when it comes to the country, Belgium, this is now only the fourth country that's able to get 2 wins. Red Winter, of course, snuck one in before you, despite you being a player that maybe everyone associates with Belgium, just your consistency as well. In EU Masters, always the captain for Belgium, always. It seems like you're very passionate about trying to do the best for your country as well. How do you feel? France, Germany, Czechia, 3 powerhouse nations have had 2 winners in the past, but now Belgium joins these 3 countries. Is it something that you're proud of?
I mean, obviously. I mean, we Belgians are really proud, but only when we're good at something. So we're never going to brag about something we're not good in. But if we are even decent in something, you're never going to hear the end of us. Like, you're just going to hear us talking about it every single day of the week. You know that from football. But I'm just happy. It's always funny to see that little country and to tell yourself that, hey, I'm competing with the big guys. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, and there is also that rivalry with France. So it's gonna be fun to poke the bear a little bit.
All right, Ultraman, we already spoke about how you felt within the tournament, about your play, but was there any difference this time around with prep? How did you prep for this tournament? Was it different than other seasonals? Was it the same? How was it?
So I'm prepping the same for every single tournament because the most important part is getting through the first day. First day is a ladder with best of 3, basically. So I learned how to do a lineup. I wasn't good at making lineup at the start of the game, and it's okay. Now I feel like I'm decent at building lineup. And then it's a meta call, right? You have to play the game a lot, so you know what's popular, what people could bring, so you can anticipate what they think, what they do, etc., etc. So that's what I did. I mean, I even posted on Twitter about it. It's like I kept playing. I kept playing for the stream. I kept playing for YouTube, but I also kept playing on my main because I don't want to have a Smurf. If I'm not able to hold like that top 20 the whole season, then it means something about my level on the metagame. There is something I must change, something I must improve to get there, to stay there. So that's usually how I prep. I don't scream at all. I mean, I very rarely, like for Worlds qualifier, I tend to do that because we had a little bit more time to do so. So obviously it was interesting. Most of the time I just go in ladder with the decks I think are gonna be good. And then I try to find something logical as my lineup. So that was my prep. And going into top 32, I knew I had to shake things up. And from the feeling I got, I knew that if I brought Leona Aphelios, I would never win. I knew that Kainatrox would get targeted harder than it was. So I knew I had to change 2 decks, to switch up 2 for the 2 decks. And from the first day, I got the feeling that Jinx Echo was going to be really strong. High roll deck, but such a good matchup sheet, and people are going to be trying it, basically, trying the high roll gods to see if they get any luck, but knowing that they're ultimately always statistically favored.
Ultraman, after such a long and arduous journey to finally get this win, do you have any shout-outs? Do you have anyone that, after all this time has really motivated you or helped you or made you think, hey, I'm still a top player, I can still keep fighting for this, and finally to have the fruits of your labor given to you in this tournament win?
Okay, so for the first one, I'm going to be a little bit cheesy, but I'm going to thank my parents and my girlfriends because that's actually like they're the ones that have been supporting me since the start, in every single possible way. And the French community, the old guys from Team Leviathan. We are not really involved in Runeterra, but they've always been super supportive. So yeah, I think that's all. Just thanks everybody that cheered for me. Thanks everybody for believing in me more than I did, and I hope you're happy because I am.
Thank you so much. Great to hear that you're grateful as well for the people that have helped you along the way to finally make you the player that you are to this day, and to have this crown to top it all off. I think it's fantastic as well with this season with the World Ender for EMEA. So Ultraman, again, from the bottom of my heart, huge congrats for this win. I think you definitely have deserved it after all the work you've put in your entire career, streaming, playing every day, playing on ladder, playing in tournaments. I think it really was something that you've deserved for so long.
Thank you.
And that was some great insight from Ultraman, someone that, again, it's just really something that I think he's deserved after all the time he's put into this game. So we couldn't be happier on the broadcast desk. Big shout out to Alan and Ice-T as well. Finally able to bring you guys in for an official Riot cast on EMEA. It's an absolute pleasure to have you both here. I think you've also been, in your own ways, very, very relevant and very, very impactful for the EMEA community. Any last shout outs you guys want to give, or any last thoughts before we close off the stream?
Absolutely love being here. This was an absolute banger of a seasonal. Really happy that I was here and got to cast it. I will remember this for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely had a blast casting the seasonals. It's such a different experience from just competing and playing, and it's cool to see it from the other side and do it from the other side.
Before we close off, a quick reminder, this is not all the Runeterra action that we have for today. We have the Americas seasonal coming up as well, North America, but also South America, Brazil, Argentina, always bringing some of the top competitors in the region. Great production I'm expecting as well. It's going to be happening in 3 hours at 9:30 p.m. CET, 12:30 p.m. PST for the Americans that are watching here early on, watching the EU finish off as well. And again, great tournament, as you guys both mentioned, really, really fantastic series. I think very clean play. And as Alan mentioned before, I think the level of play has been just high quality all throughout. It goes to show from the beginning, the first few seasons to this one, the competitive, scene overall has developed and evolved so much in EMEA, and it makes it even more impressive for Ultraman to finally get his win on this last seasonal. And as Alan mentioned, with a pass to Worlds as well at the end of this year, so even more impactful. But huge shout out to the viewers as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast, the games, the cast here on the desk as well, and we'll be seeing you guys in the future.